Oh, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to hang out. I don't know how long, however long. Coming over here, maybe I'll share some photos. Whatever. Maybe somebody will pop by that I invite. Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, Tuesday.
We had a good back on track today. Comments. And it was really good back on track. I'm gonna share the link here for the show today. It's a back on track show. September 9th. That was a pretty good show. Start. I wonder if that link is clickable. Should be clickable. It's not clickable here on StreamYards. Hats. Trackside Mike, what's up, buddy? How are you? Yeah, it's clickable. Yeah, I was just wondering if it would be clickable. What's going on, Mike? What you watching? It was my YouTube feed. I wanted to see if that link that I put up there was clickable from today's Back on Track show. It was a good show. Um, I just want to stick it in later, when this video comes out and somebody watches it a month from now or 2 days from now. What's up, Rick? How you doing, buddy? Did you get your results back yet, Rick, or was that this Monday coming up? Can't remember. I know you said Monday. Yo, Steve Arnold, you on the bus? You don't need me? You want to come up? I'll send you a link. I tried to do your job today, but it was really hard. You do a good job. I missed you today. Well, I missed you in general, but it's hard work keeping up with that chat. Are you still coming Monday? Okay. Yeah, being lazy. That's okay. Lazy's okay. You still toting them kids around? You're on break. It's okay. Enjoy your break. Did you watch today's show or you couldn't watch it? It was a good show today. Not because you weren't on there, but it was just a good show in general. Cool. What are you, at a football game or something? Say people here, man. Chat up. Chat. Talk. So I don't know. I don't know how long I'm going to go live. I got nothing to do. Just came back home. Did some errands. Cleaned a little bit this morning, which is something I haven't done in a while. Uh, I was going to watch that show today, but I forgot what the show was called. Well, go up to chat there, click that link, and if you're not subscribed, subscribe to it. It's a good show. There's going to, like, sometimes we have guests, but have you watched it before, Rick? Sometimes there's really good guests. I think in a couple weeks we're going to have, the show's going to have an engineer on. I can't remember his name. Maybe Steve will. I think it might be a friend of Steve's, or I don't know. Steve might know more than me. Steve's more in the loop than I am. I'm just there. I'm just like a body. I fill a spot. Sometimes I talk. Yo, Mystic, what's up, buddy? Okay. High school game, so then you're just hanging out for a while. Hanging out on the bus, doing nothing. Or outside the bus. Might be too hot on the bus. But yeah, I mean, just gonna hang out. Like I said, maybe some people will stop by. Maybe they won't. Hmm. I'm just trying to do something while talking to you. No, that's not it. Anything I don't like about StreamYards is that chat. It's kind of annoying. And usually I don't watch myself, so that part's kind of annoying. You don't want to watch the football game, Steve? You don't want to go root for your team? What's up, Joe? How you doing? A little cooler today. That's good. It's hot here. It's a little cooler, but it's still hot. I'm mixing down my footage from Conway. Hopefully drop a video in a couple hours. Cool. Hey, I seen on Heritage Unit CSX Conrail. Oh, it was close to you. Yeah, it's been close a couple times. I haven't caught it yet. I'm really not interested in catching it, to be truthful with you. I mean, I'll catch it just to catch it, but I don't like it. So I'm not into football either. Better off just on the bus or under. Is it hot there, Steve? Well, I screwed up and made a wrong move, and the YouTube trolls took attention with my channel. Yeah, they'll go away though. Just block them. They'll go away after a while. Oh, that's nice. 75. That's good temperature. That's good weather. Yeah, those YouTube trolls, they got nothing better to do. They must be bored individuals. It's not like they make money doing it. Yeah, what did they do? Just spam in your chat with comments, or obviously they didn't take your channel over. Oh, I got somebody coming up. Who could it be? Yo, Digger Evans. What's up, buddy?
Hi, Jerry. How are you doing?
Pretty good. It's a bright sunny day over there.
It is still, yeah. I'm just trying to kill some of the sunlight off.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't think you're going to be able to.
Ooh, it is. I'm sweating. I'm sweating, mate.
Is it hot?
It is, yeah. Now, I can't see the chat on here because I'm on StreamYard.
Well, why don't you, I don't know, open up. What I do is I open up chat on YouTube and pop the chat and then close YouTube and just leave the chat.
Thank you. That's Jack.
Hey, Jack.
Oh, yeah. That's naughty Jack.
What did he bring you?
Juice.
Nice.
But I'm not putting it on the computer table.
Hey, you don't want to do that.
So
yeah.
I'll open up YouTube.
Yeah.
There's 5 people watching. Turn that off. Rick's River, Raisin Trains. Hello, thank you very much. Joseph Signal coming. Hello.
Yeah, it's just ignore the trolls. That's all. That Grand Trunk unit, that would be cool to catch.
Oh, Mystic. Hi.
Yeah.
So what shall I do? Split screen. I want the chat on that though. Show chat. We're getting somewhere.
Yeah, so like I always try to, and when you use StreamYards, you have to go over to your YouTube channel to set up all the restrictions for your stream. So I went over before I started the stream and set my subscriber only mode and whatever else I wanted to set. Digger will be back probably. So yeah, I mean, if you're having problems in your live stream, just set your live streams to subscriber only mode, and then you're not going to have no trolls because they're not going to. And don't, when you do that, pick a time limit that is going to exceed your.
I lost it then.
Yeah, hold on. That's going to exceed the length of your live stream. Don't like pick subscriber mode 1 minute only because maybe they'll stick around for a minute. Put 1 day or 2 days, or they're not going to stick around for that long. So.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Hi, Lee Anfield.
Hey, Lee. How's it going?
I hope everyone's having a great day. I've had a warm day, that's for sure. Very, very warm. And now my specs are reflecting. I wonder if I turn this way so the light from the window isn't as ferocious.
No, I don't think it's going to. It's going to hit in that side of your face. It doesn't matter.
Blast it, yeah. So it's right now it's 24 Celsius. It's saying 24. which is no, what?
What are you doing today, Trackside Mike?
About 75.
75 degrees?
Yeah,
That's not hot.
but there's no air moving about. There's no air
Oh,
moving. It's
you got
still no breeze at all.
got your window open?
Yeah, I've got both windows open. Yeah,
You need a fan.
yeah, I might have to go and pinch the fan off.
All right. See you, Lee. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your tea. Wonder what Lee's having for tea. Did you have your tea yet, Joe?
It's I'm supposed to be getting the chat, but it's not showing the chat in on my YouTube page.
Well, refresh it or something. It's there.
Yeah, I'll just try a refresh.
You keep hitting the wrong thing. Takes a little coordination, I know.
We've got it now. I've got it now.
You keep hitting the wrong thing. What's the matter with you?
No, I hit refresh. I've got it on split screen. So I've got.
I see you down there. Do you want to put your hat on? Ah, there you go. Yeah, I didn't want you to come
What's
in
happening,
without
brother?
your tire.
Ahar, Mystic.
Hold on. Arr.
Ahoy, hoy.
You okay, Mystic?
Ahoy, hoy.
You all right over there? Where are you watching at? YouTube?
I'm in the train room. Still getting my stuff set up here.
Okay.
Okay. We all good? You can hear me?
Yeah, you're fine.
Loud
Okay.
and clear.
What's happening?
According
Cheers,
to
mate.
Jerry. Cheers. Cheers, John. We're doing an all-nighter.
Well, it's nighttime over there, but we're going to go pretty long. But I don't know how long. We'll see.
Ron's at the
All
farm,
right.
dogs. Ron's out at the farm.
What's the topic of discussion?
No, there is none. There really is none. I mean, you can talk about trains. I mean, back on track, we had a good show. We talked about, I don't know, we talked about so many different things. Yeah.
We're just winging it, Mystic.
Yeah.
Anything.
I mean,
Pick a subject.
Yeah, pick a subject.
Pick a subject?
Yeah.
Barbie dolls.
Okay. I know not much about those. My granddaughters do, but they're not here.
Can't help you with that, Mystic. Diggers are all in one.
Well, Ron's at farm.
Pick another one, Mystic. Come on now. Hey, Lee McCurdy, what's up? It's hot. That's what all my exes say.
Howdy, Lynn. Lee.
Hi, Lynn. I think Lee's going in there. Has he gone?
No, I haven't seen the Barbie movie. Sorry.
No, I haven't. I think Nathan DeLay will be your man to talk to there, Mystic, because he likes Barbie stuff.
Maybe. I don't know.
I do know they made a Barbie, Scarlett O'Hara, some years ago. and it was 50 or 60 quid back then, 30 years ago, because it had all the fancy dress that she would have worn in the film that Vivian Leigh would have had. Collector's pieces worth a lot of money. But I didn't have any granddaughters then, so I didn't buy one.
Hey Andy, how you doing? See you, Lee. Thanks for stopping by.
What's up, Andy?
Hey, I'm the hot dog. Hello. Oh, it's warm up here.
We have quite a few UKers. Not many UKers run are into American trains, right?
Well, the thing is,
Not many.
They're not easy to get here.
Yeah.
If the UK,
Yeah, Andy's got some nice ones.
If the UK had actually gone HO instead of being stupid ass double O, which is a tiny bit of difference that just separates the UK from everywhere else and makes it more difficult for people to make stuff for the British market. If they'd have gone HO and we had access to the American market, it would have been.
So here's a question though: do any of the American manufacturers make British style locomotives in HO?
No.
See, so that's the thing, right? There's probably not enough Americans that would buy British stuff in HO, and vice versa. Not enough British people that would buy American stuff in HO. So I mean, it'd be different if they built your HO. Well, but you can run double O stuff on HO track, right?
Yeah, it's exactly the same track, believe it or not. But as I was just going to say with Mystic John, if we want American stuff over here, we have to go with HO. But HO American stuff does look all right alongside British stuff on a double O layout, because American locals tend to be bigger in real life. The rolling stock's bigger, so it sits all right on a British, on a British layout, on a double O scale layout, because whereas some of the European stuff looks a bit small and out of place next to a British loco, the American stuff doesn't, because they're generally a 200-ton locomotive in the first place, aren't they? They're all bigger stuff because they've a longer journey to make and much more things to pull than we have. So they look all right, but it's just the difficulty obtaining them.
So Andy, go ahead. What is it?
Yeah, maybe the same question you got. Andy, where did you get your trains? Did you have to pay an arm and a leg for them?
Oh, my question to Andy was, he does have American stuff and he runs it on his layout.
Yeah.
I've never seen him run American stuff. That's all.
Yeah. Andy's got some awesome American trains.
Okay.
My first ever layout, my first ever train set when I was a kid was an American. It was Santa Fe, and it was F-style loco mixed freight, and that was HO. I don't know how my parents got it, but that's the first one I had, and it was an American set. Don't know. I can't remember who made it though.
Right. But you can't run American rolling stock with your British locomotives. They just don't couple together.
No, unless you start messing with the couplings. But
right, unless you make a transition car or something.
Yeah, but the American rolling stock does look good on a British layout because the size is fine. The difference is so negligible. You can get away with it. I mean, all 99% of my buildings are American HO.
So here's a question, and it's a British question. British modelers, do, and I don't know if it translates to American modelers. Do British modelers, are there like, I know there's serious modelers out there, but is the majority of British modelers really serious, or are there just like, they don't, some that just, a more of a percentage that just don't care about everything being exact. Do you understand that question?
The majority I've met are very pernickety, rivet counting types. And they'll model a specific place, a specific era, and if you haven't got the right rolling stock with the right loco, they're not happy. They've got. You go to some shows and they've got to have it spot on to go to a show. It's more like showing off their skill and their ability to be able to build something completely realistic, prototypical. I think they are, Joseph. Yeah. No, Andy's not. I'm not. I mean, how I've got mine. Mine's a complete fictitious layout of a fictitious town, and it's all made up as I've gone along. And I can be running a loco from the 1950s with modern rolling stock. Say it's a heritage loco. Rule one all the way for me. I run whatever I fancy running, and I don't care if it's right or wrong. If it's prototypical or what. It don't matter to me, but I think a lot of British are. What would you say, Andy? Do you think a lot of British are?
And there's nothing wrong with if that's what you're like. I mean,
wow, Lynn, that's good.
Friends with the UK modeler, he even comes here at California deserts to get ideas for his layout. He also owns 2 1-to-1 engines that he's got money, that Lynn. He's got money. Does he model US trains, Lynn, or he takes what he sees here and applies it to his UK layout? But like, I don't know this. I don't. Are there like here you see how like U.S. modelers, like you'll have guys that are modeling like mountains and rocks and big giant, mountains full of rocks, like Bill, or like guys that model like Arizona, like they're just giant mountains of rocks. Are there scenes like that in the UK or over there?
In Scotland and Wales, you'll get a lot of mountain areas.
Like rock.
Yeah. A lot of rocks. Granite and limestone hills and rocks.
Okay.
And I think across the Pennine route, the Trans-Pennine route, we'll get some of those things. But clearly America's massive compared to Britain, So we don't have a lot like they do.
Right. Not like over here, but
no, we don't have like Joshua Tree National Park and places like that. But we do have Rocky Mountain areas that trains will go past. And they usually take the easiest route, as you know. We didn't have giant coast to coast specific to do or out like that. Our coast to coast is barely 100 miles long.
Yeah. Rule number 1, you're talking about Anthony's rule number 1, like it's my model, railroad, I'll do what I want, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what Andy's talking about there, hot dog.
Yeah.
Rule 1 is, this is my railway and I'll run whatever I want on it.
Right.
I think California's bigger, Lynn.
Could be.
I know the UK fits into Texas a few times over,
Mystic's got his trains. That's a good angle.
I'm trying to get something. I'm trying to get something going.
What's in that box? Your trains? Is that what you hide your trains?
those boxes, I pulled those out when Pappy was here to show him. They're like collectors numbered sets from Model Power. They're I guess show
Really, I
them
didn't know
real
they.
quick.
I didn't know they had them. Hold on, I'm gonna
Yeah,
make
I
you
don't know
bigger.
how old they are, but they're Crescent Limited sets. So each set comes with a GP40, and
Really?
let me yeah, each set comes with a GP40 and
Wow,
4
cool.
coaches and all of this documentation.
Really?
I got this. Yeah. So like I think I'm not sure how many were made, but this one is like what 1324
How long have they been
number
doing that?
13. I have no idea, man. I haven't really researched it.
Well, how long ago did
But they're gorgeous.
how long ago did you buy that?
I bought one set. I bought 2 sets. One set maybe a year ago, and then another set a few months ago. And I haven't run them yet because they got Rapido couplers, and they won't run on my Kato double crossover. And so I'm going to have to update the couplers with the micro trains. I'm just going to replace the whole trucks. But I could show you one.
Yeah, show it to us.
Here's an example of a.
And they're N scale.
Everything is reversed when I'm trying to show something.
That's
Yeah,
all right.
N scale. And it's the presidential series. So we got the Ronald Reagan. There's a Teddy Roosevelt car.
And what's the power? What's the power? An SD40, you said?
Pretty good detail on them. What's that?
Well, yeah, good detail in it.
What's the locomotive power?
GP40.
Man, I didn't know that they had them.
Yeah, I didn't either until a year ago. I just found it up on eBay.
eBay? Yeah. That Model Power.
Yeah, here's the GP40s. I'm going to have 2 GP40s, back to back, like tandem.
Yeah.
And, it's kind of hard to find stuff in the Southern green paint scheme,
Yeah. That's pretty neat. And what is that set? A Southern set that you got?
Yeah, the Model Power sets, they're the Southern Crescent.
Oh, wow. So that was probably before Amtrak.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I got 2 of them, and each of them come with the GP40 plus 4 cars. And so I'm going to have an 8 car Southern Crescent train.
Right.
So that's kind of what I'm working on. But I got to replace all those trucks. I got to upgrade the GP40s. And this guy, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Finnerton Central Railway, Brian.
No.
I'm gonna send him all my DC locos, and he's gonna put decoders in them. And also take them apart, clean them up, lubricate them, and do his magic on them.
Where's he from?
Somewhere in the UK. Where's he from, Digger? Do you know?
I think he's south of where I am.
Won't it be expensive to mail him?
Anything in them pockets. We changed to KD 1718. KD doesn't make a UK.
The thing is, I don't care, man. I want my DC locos to be DCC. And
yeah, he's in Telford. So that's south of me, yeah. King Fox, I
was just convinced. I watched some of Brian's videos, and the guy he works his magic, man. He takes them apart, cleans them. He just knows what he's doing, So I feel like, it might cost a little bit, but I want my stuff to be upgraded. I want it to run right, and so that's what I'm
So
doing.
you'll send them. Will you send them the decoders you want to, and they'll just put them in?
Yeah, I already got the decoders. I got 8. What is it? Soundtracks, Digitracks.
I don't know.
These guys. I got 8 of these guys. It's just a
Digitracks.
basic non-sound DCC decoder, and yeah, so it's non-sound. It's dual mode, DC, DCC. So
Right.
you know,
Yeah,
you can switch
it's
back.
a good block, Brian. I agree.
And these are like 20, depending on the deal you can find on them. They're just like 20. I think the most I paid is like 25 for one of these on eBay.
That's cheap. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and Brian's kind of cutting me a deal, So, but like I
Yeah, good
said,
for you.
man, I mean, sometimes you got to pay for stuff,
Yeah. 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 Yeah, as long as you're happy, it's all that matters, right? Who cares? Like,
I
who
will be
cares?
happy. I hope.
Yeah. Yeah. It's all that matters. Doesn't matter.
King
What's your
Fox
pay rate?
Junction's just come into chat, Jerry.
Yeah, I saw him. Ian. How you doing, Ian?
Ian, what's up, man? King Fox, howdy.
Yeah. Good to see you. How's it going?
That looks all right. Can y'all see that all right?
Yeah. Yep. See it fine. Now, will you be able to run those passenger cars on your layout through your radiuses?
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure, man. Let's see what happens. Yep, looks good. Yeah,
Where in the
smooth as
UK?
silk.
Where are you?
Now, have you ran them? Do you mess around with them or no?
No,
Kyle, hiya, Kyle.
no, because they won't run over this thing right here, the Kato double crossover. And so I got to get some more modern trucks on them. I'm just going to replace the trucks with microtrains trucks because they got these old trucks. They might be from the 80s. I'm not even sure.
Gotcha.
But the Rapido couplers, old trucks, and so I'm
Are
going
they
to put the microtrains
six-axle?
truck on.
Are they
What's that?
6-axle or 6 or
Yeah.
4-axle? 6-axle. They're the
Yeah,
heavy duty
6.
one.
Yeah, 3 axles on each truck.
Yeah, they're heavy duty.
Yeah.
Wow, he's
Yeah,
coming
that's
over to
crazy.
me then, Ian. Thunder and lightning. Cool.
I didn't even know that they made that. Hey, Kyle Stevens, what's up?
That's going to dampen us all down, isn't it? A bit of rain.
Do they?
What's up, Kyle?
Not sure if they do, Andy.
Yeah, I don't know. Can't answer that. Maybe somebody else knows. Do they make drift box under U.S. wagons? What's a drift box?
Draft box.
I'm
Draft
not
box.
too sure.
What is that? What is it?
I'm not too sure if they do, Andy, but they might make a lot of NEM pockets and stuff.
What is a draft box?
Change them all over.
What's a draft box? Is that something that the UK trains do?
I could find out on the website. Hunt couplings. And 1 sec, let me see if I can. Hunt.
Digger's deep in thought. He doesn't hear me.
I'm just looking them up so I can post a link. 1 second.
I'm going to freshen up my coffee fellas?
No, I'm to the side of Keithley, Ian. I'm in Pendle, so right on border, where between Skipton and Keithley, and this sticky out East Lancs bit. Where the KD coupling fits, you have to have that same type of fitting to fit in, and they do magnetic couplings now that go into the NEM pockets. I'm not sure if they make them to replace a KD, or you have to remove everything and put a NEM pocket on. I'm not sure which way they do it, but I've put a link in chat. I think magnetic couplings are the best way to go for interchangeable stuff, I think. Closet Branch, hello. Hello, my friend.
Hey, Closet Branch, what's up? I liked your video today.
I think Mystic Wife's back.
Uh-oh, it's going to yell at him.
Oh.
Yeah, I think that's the easiest thing to do. Just make something that has one coupler on one end, another different style on the other end.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Andy. Just a converter wagon that'll fit between the loco and the rest.
The transition.
Mystic, have you got trouble off your missus?
You got what?
Have you got in trouble off your
What's that,
missus?
Digger?
Have you got in trouble off your missus? Mrs. Mystic's back, isn't she?
Yeah. It's good so far. You know, absence makes the heart grow fonder.
I think he heard. We heard somebody talking over there. Digger thought you were getting yelled at.
Okay. Yeah, it's all good so far, man. And actually, we've been trying to get out and about, you know, since she came back. Because once she gets back to teaching, it's just nonstop for 9 months, you know. So
When does that? Has school started already or no?
Yeah, just started. So that's why we went up to that Conic Scenic Railroad, which is awesome, by the way.
Yeah.
You know, just trying to do some stuff, you know, and now she's getting back into the swing of things, you know.
Oh, that's cool, then.
But I'm doing good so far, Digger.
Excellent. My missus is up at farm with dogs. She's waiting while weather's cooled down, you know, because it's been so hot the dogs wouldn't have liked it, so she's gone back up tonight with them. And so I've got Jack downstairs doing I don't know what, but everywhere's locked up, so I can't get up to much mischief.
That's the first time I've seen Jack. He's a good-looking guy.
He's full of mischief, Jerry. Full of mischief.
How old is he?
He's just gone 25.
Yeah.
But he's got some mental health problems and development problems, you know.
Okay. I was going to ask you, Lynn, if I could share them.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. He had some issues there.
No, not you, but Digger, Lynn. Lynn said I could. Lynn sent me photos on Facebook, and I was going to ask them, but I didn't want to ask them if I could share them.
All right, yeah, I want to see what old loco that is.
I just got to figure out how to do it.
Just hold your phone up to camera.
Yeah, you're not going to see it though.
I got some new rolling stock from the train shop the other day. Just hang on. This will keep us entertained for a sec. I got these two, which are stone carriers.
Nice.
And they're 2 of those, pre-owned, £5 a piece.
That's a
And
good deal.
These are the best ones. That's a Shell gas tanker, 100-ton gas tanker, steel wheels, bogies, and that was £2. And this one was £2 as well.
You like them, huh? That's a good deal, though.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
You
it's a
gonna,
gift. That.
you gonna rust them all up?
Yeah, I'm gonna weather them up.
What's up, Closet Branch?
Sorry.
Dwight, how you doing?
Hey, Dwight, what's up? I'm
Hey,
just trying to figure out how to send these pictures.
Hiya, Dwight.
Share these pictures.
I'm gonna rusty these ones up. They're a little bit out of era for what I do.
What year are they?
I think these are back from the 1970s.
And what's your era?
1990, 1980s on.
Yeah, but they would probably still be around in the early 80s.
Yeah, they probably would, but I were either going to rust them up and sell them, or it were a project for over winter, keep myself busy during the winter. I don't know if I'll run, because I've only got a couple of them. If I had a load of it, I had a full rake, I'd be able to run them.
Right.
I might just rust them up and sell them on to someone who wants some that are a bit
Yeah.
worn and battle torn, some that have been used quite a lot. Bit of damage. And I've just noticed on one of the gas tankers, I've got an axle missing. So it's either fallen off. I'm sure it had the axle, so I think it's fallen off somewhere abouts in the room. I'll find that later. If not, I'll just replace it. It's still warm here, chaps. Warm and still.
I'm trying to figure out how to do this.
Yeah, that's a picture of Lynn's friend with a loco in there. He owns a couple of actual locomotives.
Yeah, and
locos they are.
he actually runs them on. He actually runs them. Okay. I think I can do it this way. Yeah. Okay. All right. So here. To figure out how to do this again. No. Share settings? No. Present. Yeah. Present. Share screen.
Ooh.
Facebook. Can you see that?
Wow. Holy crap.
What is it? I don't know what it is. What is it?
Is it a 33? Like a Type 2? It looks, that is actually pre-British Rail. When they were just diesels out. It's pre-British Rail, is that?
What do you mean pre-British Rail?
Before British Rail came about, that in the early days, that's just as British Rail were being formed. They bought all the train companies, did the government, to form British Rail.
Oh, so before there used to be all these different railroads?
Yeah, and they bought them up, the British Rail, after the war, and put them together. And this is one of the early prototype diesels. I think it's a 32. Is it a 32, Andy Hot Dog? A 33, sorry, a brush Type 2. Type 3.
So, Lynn, are you still here? Lynn, tell everybody what you told me, that he runs them. This is another one he's got.
Or a Growler, a 37, English Electric. Wow, those are an iconic local. There's still a few running on the main lines today. In fact, Network Rail have their own.
Well, is it electric and diesel?
Diesel electric, yeah.
Okay. And then this, I guess
That's the first one we just seen.
I guess that's it running, like out on the line somewhere.
Yeah, I wonder if it's running on the East Lancs. 46, yeah, class 46, type 4. But I wonder if that's on the East Lancs Railway. 33. Yeah. There were 31, which were brush type 2, and 33
Is Lynn still here?
is in there, yeah.
Okay.
British Rail allows him to run these. Right. There's a few heritage railways up and down where he could probably run them and get away with it there. They charge a lot of money. There's one not too far from me called East Lancs Railway, and that's a heritage line that they bought and did up. And you can drive a steam loco for the day or a diesel electric for the day. And the last prices, Ron, we're looking it up, for a steamer for the day was about 350 or 60 quid to drive it for the day.
That's not bad for the day.
You can choose to be the driver, the fireman, conductor, whatever you want, and pay for the experience. But I don't want to be fireman on a steam loco. Shove that. You're just shoveling coal up and down that way.
Yeah, it's hard work.
Yeah, forget that idea. I'll either drive it. I'd rather drive a diesel electric, to be honest.
Hey, Kyle, Dwight, Almar, how's everybody doing? How y'all doing? Thanks for sharing them photos, Lynn. That's crazy, man. I didn't know that. Like, I wonder, like, here it's pretty popular for people with money to own coaches and engines and things like that. Is that popular over there?
I believe there is people that own their own coaches.
Right.
But mainly it's just the King in it, and the rail train and rail carriages and that.
I'm sure there's some people over there that...
There are people that have their own carriages. A lot are on heritage railways, but I believe there is others that have their own carriages. But whether they commute using those or not, I don't know. It's not, probably more on the leisure side, on the heritage lines, that type of thing.
So the class 24s, 25s, and 26s, they're like in museums now or something, or scrapped?
Probably.
They're pretty old, right? Andy, how old would they be? Like from the 1920s? Well, 40s, 50s?
Late 50s, early 60s, I think.
Okay.
That's when they really started developing everything.
Right. So what happened? Why did the British government do that? Like,
well, they nationalised the railways not long after the war,
and
they nationalised all the road transport. You know, the little companies that did their own trucks delivering. Right. They nationalised everything as British Road Services, and British Rail. And they did it to bring some sort of organisation and order to the commute and distribution network that the country had, because different companies were wanting to do different things. And it I think at the time, national importance to get a structure back in place, you know, and as private companies, although the British government do subsidise private railway companies right now, at the time, there were no obligation to do that. So it's easy to bring it all under one umbrella and run it by the government so that we have trains that will run, type of thing.
Would you say like your trains there are safer and accident free, more accident free than U.S. trains? Do you know?
I don't think there's as many road, where the road crosses the rails. I
Yeah,
don't think we have as
right,
many
right.
interactions with trucks
Because
as
of the
you
way
guys.
that you block your roads, right?
Yeah, yeah. There's some of them now actually have blockers coming up in the
Right.
road to stop people trying to drive through and beat the. I don't know why people do it. It's a really stupid idea. We're a stupid
Yeah.
prize at the end if you don't. But we don't have as like in America, people want to get over because
Yeah.
the train might be 3 damn miles long and you might be
Yeah.
waiting 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And that
It's
doesn't
the wrong
happen
thing.
here.
Yeah, it doesn't happen there.
And you've got a lot of big tractor trailer units over there with low trailers that can get caught
Caught up. Yeah.
on the roads, and we don't have too much of that here, so I think that helps. But as for safety, a few passenger trains have come unstuck. The last one I think was in Scotland, and 2 or 3 people were killed. And we'd one near, not far from me, at Selby, where a car with a trailer, a driver fell asleep down the embankment onto the railway. Train hit it, derailed, big mess, and a lot of people killed and stuff. It was horrible.
Yeah.
So I
Anything
don't
can
think
happen.
the passenger thing is any safer than anywhere else, really. We have had our share of disasters and derailments and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, as
Yeah.
Andy says, it's passenger and freight come second.
But you guys, like you in Europe in general, UK, Europe, Japan, all around the world, passenger trains far outweigh freight trains over
Yeah.
there.
Yeah,
Just
it's
because you go everywhere with a passenger train.
it's a very commuter driven, and it's easier, and especially in London now, because they're bringing these ultra low emission zones into London, where if you take a car into a certain area in London, you've got to pay an extra fee just for going in there.
Wow.
Whereas the trains don't, and it's far easier to park your car 50 miles away at a little train station and catch the train to London. And
Right.
there's thousands and thousands of journeys a day, railway trips a day in Britain,
Right.
Commuting by train's a big thing.
Yeah. There's just so many more. Looks like Mystic shaved his head. Looks like Mystic is froze up. Oh, there he goes.
There's lots and lots of small journeys made by train,
I think that's his natural look there, Dwight Curley.
Yeah,
Like
it does, doesn't it? It does look like he shaved his head there.
like mine and Digger's natural look.
Yeah.
One day you'll be like that too, Dwight.
The last time I've put a bandana back on because last time the light was bouncing off my head, weren't it?
Yeah.
And blocking the camera.
Mystic, can you hear us?
He's got his earphones on.
I can't hear you.
Calling Mystic. Come in, Mystic. Ahoy, hoy.
He's not talking. I guess he's talking. But
Can you hear me?
We can't hear what he's saying.
yeah, I hear you now.
Yeah, now.
Now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You look like a pilot.
Yeah, man, I never use this thing, but so I'm getting used to it. But I just told you my whole life story, man. Y'all didn't hear anything?
No.
Didn't hear a word of it. Fascinating story, mate.
Oh, well.
Fascinating.
You're gonna have to start over, I think.
It was incredible.
I think you're ready to go live streaming with that setup now.
It's kind of okay, right?
That sounds good.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I don't even have a fancy setup like that.
Well, I've had this for a long time, but I tried to use it a couple times. Like I tried to get on crossed anchors one time, and people used to invite me on. I think I tried to come on yours, Jerry, like a year ago, maybe,
Maybe.
and it just wouldn't work. So I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. You see,
And now I
Mystic,
plug it in, and it works.
your life story has touched Kyle's heart.
Yeah, he's crying. He's over there crying. It's okay, Kyle.
He's come through it. He's here. He's here to tell the story.
Andy says he's crying with laughter. Well, I don't know. Somebody's with laughter. I don't know. Maybe Kyle. Maybe Andy.
I think the bit where you were a prisoner in World War II, a prisoner of war.
That was tough.
That was
Those
tough.
heartstrings.
I don't like to talk about it too much,
Well, I understand. I understand. It's same with the American Civil War. I bet you don't want to talk about that much. Jerry never does either.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's all too much. It's all too much.
It's hard.
it was grim, And I also don't like to talk about the time that I worked for the FBI and the CIA at the same time.
All right, trying to keep each one separate and not confuse the business. Yeah, that's tricky, isn't it? And then the Secret Service are onto you.
He looks different, Dwight, because he's not wearing his hat. Most of the time, you're wearing a hat, like in your little thumbnails and talking about you, Mystic.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to loosen up with my bald head,
What are you gonna do? I mean, it's
and
just how
age
it is.
gracefully.
Yeah, it's just how it is.
You've got to accept it's better than doing a comb over.
Yeah, they're bad. Man. That's
Yeah,
Oh,
I used to work,
so
and
I was.
a guy used to have a comb over, and I used to switch my fan on my desk when it came over to me. I used to switch the fan on.
that's
So I
sad.
was asking my coworkers, do I want to just go bald, or do I want to be one of those guys with a little hair, like on the side and around the back? You know what I'm saying?
I like
Like
Dr.
that's
Like,
kind of what you got, Jerry, right?
yeah, I just have hair here, right? Just a little bit up top here, not much, less here than here, and in the back. I just,
Yeah.
I hate shaving. Number one. Number one.
pain in the ass.
And I'm not shaving my head. I'm just not. It's like this is how it is. I'll cut it and like shave it when I cut it all, but it'll grow back, on the sides, but not here, right?
Yeah.
Here, right?
Yeah. I'm kind of the opposite. I'll just let it grow till it looks ridiculous and then shave it. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't have to
Trouble
worry
is-
about putting any kind of like setting on my clippers. Just
yeah.
shave it.
No, I don't put a clippers.
Delicate wood.
I don't put settings on my clippers. So here's the ironic thing about my hair, right? I used to have a lot of hair when I was young, and I remember going to get my hair cut, and I used to go to a woman's place to get it cut, only because it was like right across the street from where I lived, and it was my mom went. It was easy just to get an appointment. They always used to, say how wonderful my hair was. It was like, oh, I wish I had thick hair like you, and blah blah. And I didn't like people touching my hair, and like. And now look at me. I'm like bald. I got no hair now. It's like, I guess that's how life is sometimes.
The problem I have, you see, you've got colour in your hair that you've got. That I've got a bit, and it'll come round here and a little bit on the top, but it's as grey as a badger's ass, like a polar bear.
Yeah, I'm sure mine will be eventually gray. I still have some black, but
No,
like
mine's all grey.
I see more gray showing up or white showing up in my arms, and I got more on my head, but my face has more gray than my head. But yeah, I just I'm not shaving.
Shaving's a pain in the ass, so
I can't stand it. I just like man, that's like the thing. It doesn't take long. I do it in the shower, but I just can't stand doing it. I hate it. It's just like can't stand it. Can't stand spending the money for the razors, and yeah, it's just like I can't stand it.
Thing is, my arms hurt. Even having a wet shave, my arms hurt, my joints and that.
Oh yeah. Just that, so like
Yeah,
I don't have like I hurt my shoulder, this shoulder, so I don't have like flexibility in this shoulder that I used to. Like when I shave my head, like this is it. Like I can't, like I can go this way, but I can't. It's like hard when I shave with a regular shaver, with
yeah,
a buzzer, So it's like, yeah, I just shaving is just I don't know, man. It's funny. We were talking about this yesterday. I forget where. Oh yeah, at the farm. One of the guys said, it's like I lost all my hair here, right? But like I got all this nose hair, ear hair, uh, body hair. Like my back's hairier than it's ever been. Not mine, but but like it's like it all goes from here and just goes down your body. It's like it's like yeah,
yeah. Not very good.
no, it's kind of. But that's how it is, I guess. You can't really. What are you gonna do? So, like, I used to be like conscious about losing hair. I was like, I don't give a shit anymore.
It's true. You're fighting a losing battle, aren't you? You can't.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
can't fight nature. It's happened. Yeah, true, Andy. Hair grows in your ears and nose for fun, doesn't it? But not on your head anymore. Yep, bald head. You've got a bald head. Just embrace it. Go with it.
yeah, for sure.
I just put my hair machine on.
You're quiet over there, Mystic. I can't even hear your trains running.
Yeah,
Really?
what are you running there?
Because of this.
Show us,
Yeah.
show
It's
us what
20
you've got.
cars. 20 cars, RS3 lash up. I'm still running DC.
Good man.
And, so I'm just kind of lucky. These are both Bachmann RS3s. So they luckily have the same speed, and 40-foot box cars. I'm kind of cheating, you use the 40-foot box cars and the tank cars, the little 39-foot tank cars, and you could just pile a million of them on there because they're light as a feather, so you can build a longer train. And I'm just keeping an eye on it, making sure it doesn't derail or something. What are you doing, Jerry? Getting some
What do you mean?
stock in J.C. Penney?
No, just texting my cousin. I still got stuff to do. Still got to carry on.
So, Digger, what have you been up to in the train shed?
Not very much. I had to replace some track because I had the old steel track, and it got rusty on this radius, and it was causing problems. So I replaced it with flexi track, and then I started getting a couple of problems with that, with a couple of derailments and things. And
the flex track is nickel silver.
yeah, and I ended up having too many problems, so I took the flex track up, I went to the train shop and I bought a load of second radius curves with the nickel silver track and just replaced it with proper curves. Right, I thought I could get away with flex track and I couldn't, and so I've replaced
Digger,
that.
I'm in the same boat with the flex track, and the problem I had is these big curves at either end of the layout. You know, my turnarounds. It's too big of a curve to have one piece of flex track, so I had to join two pieces of flex track, and it just didn't work. I've got this joint right here. It just doesn't work, man. And I find that it works if you join the curved flex track into a fixed piece.
Yeah,
It's okay. And
in a
so,
fixed
but
curve. Yeah,
but joining two pieces of flex track on the curve, I haven't been able to do it really successfully yet.
So
So
here's
I did
what
the
I
same thing.
did.
yeah,
So
I got
I
some fixed
found
pieces I'm gonna replace.
this is what I found to do when you're joining two flex tracks on a curve. Make one of your rails longer than the other. Don't join them
Yeah,
at this.
offset the
Both
cuts. Yeah,
offset your cut. And
yeah,
I've not. All my track is nothing but flex track on my layout, aside from my turnouts. So yeah, I join
right.
them, and then I join them straight. Right. I I laid them
Hmm.
out
yeah.
straight and soldered them, and then flex
Yep.
them.
Right.
So I mean,
I tried to do that, and my soldering joints just weren't good.
yeah,
I
yeah.
struggle with soldering. I think it's just because everything I'm using is cheap. My soldering wire is cheap. My soldering
Well,
gun is cheap. I don't think it gets hot enough.
yeah,
You
that could
know.
be a case. It might not get hot
So
enough to make a good connection. So,
I
yeah.
just ended up
So
going
it
back
just
and buying the radius curves. The flex track wasn't
yeah.
working.
That's what I did.
Ran for a while and then I started getting big derailments and I tried a little alteration and ping, and it straightened itself out the damn thing.
Yeah.
Came out of the coupling, came out of the slight rail joiners and straightened out. I just writhed it out,
Yeah.
ripped it out.
yeah, yeah.
Maybe I should have tried that and soldered it straight when they were straight and then tried to get the curve. Still, touch wood,
Yeah.
it
So
works
it's
now.
on my list. It's on my list to fix these joints. You know, I got one here and one over on the other end, and but I've got other things I'm working on before I do that. You know.
Yeah, but for the most part,
So
your trains
you
are
got it
on top.
fixed, Digger?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
have
yeah.
now.
Anything with yeah, anything with 4 axles is fine. Even with these messed up joints, you know, they're running smooth. But my um, this guy will not make it over this joint. This SD9 6 axles. But these guys, the passenger cars with the 6 axles, they'll make it all right. But this is the only guy that won't. But
So
you
can
know,
you feel
I'm
when you run your finger over the joint? Do you feel something? Do you feel a ridge, or is it smooth?
um, horizontally it's smooth. But yeah, there's a bend. You know,
Like a kink
yeah,
in the
yeah. There's a
sides?
slight
Yeah, if you've got the
like in
same
the joint.
colour,
You know,
like 100th hour, 80th hour in the
yeah.
Have you
track.
tried? Have you tried filing it too?
Uh, a little bit,
Yeah,
but I don't want to like destroy the rail. You know what I mean?
yeah, I know what you're saying.
I filed it enough to feel like filing it is not gonna solve the problem. You know,
Yeah,
and I've just got this
yeah.
one loco that won't run. You know, but it's my only 6 axle loco, but I want to have 6 axle locos in the future. You know, and so I don't
Yeah.
want to just let this problem linger like Digger, man. It's like eventually you got to fix it, you know, and you
I
don't want to be in
started-
a situation where you only run certain things.
It was the
You
old
know?
steel track that I'd got, and it was all right for a while, but then winter time and the air gets damp and everything. I start having running problems. You're cleaning the track and it was just happening every damn time I did a running session.
Right.
And when I did lift it,
Mm.
and I did have all the ballasting down and everything, it was a right mess to lift. There was corrosion where the track were joining. Underneath, I couldn't see it. Where the fish plates, the joiner plates were, took the joiner plate off and it's corroded underneath. So it's never going to be right. You know, so I've got the nickel silver track now, which I should have done in the first place. I was just being cheap, I suppose.
Right.
Didn't know what I was doing. So hopefully I won't have those problems this winter that I had.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I've got expansion gaps now, Andy, because I learned the hard way. I went in one day and my track had buckled, completely lifted up.
Because you had your joints too tight?
Yeah, I didn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. And it just burst open and ripped. It had, because I'd some track pins, it had ripped the sleepers away, ripped the rail ties away from the rails, and it was just a big mess. Cut a big section out and then just put a straight piece between where it had lifted, leaving
Wow.
gaps.
I don't think you have to worry about that, Mystic. I think because Digger's in his shed, he gets really
Right.
extreme pictures.
Yeah. Today, I haven't been running in the shed, but I've been in today, open the shed and get the fan on and what have you, keep it cool so that I don't have any excessive heat problems because it's been extremely hot in the shed. Well over 100 Fahrenheit inside the shed. Well over. About 103 or 4 in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's probably
And that's the
humid.
beauty of N-scale. Beauty of N-scale, gentlemen. That space advantage, you just put it right in your house. You know, my old layout was in the living room, so you don't deal with too much of the temperature fluctuations, you know, and humidity and all that.
Right. Right.
If you're in the house. I don't know if I could get away with that. We haven't got a big house, and there's 3 bedrooms. And we've got a big living room, but I don't think I'd get away with putting a layout. And the dogs would trash it anyway. I know they would.
Yeah. Yeah. And you're just better off in the shed.
Yeah, I can have my peace and quiet in the shed, and it's my escape route, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
If it's in the house, Jack's going to mess with it, isn't he?
How come he doesn't go out to the shed?
He does, but he only comes out when I'm there. He can't get in. I lock it up.
Oh, you lock it.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, I've had... I bought some stuff for the layout, and I bought some figures that needed painting, and I had some paints. And he'd seen them in my room. The day after, I was using the bathroom. I went into the bathroom, and there was red gloss paint in the sink and in the toilet bowl, stuck to the sides of it.
He tried painting them?
It was on the floor. And when I went into my room, there were about 6 figures completely red gloss. And what he'd done is opened the can of paint upside
Dipped
down.
them in there? Oh, really?
Thinking
Poured it over them?
He thought he was going to paint some of the figures for me. And he just ended up with red paint everywhere, on his hands, on his clothes, all over the figures, all over the bathroom, just red paint everywhere. And that's not long ago. He was 24 at the time.
There's
Well,
no hiding that. You knew who did it.
Oh, yeah, but he didn't confess to it. He
didn't have to. He had it all over him.
Yeah, I knew. Red-handed, yeah, exactly. But, so if I had a layout in the house, Jack would interfere with it. Innocently, but, you know, he wouldn't set out to deliberately do it, but he would damage it.
So you hide the keys, huh?
Yeah, I keep them on a bunch out at where. Anything we're used to it. Anything that could cause mischief, it's locked up because he gets up to no good with stuff like that.
Mystic, do you vape?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I used to smoke the real ones, and
Yeah.
I wanted to get off of those. And vaping's probably just as bad, but you don't
I
have the
don't know.
combustion, but you still got the tar and the nicotine and all that stuff. Probably the cancer too.
I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know. Jerry smokes a pipe.
Yeah, it's not right.
I might switch to a pipe. I don't know.
It's not as easy as the cigarettes, though.
I know, but does it look very piratey smoking a pipe?
Probably.
Do you think?
I don't know.
Pirates
Did pirates smoke
I
pipes?
think so.
I guess they
Probably.
did, didn't they?
Probably get away with it, wouldn't they? Ron said no. It makes me look like a granddad, but I am a granddad.
You are a granddad. So since I heard something the other day. Did you ever hear of the expression "burn the ships"?
No.
No, burn the ships. So like when the settlers would go to new land and their captain, and they were having this was explained to me, and their captain would burn the ship, literally burn the ship, so that to send a message to the people that came over that we have to make a go of this. It's got to work because we have no way to get back. We burn the
no
ship.
going back. Yeah.
We burn the ship. It's like, no going back. You burn the ship. There's no going back. We got to make a go of this. Burn the ship.
They should have just recycled the wood, shouldn't they? I know there's lots of wood in America and that, but
yeah, but it was just it was,
so
all right, Andy. Thanks for stopping by, Andy. Have a good night. Take care.
Take care, Andy.
Andy. Bye for now, Andy, mate.
Maybe he's going to have tea.
All right.
Hey, Kyle, I like those kits, man.
A bit late for tea.
Yeah, those buildings that you got there were pretty cool. The train, what were they? Railroad worker houses? Yeah, they were pretty cool.
Yeah, like company houses.
Yeah, like the company houses that would be like, for the coal miners or something. Dwight Curley, what's up, Dwight Curley? You want to come up here, Dwight Curley?
Come on up, Dwight.
Yeah, shows you mountain, Dwight.
I triple dog dare you.
He's been building a lake on top of his mountain like Titicaca.
Triple dog dare you. I don't think I have Dwight's email, though. Nah, he doesn't want to. It's okay.
What about Kyle?
Yeah, Kyle.
Kyle, if you want to come up, you gotta email me or something.
Kyle is a layout I'm kind of interested in how it's going. It's at that interesting early stage of development, and I'm kind of following that.
Want to see what he's doing, huh?
Yeah.
Dwight's got more problems. Is it with your mountain, Dwight, the problem?
I think he's got computer problems today.
Oh.
I don't know. We'll see what he says.
He was putting a lake on top of the mountain. And then he took it down.
What did Jimi Hendrix say? What was that song? Stand up next to the mountain, chop it down with the edge of my hand.
Boat problems.
Oh, boat problems. Yeah, he is, but I'll tell them the story, Dwight. He was moving it, and the engine, it's got an outboard engine. It hit the ground and pushed the boat up in the air, and the back of it came off the trailer, so it's like sunk down.
Blast.
It's not that big of a problem, though, Dwight. Your problems are small, Dwight. Really?
It just needs putting. So it's not damaged. It just needs to go back on the boat trailer.
Yeah, but I mean, he doesn't know how he's going to get it back on the trailer. But his son gave him a good idea. He's just got to implement it. But it's not a bad problem, though, Dwight. It's really not. I mean, it's not. It's not. It's not like waking up and finding out, you're gonna drop dead or, you know.
If
Yeah,
the
it's not
boat's
as bad as
insured,
that.
Yeah, no, it's just a little. It's a setback. That's all it is. It's not really. You didn't wake up and get diagnosed with a fatal disease, or, it's just a little setback that
yeah.
pops up along your way, and you deal with it, and if not, then you cast it aside. Don't worry about it. You know?
If it's insured, can you not put a match to it and then claim on insurance?
I doubt it's insured, but that's insurance fraud, Digger.
I know, but you could say, I don't know how to fight it. It just burst into flames in the hot sun.
Yeah.
There's got to be some way to get rid of the damn thing. I mean, is it a really big boat? How long is it?
How big is it, Dwight? I don't think it's like huge. 20-some feet? I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Wait,
He
Dwight
doesn't
has
use
a
it.
boat?
Yeah, he used to go boating. He used to go fishing, and so I guess it's like a
Huh.
fishing type size boat. Yeah, there's a lot about, it was,
16 foot long. Oh, it's long enough then. And has it got a cabin on it, or is it down in the all on one level?
I'm gonna grab a refill, fellas.
grab me one too.
Open bow. Right, you see some of them Cuban down in, Cuban migrants use them boats, don't they? And
Oh, no.
yeah, they come across. We have it here. They come across the English Channel on little rubber dinghies and all sorts. I'm sure they'd buy it.
Yeah. You just got to find one. That's on your community page? Really? Really? How long ago did you post a picture of it, right? On your community page?
Philly Express. I'm just gonna have a
Oh,
quick
yeah,
look.
yeah. I see it. The red one. Yeah, okay.
Where? Oh yeah.
You got to scroll down a little bit. It's there.
Evan Reid. Oh, it's a nice boat, is that?
Yeah.
It's a proper machine, that.
It's a good pirate vessel for you, Digger.
Yeah. It won't. We need. Yeah. Can you get it over the Atlantic?
Yeah, he'll just go throw it in the water and let it like drift your way.
No, he'll have to drive it. It'll come up the Gulf Stream. it'll come up the Gulf Stream and land up somewhere near my dad's place.
Yeah, probably, huh?
My dad lives on the Solway, and lots
I
of
kinda-
things wash up from the Gulf Stream up there.
I kind of think it would just go down. I don't think it would make the trip. Has anybody ever crossed the ocean like in a little tiny boat like that?
I think they have, but
Yeah,
there are a lot
man.
of support vessels and stuff.
What kind?
Yeah, people crossed it in like balsa wood rafts, you know?
Really?
Somebody
The
crossed the
ocean?
Pacific. Yeah, yeah, man. They tried to recreate like how they tried to prove the theory that people came from the Pacific
Yeah, the
to
Kon-Tiki
South
raft.
America.
The Kon-Tiki raft did it, didn't it?
Yeah,
Really?
But
yeah, man.
there's a girl from Britain did a race. It's a single crew race, America and back. Is it? I know for the big ships, it's the Blue Ribbon Trophy for the fastest crossing. But there's a competition like the America's Cup for who can get there and back quickest in a small single one-man vessel. But I know there's a lot of support vessels go along with them in case anything goes adrift, you know.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I wouldn't like to
Like
try it.
what would possess you to like want to do that? Like I just can't even imagine like being out in the ocean
Wow.
hundreds and hundreds of miles from land, and you're just this little.
Some people just got to
little
do it.
thing.
It's like those
Bob,
that want to scale Mount Everest, isn't it?
Yeah.
But to me, that's different. Like you're on land, right? Oh, I mean, things can go wrong, right? But yeah, I know you got support vessels, but I don't know. I don't see like it's just crazy, man. To me, it's crazy, but well, it's okay.
Yeah, I know. There's a fella called Steve Bullimore, and he went down this. He was trying to cross via the South Pole, you know, the Southern Atlantic route, and his boat capsized, and his emergency beacon went off, and the Australian Navy were the nearest, and it took him over a week to get there. And he kept himself alive in his upturned boat. He had this cup with a handle on it, and you put seawater in, and you gave it 20,000 turns, and it made a cup of drinking water. It got the salt out, and that's all they were doing for a week. And he just heard somebody banging on the hull, and he jumped. He went underwater and came up at the side, and he saw the Australian Navy vessel there. Some divers went. They were expecting him to be dead by that time, but luckily for him, he was alive.
So he was under the boat. He was under the
He
boat.
capsized, and he was in an air pocket in the hull type of thing. And he ended up. They took him all the way back to Australia, and I think some newspapers are giving him money for the story, and he got one of these chocolate, Mars bar or something like that.
Yeah.
They gave him money because he said that he only had a couple of Mars bars to eat in all this time.
Yeah.
And he got some money from this, and he gave that money to Australia to pay for the rescue mission, to pay toward it. I don't think he touched the sides really, but what money he had, he gave it to him to cover for that. And I think he went and did it again in the North Atlantic and crossed again, got into trouble and got rescued straight away this time.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it. Absolute crackers.
No, I wouldn't climb a mountain. I wouldn't do that. I'm not that type of a person.
No, I wouldn't do any of that. I wouldn't do hang gliding.
Yeah. Bungee jumping.
No bungee jumping, forget it. None of that nonsense.
There's nothing wrong with you if you do that, but it's just not something I'm into.
It's malarkey. It's malarkey. You're taking a big risk. I don't think I'd be allowed with my ticker anyhow. You know.
Oh no, probably not. But yeah, I mean, you take risks every day. I don't want to push it.
Yeah. Yeah. There's measured risks, and then there's really big,
Yeah,
extra risky activities.
yeah.
Oh,
Mystic, I got a question for you.
Yep.
How do you make coffee so fast?
No, it's made. I just heated it up in the microwave.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So I'm working on, this is a second pot today.
Gotcha. Got
I make it and then turn it off
it. Let
and
it
then
set.
just, heat it up if I need to.
Gotcha. What do you like in your coffee?
Soy milk.
Soy?
yeah. That was
Soy.
Jack
I'm a soy
sneaking
boy.
into my room to steal tobacco.
No sugar, but just a little soy. And once in a while, I drink it black.
Gotcha. Trying to
So
be like
Dwight, I
Digger?
got to meet Pappy.
Yeah, huh? How was that? Have a good time?
Man,
One sec.
amazing, man. Such nice people.
Yeah. Yep, they
And
are. Him
I
and his
took to
wife are nice.
calling, huh?
Him and his
Yeah,
wife
they're
are
just
nice.
very cool.
Yeah.
Pappy, I took to calling him Railroad Gandalf because, like, he's some kind of wizard or something. I mean, I told him, he hung out and checked out the layout for a little while, and then, we were gonna go rail fanning, and he said, "Okay, so where you want to go rail fanning?" And I said, "Well, you're in charge, man. I'm not a rail fanner. I don't know where to go really around here." I told him that the Amtrak and the MBTA and the Providence and Worcester, or they told me to say it Worcester.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, it's spelled Worcester, but
Yeah.
like they
Yeah.
said, it's
Worcester.
Providence and Worcester.
Worcester.
Yeah. So, that's nearby. That's like it's walking distance. It's like a 5-minute walk. So you got this bridge and then these tracks. There's 3 tracks that go under the bridge, but it's as Pappy put it, it's all either over or under. In other words, there are no crossings. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
And for the high speed Amtrak, and so that it's all fenced like everywhere, you know,
Yeah.
and so there's not real. I didn't know of any rail fanning spot. Man, this guy, we hop in his car, go over the bridge, go down, I don't know, maybe a block or two, and he finds it's a nice little spot. I mean, it's still got a fence there, but you could just
Yeah.
hold your phone like right over the fence. We got like
Yeah.
3 or 4 catches.
Cool.
I mean, the guy is a train magnet,
Yeah, he
and
sees cracks, man. He doesn't hold back, man.
yeah, and I said, "Man, Pappy, this is just minutes from my house. Like, I just had no idea I could come here." And he said, "Yeah, man, look, there's no signs that say,
Yeah.
no trespassing, anything. Like, this is a good spot, you know."
Will you go back?
Um, uh, yeah, I think so. I think I will because I kind of want to catch a, Providence and Worcester, and I caught an Amtrak.
Yeah.
I've caught a MBTA, but Providence and Worcester is the local line, like
Right.
the local short line. So, I kind of want to go back and catch that. But I'm not a rail fanner, man. I'm not a.
Yeah.
It's not in my.
Yeah.
It's just not in my blood,
Yeah.
I would catch vintage rail fanning.
Yeah.
Um, if there were GP7s and GP9s running around, I'll catch that.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
what's
Yeah.
up, JK?
Hey, JK, welcome.
But
How you doing?
but you know, I can't tell a SD70 from a AC44 from a Dash 9.
Yeah, but you
Know
don't
what I'm
have
saying?
to. It's just, I mean, I know, but you don't have to. I mean, it's just if you
Yeah,
like watching trains, you want to watch trains, you just watch trains, right?
right.
You don't
But
need to
there's
know
a
what they are.
million rail fanners. There's a
Oh, yeah.
million modern rail fanners out
I
there.
like.
Every one of them does it better than I would. So
Yeah.
I'm just not, it's
Don't
just
worry
not
about
my
it.
thing.
Yeah, it's okay.
But it was interesting. It was really interesting rail fanning with Pappy because he just knows what he's doing. I mean, he had a spot within
Yeah.
5 minutes. Within a half hour, we caught like 3 trains.
Yeah, that's a good thing
I mean,
about the
the guy,
commuter. You catch a lot of commuter rail as opposed to freight.
yeah,
It's always wrong.
yeah.
Hey, Deep Creek Mike, what's up? Or Deep Run Mike, how are you, buddy?
What's up,
Closet
Closet
Branch, what's up?
Branch?
Closet Branch had an
Deep Run?
interesting video today. Anybody see Closet Branch's video today?
I've not seen it yet.
Not yet.
Pretty good. It was pretty good. I forget what it was called. How to operate your model railroad? Something like that. Let's see where it went.
Yeah, I got to catch up on a lot of videos. Digger, I think you got one I haven't seen yet.
Yeah, that's just a
But
quick run session of a friend's layout. My friend who has
okay.
the train shop.
Yeah, Digger, I watch every one of your videos. I watch every video you post, even though
Thank
your
you.
channel gives me nightmares. It gives me nightmares.
Thanks, Mister.
It's such an intolerable place to live, your layout.
It is. It's designed to be the worst town ever. Nobody wants to live there, but they've got no choice. They
Is,
can't.
is that is that? Are you kidding, Mystic? Or are you serious?
So I'm messing with Digger.
Oh.
I sent Digger's huh? I sent Digger
desirable.
yeah,
It's intolerable.
a
What makes it
fan
intolerable?
email.
Oh, yeah. What makes it intolerable?
It's urban, right? It's
Yeah.
urban. It's all these 3, 4, 5-story buildings. It's run down. It's everything is rusted up. There's cars everywhere. Sort
Is
of
that
a
what makes it
concrete jungle.
intolerable to live? Digger, is that what makes it intolerable to live in?
Yeah, most of the factories are closed. There's no work.
So, Digger, what inspired you to do this layout the way you did it? Why? Here's my thing. My layout, right? It's an industrial park, right? It's just like, I don't know. It's like it could be any industrial park that I see here, right? But um, I guess it's kind of like in my head because it's not done yet. In my head, it's like a cool industrial park to like go hang out and watch trains. It's going to be like a park kind of, It's like it's just I don't know what where did you come up with all this?
Well, I don't know. I was greatly influenced when I looked at George Sellius Franklin in South Manchester.
Yes.
That's the mother of all layouts, in my opinion.
I don't know it, so
Jerry, you want to go and have a look at it on YouTube? There's a billion videos. It's incredible. It's based in the 30s,
Yeah,
I think.
not George Soros.
yeah.
No,
Not George
Sellius.
Soros. George Sellios.
Yeah, I always think of him when people
Yeah.
mention George Sellios' name. Is it spelled
Yeah.
with an S? Spelt with an S?
Yeah. Yeah, if you just put Franklin in South Manchester, the layout will come up.
Okay.
But I've done it. I didn't want a layout that was countryside and farm fields and sheep and the rolling hills and what have you, because I just have to go and look out the window for that.
Because you live it.
Yeah, and I didn't want to do that.
Yeah.
So
So,
I
like,
want,
do you secretly want to live in your town?
no, oh no, it's an undesirable place. Nobody wants to live there. The train, you get on the train to get it, and it goes round in a circle and brings you back. There's no escape. No, I wouldn't want to live there.
But, like, I would like to live in my layout.
You see, someone once said to me, I think you're telling your story. You're telling your story with that layout. And what you see, I was born over here, then we went back to Ireland, and I lived in a tiny, tiny little place called Clonakilty, down in the very rural south of Ireland in Cork. And when we came back again over here, I lived in a very tiny village, Flaxmouth, and that was all very pleasant, like Trumpton. You know, there were little houses and everybody knew everyone and all the rest of it. And eventually my parents did move to a city. And it was during the Thatcher years when a lot of things were going wrong in the country. And a lot of mills and factories and things were closed and became derelict right under your nose. And I witnessed that as a young teenager. I witnessed the town that my parents had moved to. I witnessed it dying. You know, it were a boom town like Detroit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's
then,
what I was going to say. It reminds me of Detroit. Because Detroit
and I witnessed
just
the
kind of
town dying.
overnight.
Yeah, absolute dreadful situation. And I think I just reflected that and with the layout. And I like the way you can do the details and not have to. You see, a lot of British. I've had to buy American buildings to do it with because a lot of the British buildings are little thatch roof cottages, really twee, cute thatch roof cottage, and you expect a human-sized hedgehog to live there. You know, Mrs. Tiggywinkle and a guinea pig to come running out in a suit because they're far too cute and unrealistic and just not real. They don't represent any form of reality that I know. Don't that type of layout. And the other one is just building hills and farmland, which is pretty mundane after you've been around it once.
Yeah.
With this way, I can add a lot of details. I can put stolen, broken motor cars that have been burned out. I can put shopping trolleys that have been stolen and dumped, and just rubbish on the floor and old cardboard boxes. I can really get to grips with doing a lot of stuff and rusty old fire escapes and everything. I just love doing it. I love doing it, and I like the effect it gives because it's representing a town that's really down on its luck. Really down on its luck. Nobody would want to live there.
Does it have a name?
I called it Daleport.
Dale?
Daleport.
Daleport.
Yeah. The nearest borough to me, outside of my borough, is Calderdale. And I could either call it Calder or Dale.
Yeah.
And so I called it, I used the Dale part from that, and then Port, because I thought it's going to be near the coast, it's on a river that leads into the coast. So it got the port name for that. There's a lot of British towns called with port, Southport, Stockport, and what have you. There's loads of British towns with the name Port on, as you'd imagine, being a little island nation. And so I thought that'd fit. And if I use the word Calder's a big river that goes through Lancashire, joins the Ribble and goes into the sea. And so Calder, they could say, oh yeah, I know where it is, Calder, but Daleport could be anywhere. And that's what it is. It's not any particular place. It's just a generic ex-mill town in the north of England somewhere. Could be Yorkshire or Lancashire or even Newcastle or Cumbria. Yeah. It's down on its luck. I just like the way, the opportunities it gave me to do a lot more detailing of realism.
Have you ever put this into a video?
Not really, no. No,
Would you want to? Like, would you want to share what this is? Like, I don't know, because I'm not knocking on your layout there. I love you and I love your layout, but it's like, I'm sure somebody's watching your video and saying, "Man, that's so overcrowded. He's got so much stuff going on there." Like, I wouldn't do that. Blah 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 blah. You know,
Yeah.
it's like they can't wrap their head around why you did it.
Why
Like,
it's like it is, yeah.
why
Yeah,
it
that's
is.
a good idea. I should perhaps put an explanation out there.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you can, but I never knew that that's why you did it. I just figured that you just like building buildings, right? And you do like building buildings, and you
Yeah.
just, you're just going to fill your layout up with buildings, basically, right?
Yeah.
Howdy,
And a lot of them
Eric.
are used.
Yo, Eric, what's up?
Hi, Eric. Yeah, a lot of them are disused buildings, factories that were once part of the booming industry that were there, and now they've gone south. They're buggered. They've no money, no investment. They're not producing anything, and I just like the opportunity it's given me to do so many representations of real life that you don't see on a lot of layouts, because they are all little thatched roof cottages and a country pub and a fish and chip shop and maybe a harbour scene of a fisherman with a little boat and a big net and all the rest of it, which is so far from realism. It's harking back to a time gone by, is that, back in the 50s, 40s, 30s, or even turn of the last century. And life's not like that anymore.
Yeah.
I just wanted to represent the reality, the harsh reality of life, and that's what fascinates me when I watch videos. And I've watched videos of people who do drive-throughs of there's areas in Tennessee that are really bad and derelict.
Yeah.
And then I drive along Kensington and you see those beautiful buildings ruined. It's such a crying shame.
Ruined, yeah.
And you see, and it's not unique. It's every major city in the
everywhere.
Western world.
Yeah. Some cities have more of it than others.
Yeah.
Right? You just don't see it, right? Philadelphia has a lot of it. I can just keep going on and on and on and on. It's kind of Philadelphia for me is a love-hate. I love the history. I love what used to be. I hate the now, even though, there's a lot of, they're tearing down things to build new houses, and like, it's like, it's not what it was. And I understand things aren't always the way they used to be, but you're tearing apart a lot of history that's been here for like so long that once it's gone, it's gone. It's like you can't get back what you take away. Like, you start tearing down forests, you can't get them back. I mean, and like there are places in the city that were, in the 50s that were just gorgeous, like little communities, areas, row homes, beautiful houses, beautiful. I'm talking incredible detail, and now they're like abandoned, run down, burnt up, whatever.
Yeah.
It's a shame, and who do you blame? I mean, you can blame a lot of things for it. People that want to move to better environments, better areas, so they move out, and less desirable people move in. It's kind of like I always equate these things to like an ocean wave, right? The ocean's over here, right? And it creates a wave, right? And the people are the wave, right? And it's just carrying, and it's passing all of these little communities along the way, and it's destroying them, right?
Yeah.
And it just keeps
Oh,
going and going, and they build over here, and they build over here, and build over here, but the wave just keeps going and going, and soon enough, you're going to run out of places to hide.
mm,
Because that's what they're doing. They're hiding. They're running from and going to something that they think is going to be better, and it's not, because it just keeps moving.
yeah.
It just keeps
The same
going.
problems will occur
Right?
wherever you go.
All this over here is abandoned and done with, but the wave keeps going and creating more, and this area keeps getting more. Sooner or later, somebody comes back and says, "Let's tear all this down and build up again," and then the wave starts again.
Yeah.
It's
Perpetually.
like, it's like here in the city in Philly, they're building houses where there used to be nice little houses, but they're building big houses. I've done work in houses where people are like, where are you from? South Carolina, Raleigh, North Carolina. Like, why did you move here? Well, why? Why did you move to this area? Do you know what this area is really like? It's like Kensington's a block away. That's not where it was, but that's an example. Like, like why? Why did you come here for this? Like, you're crazy, man. You're crazy. But people do it every day. Every day.
You see the houses, and a lot of them are detached houses as well.
Yeah.
They've got land around them that it'd make a lovely garden. And
Yeah.
you look at the houses, they've got a veranda and they've got everything going for them. And you think that would have been a beautiful home that somebody would have really liked. And now it's just lying abandoned and broken and what have you. And you look at Detroit, and that's a massive example of it, isn't it? How the industry's gone, the actual town has died, it's dead.
Yeah.
It's actually died, and people are just like zombies.
But it's like everywhere here. It's like, I mean,
It's
there's
the
a lot
same in
of,
the UK. The big cities in the UK have got areas exactly the same, 100% the same. You can drive along and think, I hope my car does not run out of gas.
yeah, I don't want to break down right here. Yeah. It's not
You
a good
don't
place
want
to break
stop.
down.
I hope
Yeah.
I don't have to stop here.
Yeah, but parts of Detroit are coming back. Parts of Detroit people want to move back to, and it's the same thing. Parts of Philadelphia people want to move back to. Yeah, it's just
Urban regeneration, they call it.
yeah, but it's just, what I guess the saddest thing is those people don't know what was here, right? They don't know what has replaced where they are now and what they're living in now. And what was here was so much nicer than what they have, in my opinion. And it's just my opinion, just because I like architecture. I like old houses, old buildings. They're just awesome. I mean, they're just they're just not four walls, right, with nothing, no character, no nothing. They're beautiful. They're detailed oriented. There's like everywhere you look in some of these old houses outside is a detail, like and
The
it's like,
cornices at the top corner.
yes, I mean, it's like,
Driving across
so
the top. Incredible work.
these people don't know what was here, and that's what makes me, I guess, sad. And it just, it bugs me, like, because the people that left something really good, but the people that came destroyed it.
Yeah, didn't appreciate it.
No, they didn't appreciate it. Yeah.
It
Nobody
is
wants to move back to
Hey, Jared.
Cleveland. Yeah.
reality.
Go ahead, Mystic.
You when you go out and about in Philly, what do you do? Where do you go?
Out
Or
and
do
about.
you get out and about?
Define out and
I
about.
don't know. Just go somewhere to do something. Whether it's going somewhere to eat out,
I don't.
going to a park.
I don't.
You don't?
I don't go nowhere in Philly.
Governor
Because
Prince Park.
it's not in Philly.
Oh,
It's not in Philly. It's outside of Philly. Yeah, I go
Well, maybe you
outside of.
should.
I don't.
Harrogate Park, which is near
But there's,
Kensington.
but you going into the city, like Philly, like all the little neighborhoods of Philly, it's not what it used to be, and I don't want to go there because it makes me sad because I knew it was there and what it was like. Right? It's not the same
Right.
anymore. Right? Uh,
Right.
it,
But
it,
it's
it,
important to
I
have
understand where
some.
you're getting at.
You
Go
know what I'm
ahead.
saying? Like it's important not to hate where you live.
Yeah, I get
You know
that,
what
and
I
I
mean?
do hate where I live. I do hate
Find
where I live.
something that
Yeah.
you know.
Well,
Like
and even when I
I don't
was
get out and about.
right, even when I was
I don't get
younger,
out and about, but
I
wifey
never,
forces me to,
I never went
which
to
is a
the
good thing.
city. I always gravitated towards the country, towards suburban. Always have. Um, yeah, I don't know. I guess like from a very young person, when I was young, um, the country was where I wanted to be, and it's where I felt at peace, at like what I liked around me, like animals and that life. I never liked city life. Even though I
Yeah,
live in it, I don't. I'm only here
yeah. I can
because
tell
yeah,
from experience. People that grow up in country want the opposite. They want to go to
yeah,
Philly and see
I
the
know,
city, and
I know. Yeah, it's like yeah. I mean, it's like yeah. I guess people they grow up in a place like the country, want to see what they're missing in the city, right? But like, maybe you are missing something. I don't know. And there's great things in the city. Don't get me wrong. It's just, yeah, it just doesn't interest me.
I like looking at them. I've stayed in some cities. Not properly lived there. Just stayed for a few months or a few weeks or whatever, depending where I was having to go and stuff. And I've stayed, been on city breaks to Berlin and places like that. Um, as soon as you're out of the tourist geared area, the visitor area,
Yeah,
you get the reality of the place. And
yeah,
I
yep,
think a lot of people, like you said, I've been born and bred in the countryside and raised in a farming community, do think they're missing out because it's the bright lights of the city, isn't it? You
yeah,
know,
yeah,
and you see it on TV, and it's obviously exaggerated onto TV.
yeah,
And I used to watch when I was a kid. I'd watch Kojak, and I'd see the city. I don't even know what city he was in, but I'd see that city, and I'd say, "Whoa, what would it be like going there?" You know,
yeah. Yeah, I
they're
mean,
all
it
right.
might be great. You might enjoy it, or you might not, right? But you don't know until you do it, right?
Mm,
So I've been in both places. I've been in the country. I used to spend summers at my uncle's farm and my aunt's farm. So I've been there. I know what it's like. I love it. I
yeah,
live here. I know what it's like. I hate it.
yeah,
Yeah, it's like, and it's just where I am. We can drive around all day and find great places in the city, right? Great places like where I go rail fan and that place with the bridges and all. It's a cemetery actually that I'm standing in. I'm standing in one of the big cemeteries in the city, right? It overlooks everything. Yeah, it's great in the cemetery. It's peaceful. There's nobody bothering you, right? You don't have to worry about somebody mugging you, right? But looking down below, you see all the traffic and the people and the cars, and that's like the chaos is down there, right?
yeah.
But it's beautiful, right? It's a beautiful shot, right? Oh man, all the bridges and the water. It's beautiful. There's beautiful places everywhere, right? But there's not so beautiful places like Kensington and Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and name names because there's a ton of them. It's like every city,
Yeah,
right? There's something not nice about every city, big or small.
yeah. There's areas in London that I would not want to be walking about. I wouldn't get out the car. I wouldn't even like to drive through some areas of London.
So I'm curious, deeper on Mike. You said the District of Columbia I found when I moved here from Virginia is nothing like what they show you in school. What did they show you in school, and what do you see now? That's what I'm interested in.
I would imagine all you see on TV is the patriotic stuff, but in reality, uh, I think all the neighborhoods around the capital are really poor, like
Yeah,
rundown,
it's probably like
high crime.
Baltimore. Like Baltimore.
That's
Baltimore
my
was
impression.
a beautiful city. Parts of it still are a beautiful city, but there's so much crime going on there that you wouldn't want to be there. You wouldn't want to be there at 8 o'clock in the morning. Forget 8 o'clock at night. Okay, so it's a shame that the city, the people in power of the city, let it get to that. That's the most disgusting part, in my opinion.
Yeah,
You know, uh, because there's these cities, right, that have been here since 1700s, right? You up and down this coast here, Providence, probably, probably parts of
16
Providence are
something.
right. I mean, it's like they were beautiful, right? What happened? Why did you let them deteriorate to the point that they're at now? What happened? Why?
What's up,
It's
John?
it's it's a disgrace, man. It's a
how are you, John?
disgrace for all the people that fought to make what it is then, and
And
it's
what
sad.
it's ended up
Yeah,
as? Yeah,
and what it's ended up with. What's up, John? 2618. I don't know. We started talking about Digger's layout, really, John, and like, why was it? Why did he build his layout like he built his layout? It's like this town nobody wants to live in. That's where this all came from. And I said I built my layout because it's like it would be like the ideal place, that I would want a rail fan, a happy little industrial park that's fun to hang out in, even though it's not finished. You don't. I see it in my head. You guys don't see it, right? But that's what my layout's going to be. Eventually, one day, maybe.
What's up, Rusty?
Yo, passing by you. How you
Eric,
doing?
I'm gonna go to Roger Williams Park. That's on our list.
Where's
Um,
that at? In Rhode
but
Island? Up by you?
yeah, it's kind of south of where we are. It's in
Right.
hi, Rusty.
Providence. Maybe it's in Warwick. Uh, but we're kind of like maybe once a month getting out and about somewhere. Wifey uses some dynamite and blasts me out of my train room
Yeah.
about once a month.
I am Possum. I am Rusty. Yeah, I'm modelling a very undesirable place, but a very realistic place and true to life.
Yeah.
But it's very uncommon in Britain because people, like I say, the buildings and everything else.
Yeah, like all the layouts I see in Britain are like countryside, little thatched cottages,
Yeah,
farms, and like, this little, like, I don't know, this little heaven.
yeah, completely unrealistic. But there is places like that.
Yeah.
There is
Yeah.
places like
Yeah.
that. But
Sure.
when you've got your own farm, and
Yeah.
I'm sick of listening to sheep.
I'm with Digger. I'm with Digger too. I don't want to just model grass fields and
Yeah.
farms. You know,
So
the
do you
exception is I'm gonna do a lot of foliage. Like around the edge of the layout. instead of having a backdrop, I'm going to have like forest, like hills with forest. But that's the only sort of blanket sort of scenery like that I'm going to have. Like in the layout itself, it's not really, I don't know exactly what it's going to be, but it's not going to be like fields, that kind of like nature. It's not going to be like that.
Do you have an image in your head?
Yeah, pretty much. Yard, yard buildings, some kind of little residential with a highway going through, and then water scene, and then industrial park, like
Right.
all in the other section.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
like in
the
my
whole thing will be, I was going to say, the whole thing will be kind of surrounded by a hill with foliage on it, like kind of like it's a valley, you know?
Thanks for stopping by, Mike.
I might take care,
Take
mate.
care, Mike.
Take care. Good to see you. Hey, to people to come in, Possum Bayou, John 26,
Happy Valley.
Happy Valley, yeah. I would rather have
Same here.
factories
Yeah.
than farms on countryside. Yeah, I like farms. I love farms, but I don't think I would want to model a farm. Yeah.
Yeah. I've got a real one, and
Yeah.
it's all right to look at, but it's crap to work on. In reality, a lot of people say, "Oh, I'd love a farm," and feeding the lambs. You wait while you've got 9 or 10 lambs that all need bottle feeding all at once.
Yeah, I mean, being a farmer is hard work. The bigger your farm, the more of a commitment it is. Animals, they're 365 days a year, 27,
What's up, Edward?
24 hours a day. Is there a lot of work? I mean, yeah.
Ron's happy. Ron loves animals. She's happy
Yeah.
doing it, and I'm happy sitting on my ass at home.
Yeah, that's the sure happy. But something we were talking about back on track today was the more you do something, the better you become at it, and that's why I believe that Digger is so good at weathering, because his layout has so much opportunity to do this, that he just becomes so proficient with it because of all the buildings and everything that needs weathering, because of his town and because of his scenes. He just became good at it. I'm sure if you go back and see some of the things that he did when he first started compared to something that he did yesterday, it probably looks horrific back then. So it's that the more you do it, the better you become at it. It's easier.
Yeah, I
And
agree.
that's the thing. So yeah, the more you do it,
I think it's
the better.
common for, when you start putting scenery on your layout, by the time you get from one end to the other, your scenery is so much better that
Yeah.
I think it's really common. People just go back to the other end and start again, like redo it,
Yeah.
because it looks so much better,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've changed a lot of things
But
on my layout, over time. Closet. What?
So, do you have anything on your layout that you haven't changed from the beginning?
I've changed building locations.
Not locations. I'm talking about something that you weathered from the
there from the
beginning and it
Yeah.
stayed.
The
Like,
scrapyard.
just something to reflect back to.
The scrapyard has never changed.
Really? But the scrapyard looks great. Like, to me, I don't know, but like the scrapyard to me is like your highlight part of your layout, not the take anything away from other parts of your layout, but your scrapyard's pretty awesome.
Thank you. But to be honest, it's my favourite part of the layout. The only thing that has changed on it is I've added more things to it. I've got 3 cars here. Hiya, Stretch.
Hey Eddie, how you doing?
Stretch.
Great.
And those
Nice.
aren't. They're just 3 really old, I think, Lesney cars, and the 2 red ones are just a really cheap Chinese thing. And I've just rusted them up a little bit at the moment. You can't see too much detail on those at the moment.
Yeah.
And they're just going to sit as a stack of cars at the back of the yard and gather dirt and dust and rust. And
Did you that center one? Did you cut the roof off of it?
It was a convertible.
Oh, okay.
And it came like that, and
Okay.
just use some blue tack to stick one on top of the other.
Yeah.
And I'll just ding those at the back of the scrapyard somewhere. Looks like,
Yeah.
You know, a lot of them have stacks of cars, don't they?
Yeah, sure.
And that's just something I just kind of tinkered about with while I was not doing very much. So that's never changing so much as I've not moved things around very much or anything, or changed the way it looks. It's always looked like that, and all I've done is add more things to it and hopefully improve it as time goes on. And that's the thing I like about it. There's always something I can be doing. There's always a bit of detail I can be doing.
Rusty.
Yeah, I know. So Edward, what are you doing with all these dioramas? What's your plan with all these dioramas once you're done?
Excellent, Bottom. Yeah.
Yeah, this is Rusty. That's funny. Yeah, it could be anywhere. It could be, it could be parts of Pennsylvania, parts of Maryland, parts of
Lancashire in England as well.
Virginia. It could be anywhere. Yeah.
I've got, if you look at the layout, I'll go for a proper tour at ground level. 1 or 2 places I've got stolen and damaged dumped vehicles, or stolen and burned out vehicles. Dumped, they've dumped them under a bridge out the way near the tenement buildings and stuff where you'd expect to find kind of, like car thieves. They won't want to walk 2 miles home. They'll dump it near to home when they've finished doing whatever they're doing and smash it up if there's joyriders.
Yeah.
Dump it near home and then walk 100 yards to the front door, and the derelict vehicle stays there, making the area look disgusting and dirty and horrible.
Right.
And I've put those in and about on the layout, and there's room for more. There's room for more of that kind of thing.
Yeah, because Digger, I think if you did, I don't know, I might be wrong, but if you did a typical scene, farm thatching, maybe you wouldn't be as, I don't know, as good at weathering as you are. I don't know, maybe you would be, but there's not as much opportunity with a farm scene to weather things as it is with Europe.
Yeah, exactly. There's limitations, too many limitations. But with this, there's a company that makes tiny scaled cardboard boxes out of laser board, really thin laser board.
Yeah, you put them on your layout.
Yeah, you put some in the shops, some in the alleyways, and some are thrown on derelict land, and they've got wet and they're open, and there's newspaper with them and broken.
The only place I've never been, but maybe John's been. The only place that wouldn't have that in the world is Japan. They wouldn't have trash all over, right?
Yeah, I didn't really see. I didn't see anything like that.
Yeah,
places
like
I've
Bill
been
had
over there. Yeah.
Today Bill had talked about his trip to Japan. Bill just came back from Japan. He's got some He put out a video today of a train, so you guys can check that out later.
Wow, Rusty.
But he said there was no trash anywhere. He went anywhere. He was in
Yeah,
Tokyo.
yeah.
Surprised me. It's a completely different outlook, different culture. They're much more respectable people, to be honest, aren't they? You know, they value things completely differently.
Yeah.
You don't see a lot of drunkards, I bet you don't in Japan.
Actually, I saw a few of those. We were there for the what do you call these cherry trees? You know, the cherry blossoms.
Yeah.
Those trees only bloom like 2 or 3 weeks out of the year, and so they
Early
have a big festival. You know, and so they have like every city has these huge festivals under the cherry blossoms, and it's a big thing. You know, they bring out they picnic, they spend the night. Actually, they bring blankets and spend the night under the cherry blossoms. And we wandered around one of these festivals a little bit at night, and there were guys fighting. I mean, they hit the sake pretty
Yeah.
hard, you know, and
Wow.
we saw one fight, you know, and so they, you know,
Yeah.
they have their moments.
Yeah, I mean, it's like anywhere else. I mean, I guess, they're conservative sort of in their craziness, I guess. I don't
But
know how to put it.
yeah,
But
but
the
when they
people that
let it
still
out, they let it
party
out.
and let it out, they're just like, you can
Yeah,
only be pent up for so long, right? Where
Yeah.
you got all this in you and you just got to come out somewhere, and it comes out all of a sudden, and then you just go
yeah,
back into your shell, right? You go back into your shell, and I can't believe he did
yeah.
that.
But
But,
as far as just yeah, but as far as like trash and rubbish or whatever, or also in terms of like blighted property, I just didn't see. Uh, if I saw it, I don't remember it
yeah,
over there. You
it's not
know?
common. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
And I
but,
mean, they still have crime. They don't have guns,
yeah,
really.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
but I mean, you just get beat to death or stabbed to
Right.
death. You know?
Yeah, it's just a different
Um,
form. Yeah, yeah. It's
yeah.
crime everywhere.
Yeah, and not as much crime as we have in the U.S., but
Right.
I mean they still got it.
Yeah, I'm sure every place has problems, right?
Hmm.
What are you up to
So
today, Eddie? Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Stretch is about to start a layout
Is he really? Where'd you hear that at?
at some point from Stretch.
Stretch, you're starting to lay
Maybe
out.
not
I know.
soon. I don't know.
Maybe in 10 years, 2 years. Just tell us, Stretch.
Yeah, and by the way, Corey, I'm also very interested in Corey. What Corey's got going on.
Yeah, Corey's got a layout going on. I hope he shares it more.
He did a little short, didn't he, showing about
Yeah, the track.
how to work the fish plates, the joiners.
Fish plates, yeah.
Yeah, they call them fish plates here, and I asked the guy in the train shop why they call fish plates, and he doesn't know. Oh, closet, how lovely of you to say.
It's a fall
That is
project. So
so nice.
fall's coming up, though, Eddie.
Yeah, we're into September.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking the same thing. Just shoot me, man. Don't beat me to death.
Yeah, that's got to be the worst way to go, hasn't it?
Yeah, don't beat me to death. Just shoot me. Quick. Get it over with. What do you have an idea what you're going to model, Eddie? So if I'm throwing this out here, if anybody wants to come up, email me and I'll send you the link. I don't want to share it in chat, but on. Just email me.
Yeah, come on up. Stretch can come up and tell us about his
Yeah,
for the autumn.
yeah. Closet Branch, you can come up. Just make sure you don't show from here down.
Waist up.
Yeah, waist up. Because I know, like, you like to hang out in your no pants. It's okay. You're in a hotel. You want to come on, John?
Yeah, I have no pants days, but I still wear my boxer shorts or something.
Yeah, something.
PJ day.
Half industrial and some scenic. You gonna do a big layout?
Okay, Eric, take care. Thank you.
You guys, I think YouTube. You're watching on YouTube. YouTube chat comes faster than chat does here. All right, Eric. Have a good day, man. Enjoy your nap. Wigwag's
Take
probably
care,
napping.
Eric.
It's wigwag nap time. Okay, no problem. It's okay. Stretch. Maybe another. The Mystic. What's your next? You want to get your track running, right? With no problems before you start doing other things.
Uh, no, it's running good enough for now. So at some point, I got my fixed track pieces like Digger was talking about. So I'm gonna correct these joints eventually. I'm not in a hurry because everything's running
So
okay. But
here's a piece of advice for you. Take care of your track now,
yeah,
right? Don't be in
uh huh,
my
yeah,
predicament
you're right. You're right.
where I ballasted my track and I got a problem and I don't want to fix it because I don't want to tear stuff up, right?
Right,
So
what I've just had to do,
Yeah.
lift all that ballasted track.
get it
Well,
going, fix
nothing's
it. Yeah,
nothing's ballasted. I'm gonna fix it before I
yeah,
ballast.
yeah,
Um, and
yeah.
so and the track is just down with Elmer's glue.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So it
Yeah,
holds it, but
yeah,
you can pry it up. So
yeah,
um,
yeah.
so yeah, that's in the
Don't,
works. I'm gonna
yeah.
get these joints fixed. But for now, man, I'm just trying to finish these tanks I've been working on, man. I just go slow with it, you know.
Yeah.
I put on a part, I do a little part, and then I look at it for a day or 2 days or 3 days or a week or a month, or 6 months or a year. Um, and then but I just like doing it that way. I kind of like to savor each little step that I do. And sometimes when I do something, I'll let it sit, and then when I come home from work, I'll go in the train room, run a train, and just look at it, think about it, you know. And then sometimes uh, it'll just suddenly come to me. Oh, maybe some Delta Dirt powder would look good on those stairs, and just put a little of that on there. And if I just built the kit like in one night or in a couple days, man, I just don't think it would be as good, because
Yeah.
when I just let it sit, I just suddenly think of something sometimes,
Yeah.
um,
Or
you know
you're
what I'm
not
saying? So
procrastinating,
it
are you?
works.
You're
What's
not
that?
stalling. You're not stalling because you're like don't want to do something on your layout, right?
Uh,
Do you
well, sometimes
understand
I'm a
that?
little
Like,
lazy, like,
no, no, no. I'm saying
but
like there's parts of your layout where you don't want to work on, so you kind of do other things.
oh, like
Keep you
procrastinating?
from procrastinating. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I would say No, I don't even make the excuse of procrastinating. I'm just lazy sometimes.
That's okay. Yeah,
And
straight
I
up.
don't mind going slow. I don't mind going slow, you know.
Yeah, that's
Um,
cool.
you know what
All
I'm
right,
saying?
Ed.
Sometimes I
Edward's leaving. Say bye. Edward, thanks for
take
stopping
care,
by.
Edward.
Buy something good at the train store.
Um,
Hey, James.
sometimes I get a
Stretch has
little
got a good question.
Yeah, I'll get to Stretch's question after Mystic is done. God.
go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah. So Stretch has a question. Will HO pull a slight grade? So I do know it will, because if you go over to Crooked River and Eastern's uh, channel, he's got 2 levels, but he gets there because he's going, up a grade along to get to the next level. He doesn't use a helix. So what that
Yeah,
is,
I'm
I don't
curious
know. But
what his grade
yeah,
is.
yeah, I don't know, like, you know, how far you need to go to get to the next level. That's going to be a determination that you got to figure out. But yeah, he would probably be a good person to talk to about it. Eddie, are you subscribed to his channel?
Al's got a 2% grade on his, and that works.
Yeah, but Al does. But
Yeah,
like,
I got some Woodland Phoenix risers. I think they're like 2%.
yeah. So like, I wonder how far you would, you know, how far you would have to go lengthwise to get, say, 18 inches up. You know what I mean? To a next level. I don't know what that would be.
Mm.
Gee, 4-inch rise test, 16 foot.
Oh wow, that's a long space.
Holy crap!
So Stretch, that's his channel there. Go check out some of his videos, and maybe you can chime in and ask him some questions. Curved radius plays a big role as well on a grade, but he's like, I think what Eddie wants to
That's
do
true.
is have
Makes it harder.
two levels, right? 2 levels without a helix. Is that what you want to do, Eddie? I'm guessing. To have 2 levels, but I'm not sure if it's possible. Yeah, I'm guessing he wants to do it without a helix.
Actually, 16 feet isn't that bad because my layout's 8 feet, you know? So 8,
Yeah.
and then just doing that again. I mean, for an HO layout,
No, for
it's not
HO, it's
that
not bad.
prohibitive.
Yeah. But I mean, if you're only working with, he's doing, uh, he's, well, he's doing an L, 4x8 pieces of plywood in L. And I'm guessing that it's not going to, I don't know. I don't know how it's going to.
So
Well,
I
it's
would
a two.
think,
There's going to be a
depending on
12-foot
how
section.
close his levels are,
Yeah.
yeah, I
Yeah.
would
How?
think from one end of his layout to
Do a
the
full
other.
circle.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's going to take some planning.
Could do a full circle on the 8-foot piece, on one 8-foot piece, and come round on yourself, and it's rising all the time, so it's like a helix, but a massive 8-foot round the track.
Mhm.
Go into another level. Yeah.
But it'd be 12 foot long at one section, where if it's an L shape, there'd be an 8-foot section and a 4-foot section where it joins on. So that's a 12-foot section. You could have it rising all that 12 feet
Yeah.
and then back on itself.
Yeah, and you could always have it like your main line, your long run can be like a narrow piece, and then like you could have like Tammy has and Ray has a dog bone at one end where it comes and comes back to itself, to turn around. There's a lot you could do. But yeah, without a helix.
And also,
Yeah.
maybe Al or John could answer
this, but I mean, you could have a 3% grade and still pull a decent train, right? As long as you're consisting, like you got a 2 or 3 engine lash up. I mean, if it's
I guess so. Yeah.
a tough grade, then it's just an excuse for more power, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
Hmm.
I guess. I mean, yeah. I mean,
Al's saying something. Is it different for HO scale? Al, did you give us the 16 foot for an N scale? Don't tell me it's 32 foot for HO.
so yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you definitely need to plan, right? You definitely need to plan. Figure it out, and then you can always add to it. Make it so that you can add to it. Yeah, there's tons of options. HO scale 16 up and 16 down. Gotcha. Who's that, Digger? Is that
That
Sophie?
is Sophie. That's Sophie barking, the Yorkshire Terrier, and some of the bigger dogs have just.
Yeah, they make risers up to 4%. I mean, that's a steep grade, but you just, like John says, you just add more power to it. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe you're not going to pull a 100-car train up it, but
Hiya, Jerry.
That's Ron.
Hello, Sharon.
Are you okay?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
Hi, Sharon.
I'm good. I'm good, thank you. Hello, everybody else.
That's Mystic John.
Hiya, Mystic John.
Hello.
And whoever the other one is that you?
That's me.
All right, and I adjust.
Digger.
Sorry.
His
Digger.
name is Digger.
I could think of something better for him, though.
I'm sure you can.
Yeah, be back up soon.
What do you need?
Getting that stuff from the.
All right.
I need to put them in the fridge and shit. They'll be warm out.
Is Jack all right? That's Ron back from the farm, and the bloody pack of dogs just came charging in with her.
Yeah,
Jumping and bouncing about.
Stretch. I think they should all be powered because dummy units just make things harder, I think, Howdy, James.
Yeah, Dwight says she's real. Yeah, she's real. My question is, can you run like a bunch of units in DC together, like you can in HO, like DCC? I don't know. Can you?
Depending on your controller, I've run two. I've run two at once with my controller. And I asked somebody for advice first to run a double, what we call a double header, 2 locos at the front.
Okay.
But I think it depends on your controller.
Right. But in DCC, you can run a ton of them. But maybe in DC, you're limited. I don't know.
Well, DC, I got 8 DC locos, and I'm running DC now. And I'm running this lash up with the 2 RS3s because they're both Bachmann. They probably got the same decoder in them. I don't know, but it's, DCC, DC, non-sound. And it's just lucky that they both kind of have the same speed without doing anything to them. And so it's basically, this is just my understanding of it. If you're DC, then you got to just run all your locos and test them on different voltages and see which ones kind of naturally have the same speed. And then that's your lash ups, right? But there is a way, some people apparently put resistors in them, which I only learned about just recently from Pappy, actually. Some people put resistors in the DC locos to modify their speed. I wouldn't know how to do that.
Yeah.
But that's another way to speed match in DC. But I mean, I'm not dealing with any of that. I'm just going to convert everything to DCC non-sound, basically,
Right.
and speed match that way.
Hiya, Meg. I'm Megan.
Do you notice like running a single engine on that train versus a double engine? Does it pull better or
Me?
yeah,
Yeah, big difference. Like I couldn't, this 20 car train, I could not pull with just one RS3.
okay.
It'll struggle. And so that's why I've been running this lash up a lot, because I can run longer trains with it. Now I had another lash up, which was these guys, kind of a strange one, but it's a GP50 and a H1644, which never would have lashed up to my knowledge, because one's a Fairbanks Morse from the 50s, the other is
Right.
a GP50 from the 80s, EMD. So that was another lash up that worked. Just lucky that they're kind of match speeds in DC. But I was
Right.
running them once before my inner loop was complete, and they came
Uh-huh.
off the layout, hit the radiator, bounced on the hardwood floor, and now they don't run real well.
Mm.
And so I lost one of my DC lash ups.
Well,
So
maybe you
now
can
the
get that
only one I have, yeah, I'm sending those to Finnerton
right to Brian.
Central.
Right. So
Hmm.
here's read now here's another question. How do you know all the engines are completely synchronized together? You don't want one of them running stronger or weaker than the others.
Right, you
So I
have to
think
test them all.
yeah. You gotta what do?
You just have,
Like you put them both on the track together and see which ones stay together?
yeah.
Yeah.
Can you not control the speed of each individual one? When you
Not
call it up with the local number and then tell it how fast it should be running.
not in DC.
No,
I don't think.
no, I'm on about DCC.
Oh yeah, DCC you can. Yeah.
DC,
Yeah, I was talking about DC.
all right, DC, if you put two on the track, and they'll only go as fast as each other. You won't get one faster than the other.
I don't know. Will
No,
you?
I
Maybe
do.
you will. Do you?
I do. So, yeah, with the same voltage, you put two on the track, one travels much faster than the other on the same voltage.
I've never
So
had
that's
that.
what I'm saying. Really? Well,
Hmm.
I've found that, maybe it's because I got some Bachmann, I got Atlas, I got Kato, I got
Mine don't have a chip in
BLI.
or anything.
You know what I mean? So, all of my locos go a different speed in DC, except for these two Bachmann match.
Yeah, I would think that they're like even DCC, like you still have to match them, right? Because some just, you could put them on speed step 2, and one might run faster than the other. Just the nature of it, I
Hi,
guess.
Tammy and Ray.
Mhm.
Hello.
Hello, Tammy.
Hey, Tammy. Yeah, so all
How
my
you
locos
doing?
run a different speed.
Right. Well, I've only done it with one set, and I've 2 lines off one controller. Two separate lines. I put them both on, and they just ran together at whatever speed I set it to. They didn't. One wasn't pushing and one pulling the other or anything like that.
And Digger, you're totally DC, right?
Yeah, there's no chips in them or anything.
Yeah, Digger's old school.
Really old school.
Well, DCC is not allowed in pirate code,
No, it's
No.
far too modern.
correct?
Far
No.
too modern. Pirates can't. We can't be having that.
How do you get away with using an airbrush?
Oh, they've been about for a lot of years. That's
Okay.
very piratey. Very piratey, isn't it?
Okay. I can get it. What's up, Tammy? What are y'all doing down there? Yeah, do your homework, Stretch. Yeah, just talk to some people. Like, talk to Dave. Dave, he would probably be able to help you with that, how to get to the second level. Who else does that? Doesn't somebody else do that? Is Jason
Split
doing that?
Rock? Does Split Rock do that?
Maybe. I really don't. Not familiar with his layout.
I think Split Rock has 2 levels and hates helixes. So I'm
Yeah,
not
he
sure
might.
about it either.
I'm not a fan of helixes either. I really don't like them.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of them, but
I see their reason. I
I'll
see why people want to do them. I just, I don't like them. I just don't. I don't like them.
yeah, I wouldn't be against having one if it accomplished what I wanted,
Oh,
you know.
I would be against having one. I just wouldn't do whatever. Yeah,
Mhm.
I would be against it. I just like, oh well, can't have it. Oh yeah, yeah.
Nice,
There's a
Tammy.
lot of good people to ask advice from, Eddie. Yeah, building models. How's your first? How did your first 3D print go? That's a
Wow.
fun thing. It's always nice when you do things and they come out nice, right? Cobblestone Bridge, no kidding. Did you make a video? Put it on your community page? What are you doing?
Going for a refill.
Damn, man. It's Mr. Refill. Digger, are you still working on your first cup or
No, I've had two. I've had 2 cups of juice. Uh, one was mixed fruit and the other was orange, but they're empty. Now Ron's back. I believe she's working on something refreshing.
you're not gonna have no coffee?
Uh, probably, probably, but I'll give it a minute. Wait and see if anything. Because I've got a coffee machine up here, haven't I?
Yeah.
So I can make myself one of those out the fancy coffee machine with those pods.
Yeah, like that would be cool. Doing that. Putting it in something and it pops out the other end.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd cover it. A helix, you can cover it with like a
You
Rocky
can
Mountain.
cover it, yeah, but you still need to get to it. You
Mm.
still gotta be able to get to it if you have problems. I guess you just come up the middle. But
Yeah,
I
go.
mean,
If you've got lights inside, you can go up underneath,
yeah,
crawl up in there.
if you have a
Oh,
derailment or track problems or something, that's
get one
that's
of
the
the
only
kids
thing that I
lowering
don't
down
like.
from the top like an old
Yeah,
chimney sweep.
yeah, that's the only thing I don't that puts me off about helixes. If you have problems, then you gotta crawl under there, get in there somehow, and it's hard enough to work on track, let alone try to deal with 4 layers of track in a helix. Yeah, you need to be young for a helix. Young or agile, one or the other. I'm neither. We're tiny. But I would think like a helix for HO would be pretty big.
Well, Sparky has, but I
Yeah,
made a massive building, haven't they, for it?
Sparky's is huge.
Mm.
I mean, it's freaking like a monster. Like Sparky's Helix is a layout just in itself. Like forget the rest of the layout.
Yeah.
That could just be a layout, just watching it come down and go up, and you know, there's so much. There's a lot of
If
track in there.
if Sparky's train shed was in the UK, it'd be classed as a house.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's a dwelling place, is that? It's not.
Yeah, it's so big. Yeah.
Mystic John's back. Shush, shush, be quiet. Shh. He's
Uh,
back. Shh.
okay. I'm kind of
Hello.
jealous you get refills that fast. Have you thought about doing a Helix, Mystic?
I thought about it. I thought about it with my old layout in the living room down in New Orleans. My my little 2x5 that I had down there. I thought about having a Helix, having a second level. You know, the Helix itself would be like 2x2, I think.
Yeah.
Um, that's with the tightest possible curves. I thought about it, but
Yeah.
didn't
Eric,
do it
Eric,
there. I had a
Eric
huh?
has a nice Helix. The Helix that Eric got
Yeah,
was really nice.
That's true,
It
Al.
goes together
yeah.
really nice and easy.
Mm-hmm.
What are you that truant about? His young thing? This comment, Digger?
Yep. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a young man's thing, is a Helix, and you've got to
yeah,
climb up inside the damn thing. I'm
yeah,
too old and fat for that.
Yeah.
yeah, for sure. Me too. Yeah.
I thought
And you
about
know,
doing it here too, but I'm not going to.
the only Helix that I like, and I wouldn't do it, but I would live with it, is Brian from Iron Horse. I like how Brian's
Mm,
is. It's
yeah.
not just circular; it's oblong. So it's kind of
Yep.
like, and it just I don't. Yeah, I just like the flow of that more than a
Yep.
like. To me, it's
Yep.
just
I
like,
always like Brian. And
yeah.
a Vinny's as well is kind of cool. It's scenic at the top,
Oh, is it?
as it
Yeah,
comes out of the helix. Yeah.
yeah, that would be cool. Yeah,
Vinny's
most Helix
he's doing some alterations on his layout, and he's reducing it in size.
is he really?
That's what he was talking about last night on his live stream. He was going to reduce everything.
See you,
Take
Eddie.
care,
Thanks for stopping
Stretch.
by. Have a good
Yeah,
night. Be
bye,
safe.
Stretch. Cheers, mate.
No dancing, Eddie. Me three. Me three. What? Me three.
I think when we were saying we were too old to be crawling about under a helix.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But Ray isn't old. Ray's fine. Ray's agile. He can go under there. But yeah, Brian's is like the only one that I kind of like. It's just, I don't know. It just flows nice. It's just, uh, yeah. Digger. JIMMY has been quiet.
He has, and I've got. If
Oh,
you
you got
see,
him covered. Okay.
it's not
All right.
complete. It's just that's an old dressing gown that Ron had, and she didn't want it anymore, so she said the dogs can have it to lie on, And Sophie will sometimes come up in my room and sit on that, and it's just come out the washing machine. And Sophie wasn't sat on it, so I thought I'll shove it over there because they were giving it this. They were proper giving it some before you went live.
Right.
So I thought I'll quiet him down with that, and it's touch wood. It seems to have worked, even though he's heard your voice. All I have to do sometimes, if you're sending me a voice message on my phone and I listen to it, he's off. He starts his antics. You all right?
Yeah, I had to chase the cat out of the train room today because my cat likes to chew up whatever natural scenery I got. Like I got this stuff that I'm gonna use to make trees with. It's some bush that grows around here, But the cat, this is just irresistible for my cat, you know?
Don't take some catnip. Sends him into a frenzy.
Yeah, and where do you put
What's
that?
that?
Somewhere else.
But no, you just get catnip boards and stuff.
Ron says use a catnip board to keep the cat occupied somewhere else.
It's like having speed to a cat.
Very addictive. She said it's like speed to a cat.
Yeah.
Why does your cat climb on your layout?
She doesn't. She's getting old now, so she tends not to jump up. But I had this stuff under the layout, and so she came in a little while ago and just made a beeline for it. Went straight there and started chewing on it. Maybe she's a little old now to jump up on the layout. You know, the only time she jumped up on it was when we first moved here and I first set it up. You know, I came back to the train room and she came running out, like with that guilty, you know, that little guilty sort of. And I was like, what's going on? And I saw one of my little vehicles, this white car here. Apparently she found that irresistible. This was on the floor. So
you see, they get up and they have a lot of pleasure in pushing stuff off, don't they?
Yeah.
You know.
Yep.
I've seen them push glasses of water off tables and stuff.
But it was just once though.
It didn't work out. Didn't look right.
She's probably swatting it around.
Edges of it. Couldn't get it much closer to me because of the chair and the tripod and what have you. Not enough room. Maybe when I get a different camera. Sorry, that was just Ron coming in talking, and
it's all right.
I had to go back out and deal with Jack.
He's all rested now.
Full of beans, yeah.
Full of beans. Yeah.
Full of something, but I can't say it on there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's for sure. You stop running your trains. How come? Mystic?
I don't know.
Yeah. Now, you do have the DCC Prodigy, right?
What's that?
Prodigy is your DCC controller?
No.
What's your DC?
Digitrax.
Oh, you got a Digitrax? Zephyr?
I got Digitrax, the latest Zephyr, which is a DCS 52, and it's the one with the what you call it, the bus connection, what do you call that? USB connection.
Oh, okay.
Like you can connect it to the computer. So, you know, you can get Man, I don't know, Jerry. I'm horrible with this stuff.
Yeah,
I've never used it. I've never hooked it up to the. Huh?
I wonder why you would want to hook it up to your computer.
I think you could get the JMRI going on the computer and
I got
hook it up there. And, you know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
Dave. Right. I got you. What's up, Dave? How you doing, man?
Howdy, Dave.
Yeah, I got you. Well, that's cool.
So, and I had big plans, of course, you know, when I got this thing, you know, I'm going to get the latest thing and, you know, I'll be able to hook it up to the computer and do all kinds of like magical things. And not once have I hooked it up to the computer.
Well, maybe it'll still do it. Like, I mean, maybe you'll still do that.
Yeah, maybe. But I'm going to be honest with you. I'm too lazy when it comes to the computer learning, and
Yeah, me too.
it's gonna take somebody coming over here and like helping me set it up or something like that. I just don't
Yeah,
have the passion and the desire to go through that learning curve myself.
Yeah,
I'm
you'll need
not
a
good
lot of
at it.
patience
yeah,
to
Yeah.
learn
yeah. I get it.
it all yourself like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely get that. But yeah,
So, but hopefully I'll get somebody over here that knows about that stuff. I'd love to get the JMRI going, you know?
Heath knows all
Um,
about it, doesn't he?
yeah, I think
right,
so.
right.
So what are you using for a controller right now? The Zephyr?
I'm using the old
Okay,
Rail
okay.
Power
You
1370.
don't. Okay, just a regular type
You know,
controller.
one of these old school.
Yeah,
Yeah.
gotcha, gotcha. Now, do you not have any DCC locomotives now?
I got eight DCC and 8 DC.
Thank you.
Have you ran your
And so
DCC with your new system?
Cheers, chaps. A
not
refreshing
much.
drink from Brad.
Um,
You have, though.
uh, well, like these, the two that are running now are DCC.
That's
Okay.
Um,
what is
I've
it?
been running this guy lately, my New York Central GP7, which is DCC. Um, let's see.
Well,
Uh,
how do you run those locomotives with your old power supply thing, or your new locomotives with
because
your?
because they're DC DCC. Know what I'm saying? They're
Oh,
dual mode.
oh, I didn't know
Like
that.
pretty much
Okay.
all of my DCC are dual mode. Uh,
Oh,
because
All
one, two,
right
three,
down
four,
there. You have to trash
five of them, five of my DCC are BLI. And so BLI decoders are automatically dual mode. Know what I'm saying?
yeah.
And
Uh huh.
all a- and all of my other ones, all 8 of my DCC locomotives are dual mode, so they run DC as well.
Is there like a
But the
switch you can flip?
problem, no, and that's the problem.
Uh,
Okay, so, and in fact, I'll show you something. Oh, my train came apart.
derail, derail.
I didn't even notice it. It just uncoupled, and I
Yeah,
caught it
sometimes.
just in time. I caught it just in time. So I'll tell you what, I'm gonna take my Bachmans off of here, and I'm gonna put my BLI. This is my baby right here. Listen, I'm in debt because of this loco that I bought right here.
Yeah,
Right there, man. I couldn't resist it. I'm not even gonna say how much it costs
yeah, I know.
because I'm embarrassed.
No, don't
But
be embarrassed.
you just don't see stuff like this. You don't see this very often.
You're not the only
But
one
it
that
is
buys them.
an absolute beaut. Yeah. Okay, so this is BLI, Paragon 4, and I'll show you exactly what the problem is. It's dual mode, okay, so you just put it right on the track and it'll run on DC, right? But here's the problem. Okay, there.
It has sound.
Dave's made
Yeah.
a relevant comment in the chat.
Wait, hold on. I think I didn't get it railed properly.
I don't know what
Okay.
DCS is, Dave. What is that? What's DCS?
Okay. So there it goes. Now, so it has sound in DC. I'm running DC.
Yeah.
Okay, but the sound comes on suddenly. You know what I'm saying? When the voltage hits 7, I think it's 7 volts, boom, the sound comes on. And of course, you're running DCC, so you can't control the sound or anything. So the sound is
Right.
kind of random. It just does what it wants.
Right.
You can't control anything, can't control the lights or anything. So and you can't turn the sound off,
Right.
to my knowledge. I mean, so that's
Yeah, there's no
how
button.
the right, so it's just kind of automatic. So it's kind of
Yeah.
useless, really. Um,
So
so that's
Closet Branch had a question.
so. Oh, um, I mostly like them, man. Just most brands don't make something this pretty, man. I mean, look at this. Very nice detail, handrails. You know, it's just beautiful. It's very pretty.
Oh, so
And then
Dave,
also brought, huh?
yeah, Dave, no, you go, and then I'll tell you what Dave said. You can read what Dave said.
To existing wiring.
So maybe you can run
Oh,
your
you're
new
saying,
hook your DCS system up instead of what you
well,
got.
the thing
Huh?
is, I'm not worried about it. Eventually, once I get my DC locos converted, then I mean, this DC controller will just go in a box somewhere, and I'm making the complete switch to DCC. And then I'll get into all of this stuff with speed matching and setting my consists and programming my decoders and all that stuff,
Yeah,
but I'm
but you
kind of,
already
until
have,
then, I'm just running DC. Hmm?
but you do have DCC dual locomotives that you're running now, so you could just hook your DCC
Hmm.
system up and just run them in DCC.
Well, that's true. That's true. But I can't run my DC locomotives
No,
on
you can't.
my DCC controller. And
No, right.
half of my locomotives are DC until I
Yeah,
get
but
them converted. So for
how
now,
how much how much
hmm?
of the old locomotives do you run? Do you run them a lot? Your DC
Well,
ones, your
not
DC only.
not lately.
Yeah. So
Lately, since I found that my two RS3s are kind of naturally speed matched, and then also since I got my New York Central GP7, I just like this guy a lot. So I've been running these guys. And then also, since these two DC locomotives came off the layout and got kind of damaged, I've been running my dual mode non-sound, because I don't want to run my Broadway limiteds because you can't control the sound and it's just plain goofy to have the sound just coming off and coming on and making random sounds. So
right,
um, so basically, I need to make the switch. I need to make the total switch to DCC. That's what I want to do. That's what I'm gonna do. But I'm not gonna do that until I get all of these locomotives um, converted. And I've already bought my decoders, so I'm gonna send them to Brian. All together, 8 locomotives, 8 decoders. He's gonna fix them up, get them all set. And I still got to change couplers on a couple of them. But basically, I'm going to get everything converted, make the switch to DCC, start working with the decoders, get them programmed, program some lash ups, and but it's coming. But you know,
yeah. Why? Dave wants to know why. Why to what, Dave? Why is he sending them to Brian? Or why? What? I don't know.
Oh, well, I'm sending them to Brian, Dave. I don't know if you're familiar with this channel, but the channel name is Finnerton Central Railway, and he takes them apart, cleans them, lubricates them. He totally services them, and I've watched some of his videos where he's done this stuff. I'm impressed with what he does, and so I want top-notch work to be done in my locos, and I don't have the expertise to do it myself, at least at this time. And so that's what I'm doing. And he's going to put the decoders in them and everything. So
Yeah, I guess basically,
that's what I've got.
you, yeah, that's you don't know anybody here that's going to do it that you trust, basically.
Right,
That's what comes.
exactly. And I have approached a few people. In fact, yourself, Dave, I approached about installing decoders and whatnot. Jason Train Freak, I wanted him to do it, but he's got like about 1 million people on his waiting list. Um, you know, so I checked with what is this Pinellas, this place in St. Petersburg, Florida. A retail place that does it, but it costs an arm and a leg. Um, so Dave, that's awesome that there are a lot of people, but who? So who then? Because I haven't
Yeah.
found anyone, you know. And now I've watched this guy's videos. Um, I'm extremely confident in his work, and I'm also confident in him as a person. That he's not gonna, pull something on me. So,
Hey, you're going to get your
so we'll see what
locomotives back.
happens.
Yeah,
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 yeah. I feel good about it, and so we'll see
yeah.
what
I mean,
happens, and it's all gonna play out on my channel. I'm gonna make a video packing them up and sending them. I'm sure what he does is up to him. I'm sure he'll do some videos like working on them. Um, what brands of what, Dave? Decoders or?
at
And
both,
you're
I
right,
guess.
Al, but
Yeah,
you're right, Al, but we all
sometimes you
kind
got to
of
pay for
sign up
things
for
that
that.
you want. Right. Yeah. I mean,
But
sometimes you got to
hey,
pay for it.
some of these DC locos I got at a really good price. Some of these locos, man.
What brand locos
Oh,
are you? Are
Dave, I got Bachman, Atlas, Kato. That's it. Bachman, Atlas, and Kato. And all my BLIs I got 5 BLIs. They're all good to go, except for one that I got to send back to the refurb. But they're all like Paragon 2, Paragon 3, Paragon 4, something. But it's just it's my Bachman. I got Bachman's, Kato, and Atlas that need to be converted to DCC. So, and Dave, this guy does everything, man. He takes them apart, cleans them, lubricates them, tests them, installs the decoders, like it's full service. So that's the plan. But Dave, I asked you to install my decoders, man, and you turned me down.
yeah. What's up with
Wow.
that?
Did he refuse to do a Mystic?
I think. Well, you have to ask Dave, but
Oh, Bachman.
some
Right,
people
he's on.
don't. Some people don't want to mix business with pleasure. You know what I mean? Like some people don't want to risk, something going wrong, or which I 100% understand.
He's
Yeah.
unfamiliar with Bachman.
Or easy. Don't know about Bachman. Okay. What Bachman is it, John?
I got a. Oh, I forgot. I got this. I got my shark nose as well. This guy.
Who makes that?
I'm getting this guy converted. Oh, what the hell is this?
Is that an F style?
Why you
It's-
got to do that to me, Jerry?
It's a shark
Uh,
nose. It's like that right there.
It's
All
yeah,
right.
yeah. I'm trying to think of the brand.
BL16 or something. I don't know.
I
What is
want to
that?
say
Box
Model
fan or
Power.
model
It's one
power
of
maybe?
those off brands. I want to say it's not
Doesn't it
Model
say it on the
Power
bottom?
or Lifelike. If
Does it
you
say it on
say
the
it,
bottom?
let me see.
I don't know. Tyco, Lifelike. I don't know. I don't know what else there is.
Ah, ER models.
What the heck are they?
Exactly.
Never heard
Electric
of them.
railway.
But it's good, man. It runs good. It's got good weight to it. It's a good locomotive, but it's
Were
DC.
you able to find? Were you able to find a decoder for it?
I got 8 of exactly the same decoders, which is
Will, will they all?
Digitrax.
Will they all fit into the
Which is
locomotives that you're putting them in?
I don't know, but I think so because if you look at it, can you see it? Uh,
Yeah,
it's
I got
it looks like with this little shape that you'll be able to like turn it sideways or like you'll be able to find a way to fit it. I think they're pretty small.
them.
So, and if he can't fit it, then at least he could service the locomotive, lubricate it, clean the parts, everything, test it,
Right.
make sure it runs really good. At least I'll get back a really finely running DC locomotive, or I could just ask him, just order the decoder that will fit in there, just take care of it and charge me. You know what I'm saying?
I guess.
Which I'm cool with.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know nothing. I just thought that decoders were specific to the brand, but I guess Dave's saying just hardwire.
No, not at all.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So
But
Dave said
Dave,
that
honestly, what's that?
I don't know. He had just made a point where does custom paint work. It's not who makes
Uh,
the train. I guess I don't know. No matter.
yeah, so Dave, I took my time. I talked to people. I approached people on their channels, man. Like one guy was this guy, Mr. Snooze, is the name of his channel. He does some amazing work. Um, Another guy is Brian Bana. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this guy. He does custom builds and whatnot. Man, there's some amazing people doing some amazing work. And I approached some of them. Not one of them said, okay, yeah, I'll take it on. I mean, they were basically like, I don't do commercial work anymore. They just
Right.
declined it. So, and I stumbled upon Brian. He does incredible work. He's a reputable guy. People love him. He's got like 700, 800 subscribers.
He's a good bloke, Brian. He's a nice
Yeah,
bloke.
yeah. I have a very good impression of him, and so I'm gonna. That's what I'm
I
gonna
don't.
do.
I never tried. I never checked into it too much, but it probably varies, like all over the place. Because it's based mostly on time, so it depends what somebody wants to make, right? I
Yeah,
mean, so you got one guy that might want to make $40 an hour, and one guy that wants to just make $20 or $10 or
I think
fifteen
Brian.
dollars. So
Brian
it's just
should
like
look into help
it's like
fellow
the
as
biggest
well.
expense, well, other than labor is. I don't know how long it takes. Right, the decoder can be expensive, and sound and all that stuff
yeah.
that can be expensive.
Or the sound
So
card, yeah.
yeah, the sound card, the speaker, and so that sort of stuff. But like probably just to put a decoder in, I don't know how long it does. Shouldn't take that much time. but you know,
Yeah, but it can be a nightmare. I mean, if you do
if you don't
decoder
know what you're
installs,
doing, yeah, yeah.
you know,
Some of
you
them are
fix it
tough.
up, it's running great, you send it back to them, they say, "Oh, this ain't working right, something's wrong." Okay, they have to send it back. And then you're getting into this where you have to do a bunch of stuff for free, like maybe you discover it's the decoder, have to buy another decoder. It, I could understand how people don't want to get involved, you know.
Yeah,
It
I
might
mean,
kill me a little bit, Dave, but hey, man,
you,
I want
you,
I
yeah,
want my fleet to be right.
you might cry for a little bit, but you'll get over it.
Yeah,
I think like shipping, like even like just shipping here would be not cheap. Like I don't know,
yeah,
like it probably costs maybe $20-$30 to ship it here, and what maybe it might cost twice as much to ship it to the UK. I don't know, but you
yeah,
know, either way, I mean, and you're paying shipping both ways, so you know,
right.
yeah. So I mean, you know, I think.
Prohibitive, isn't it? The
Yeah, I
way.
think the important part is you found somebody that's willing to do it for a price that you're willing to pay.
That's it.
Right, because I'm sure you could just go down to the local train store and don't put it in, and they might charge you like $150 to do it. Like,
Right.
yeah, it just
And
doesn't like
some.
when you're doing one, fine. You're doing 6, 8, 10, you know, it's like just too expensive.
So you guys will be able to watch it all play out, like on my channel, you know.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I know Yankee Dabbler does it, but then they're not going to be cheap.
Mm-hmm.
They're just not. I mean, you know, they're not. And whether or not they would, you know, I don't know, but they might not put in a decoder that you didn't buy from them or something. I don't know. Maybe they would.
Yeah.
Maybe they won't. I don't know.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something else that I discovered, which is like I went to my local hobby shop and asked the guy about, um, you have anybody that does N-scale decoder installs? And he's like, yeah, I know a guy. Uh, just give me a call. Next time he comes in. So apparently it's just a customer. Next time
Yeah.
he comes in, I'll get his number, whatever. Like,
Yeah. Next time
but
might
the thing
never come.
is, right. But
Yeah.
the thing is, I saw a video, man. I can't remember the name of the channel, but I saw a video where they do amazing decoder installs. And it's really important, man, to get the wires tight. Like, you can't have excess wires,
Right.
excess wire, you know. And, man, it's one thing to know how to do a decoder install, just to know where the wires go. But it's another thing to do a good professional decoder install where there's not excess wire. Everything's packed so you can take the shell off without risking, you know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
so I don't want just anybody doing it either. You know what I'm saying? And if I have to pay a pretty penny, you know, then
Yeah.
but I think we'll see after all of this is done. But I think this is going to be fairly economically efficient for me, you know.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe you got a deal. That's okay. But you've agreed to whatever he told you, so that's all that
Right.
matters, right?
Mm.
Whatever it is. Yeah. Only thing cheap is his
Yeah,
personality.
Dave, you're in scale. I don't know if you're into shark noses, but this is the ER models. Dude, it is gorgeous, I think. You know? And it comes with a unit and B unit. So both powered and I'm getting them both converted, so it'll run as a lash up.
Where'd you find that? eBay?
eBay.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure there's people that do decoders that really don't want to do decoders in N scale because they're such a
Mm-hmm.
pain in the ass. You know?
Most people don't want to take a risk, you know. And
Yeah,
I
well,
don't either.
if you get it
You know,
wrong,
I guess I'm taking a little risk with this.
but if you get it wrong, it could cost you a lot of money. You're doing someone
Mm-hmm.
else's loco, and you do it wrong.
Yeah.
And you,
What's
you're,
plug and
you
play? What is plug and play? What's that, Dave? Plug and play.
Well, from what I understand, the Kato locos are supposed to be easy, just the way they design them or whatever. Gotcha, Dave. I think the Atlas Kato are supposed to be easier to, because there's this thing,
Oh, pre-pin.
which is the the routing of the electricity. Uh, the electricity comes from the tracks into the trucks and then goes straight to the motor for a DC engine. Okay. But for DCC, you got to make it so that the electricity comes into the trucks and then goes straight to the decoder, then comes out of the decoder to the motor, right?
Right.
So you got to isolate the motor because the DC locos are designed like they have a direct connection from the motor to the trucks.
Right.
Dave, correct me if I'm wrong. Um,
But
and
like,
so
yeah. But
so
Dave had
that's the
said
first thing you
something
got to
about.
do.
But the plug and play thing is DCC ready stuff. You don't have
Hmm.
DCC ready stuff because you have stuff that was
No,
probably built in the 80s. So, like, you're
right,
converting an
exactly,
older Atlas like this. This is a DC Atlas, from the 80s. There's no plug and
right,
play here. There's no pins in there. It's all just wired.
right.
So, right, to the best of my knowledge, you can't, like, just plug something into it. I don't know.
Right. So I've watched this guy Brian. I've watched his videos. He works with all kinds of locos, steam, diesel, different eras. You know, um, like old locos that were kind of recently manufactured. Um, yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. And suppose the worst case scenario. Suppose Brian turned out to be some kind of shyster, which I think is a 0.1% chance. I mean, anything's possible in this world. But suppose the worst happened. Most of these locos I got for well under $100. So I mean, I got some of these locos, man. I might have got some of these locos for 40, $50, you know.
Yeah,
So, worst case scenario, okay, I'm out a few $100 for like
yeah.
8 DC locomotives, most of which are kind of old. What's up, Corey?
Hey, Corey. Good to see you.
So, I mean, a lot worse things could happen, Man,
Yeah.
I've got rats getting into my car engine
Hi, Corey.
and
Here?
chewing on the wires. Yeah, and chewing on the
No shit.
wires so that we
Get it.
took it to the dealership and talked to them about it. They said, "Oh man, if we have to replace this wire harness, like you can't just replace one wire, we have to replace a whole harness. It's $8,000."
Jesus H.
Know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So if I send some locos and it doesn't work out, well, okay, I'm out a few hundred,
So
So
what are you doing to prevent the rats from getting into your motor?
So I'm not too worried about it. Well, they haven't chewed the wires yet. They just chewed the what you call it, the
That's the coating?
casing around the wires.
Yeah.
And I learned about this peppermint spray stuff. I never knew
Yeah.
about this. You know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about?
Yeah.
Like Mighty Mint or whatever. I'm gonna try using
Please
that
spray.
in there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
Mentos in a
some-
bottle of Coke.
yeah, something the RV people do is when they go places that are different, they put lights under their RV at night, and it keeps them from
Huh.
going in there because it's the light. They don't like the light. They don't want to be around the light, so they like the dark places. They put lights, like you could put like battery powered lights or something, but that'd be a pain in the ass. You gotta sit out there with your BB gun and shoot them.
Or just let the cat take care of them.
Yeah, let your cat go to work.
Well, she's an indoor cat. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, Tammy.
What do, Tammy? Do you like put it with water?
No, you have to get the rats to drink it.
Oh.
All right, Goose.
What else?
Okay. What else? What?
Did we cover everything?
No, not quite. There's some things we left out. Hey, if you got to go, you can go. It's okay. I don't know how long this is going for.
I'm not going anywhere. I have no life, Jerry.
Me either.
Yeah, we've not been on long.
Me either. It's raining here.
Wow. It
What's
isn't
up,
rain
Corey?
yet, although we were promised some rain. We were told it were going to rain, but it's not turned up.
Corey. Corey said. Oh, as Corey said, yeah, peppermint oil is good. Only a few drops undiluted, and it'll last you for no. You can get that peppermint oil on Amazon or something. You can get all those essential oils.
I
I
got
have.
something. I got some stuff.
Yeah.
I got some stuff called Mighty Mint.
This is wintergreen
It's in a spray.
essential oil. Yeah. So I just I use this for I don't know, I have one of them I don't know, things you put water drops of this in and it blows, steam, mist.
So let me ask you guys this. I got this spray, Mighty Mint peppermint spray.
Today.
Can I spray that like on the transmission and whatnot? Because it looks like they were on top of the transmission.
I guess it's just
Like
yeah, I
when
don't see why not.
the engine heats up. I mean, you could just spray it anywhere on the engine.
I guess so. I guess it's just going to smell like peppermint when it gets hot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might not last as long. It might burn off,
Okay.
Well, you try. I mean, Walmart has oils. Okay. Yeah. All right. So, Texas. Cotton balls. He put them in cotton balls. You can help with those. He put, Corey, what's going on, man? Haven't seen you. You okay? Dwight Curley, where are you at? Where's Dwight? He's been quiet. Maybe he fell asleep. Does the bottle say anything? I don't know. Does it say what not to spray it on? The bottle? Did you get it yet or no?
Yeah, we got it. I haven't looked at it yet.
Yeah, just read it. I'm gonna go make some coffee, I think, and go to the boys' room. You guys carry on.
Okay, yeah, we'll take it
All
from
right,
here, Jerry.
Digger. Digger, you're in charge.
Okay, no. I've
Yeah.
got this drink that Sharon made for me, that Ron made. It's blue. It's blue, and I think it's got alcohol in it.
That could be anything, Digger.
I know. Yeah, it's. Can you see that? It's blue in there.
Wow.
She said it's some sort of vodka, but it's
Huh.
not supposed to be very strong. I don't drink, as a rule, very often at all. Ugh, it's really tangy. By gum. Oh, it's quite vile. It's not refreshing at all.
Hmm. Well, I can't wait to see what happens.
I don't think anything's going to happen because I'm not going to have too much more of it. It's been really warm and humid again today, and they predicted some thunderstorms and stuff, but we're just not having anything. Tammy, that's fine. That's fine. Honestly, not a problem. And yeah, I probably will be feeling good in a bit. I feel all right now, but I've had my meds for tonight, so it could just be that. It could be just that I've taken my meds and I'm feeling okay. So
Yeah,
it's
I think
another.
we're finally getting into fall here. I think it's finally going to cool off around here. It's been just brutal lately. Like when me and Pappy were out rail fanning, I got sunburned and got that red line around where my shirt was, and
Yeah,
it's been scorching around here lately. But I think yesterday or 2 days ago, I think that was the hottest day. We got up to 90, and
well,
then yesterday was like 87, maybe. Today's a little cooler. So I think we're finally getting into fall around here.
right. Well, we've had the most wettest summer for a long time. Although we're no strangers to the rain, Like I say, the average rainfall is about 8 foot a year for where we are.
Wow.
And so we're no strangers to the wet stuff. But every single day of July it rained. Every single day, 31 days of rain straight.
Wow.
August, we had some coolest days. We had the coolest August day on record. And then at the end of August, we had the hottest August day on record. So both extremes. And now this is very warm for September. Usually end of September, start of October is when the leaves start turning and we get the abscission and all the autumn colours come. But they don't, they don't call it the fall here because it doesn't happen like in America. And I'm told that the colours of everything will change, and it's more like a sudden thing. The leaves all drop, and it takes forever and a day for all the leaves to drop off here. October, we usually get a few storms, and that helps to bring everything down. 4 days at 90 plus.
Yeah, it's amazing here with the yellow and orange and red trees in the fall. You know, it's not like
Yeah,
that
the
at
red
all
one,
down
yeah.
south. You know, down south it's kind of like what you're saying, like just one day all the leaves fall off, and but it really is amazing up here in the Northeast. You know,
People actually
I heard
travel
about it.
to it just to see it, don't they? Just to see
Yeah,
the fall.
yeah. Um, it really is amazing to see it. Uh, yeah, Corey, man, down in New Orleans, man, you might get about 2 weeks of spring and you might get about 2 weeks of fall, but it's basically just you got winter for like 3 months and then you got summer for 9 months. That's just the way it is down south, you know. So it's nice having seasons. Like this is the first time, really the first time in my life I've experienced seasons, like distinct seasons.
Yeah, cool. Yes, sea breeze. Sea breeze where you are, straight off the Atlantic.
How's the vodka, Digger?
It's very tangy. I don't. It's not straight vodka. It's a vodka flavored sort of thing. I don't know what it is,
Ah,
but
like a
is it like
liqueur.
type of thing? Yeah, it's not something I'm all fair with, but I don't drink. It must be a lot of years since I've had anything to drink, and that's the first thing in a lot of years. And
Wow.
I'm on opiates and stuff, and so drinking doesn't really mix with it. But this is only supposed to be
Gotcha.
very weak, mild thing. But it just tastes really tangy. I don't feel like it's
Hmm.
making me drunk or anything. It just tastes very, very tangy. Jerry's back. Shush, shush. Don't say out.
I heard you the whole time.
Yeah, Kyle, the spring was absolutely beautiful in New Orleans, but it only lasted like 2, 3 weeks, you know, of just pure beauty, and then just 9 months of summer, you know.
Do you miss New Orleans? Hard question, huh?
Yes and no.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and
I can
I've only
understand.
been here a year. You know, I've only been here a year so far, so I don't know, man. I like the weather. I really
Mm,
like the weather up here, you know, and it's easy to say because we had a mild winter. I haven't
right.
had like what's the worst I could expect, Jerry? Like what's,
I don't
you
know
know,
what the weather is like up there. That's the crazy thing. Like, you could be in an area where, like, somebody, I don't know, 5, 10 miles away gets more of something. Like, for instance, where I am, I'm
what's the
right
what's
by the
the
river. Say again,
what's
what's
the
the worst
worst
what?
winter you ever had? What's the worst
Worst,
winter you ever had in Philly?
worst winter I can remember ever, winter of 1985 or 6. We got two back-to-back nor'easters that dropped 22 inches of snow. Two back to back, one right
Wow.
after the other. So like you had no time to recover from it. I was young. I was like, that was great, man. I mean, like that was like
So the
incredible.
so, so the schools shut down, places shut down,
Everything,
or what?
everything. You couldn't go nowhere. There was 44 inches of
Hmm.
snow in the street. Like They had the National Guard like digging shit out, like, and it's just never happened again. I mean, it could happen, but
So
that's
do you
the
get
word.
more temperatures though, Jerry? I'm sure you'll get freezing, won't you? You get freezing temperatures over there.
Yeah, it gets cold. Yeah, it goes below zero. Not that much. Yeah, sometimes it sucks, but blizzard of 78 shut down the whole Northeast. Yeah, I don't remember that, but
So you could get down to 14 Fahrenheit there.
well, yeah. I mean, we've had like minus 20. Yeah, and then you throw in a wind chill, so yeah, it can get cold, right? But like I said, there's like here, like we could get like very little snow, but like you go 10 miles, 15 miles northwest, and it could be like tons of snow and ice and like, so it just depends where you're at. I mean, it's like it can go from like not much to a bunch.
We get
I
that
don't know
here.
where you're at.
We get snow where we are, and it freezes. And if you go down into the town, which is only, it's not very far away, but it is lower down the hill, and there's no frost, no snow, no nothing. Everything's fine, and then we come another 500 foot up in elevation, and
like, haven't you ever seen like sometimes literally one side of the road might be raining and the other side of the road isn't?
yes,
Have you seen that before?
Yeah.
I've seen that a lot. Yeah, like it could be like raining right on the other side of the road and nothing on the other side. It's like crazy. It's just like,
a lot of the time we can watch the rain coming in here because it drifts off the hill towards us, the westerlies, and we can just watch it coming. You know when it's coming.
Tammy misses the snow in Massachusetts. Here we have ice, which sucks. Yeah, ice is the worst, man. Ice sucks, man. I could deal with snow all day long. It's like I hate it. Now I got a 4-wheel drive truck, so I don't care. But ice is the worst. Oh man, ice is the worst. You can't see it most of the times, and like you can't. You just, at least snow you can kind of like crunch along, and ice you just keep going. There's no stopping. You stop when you hit something.
Yeah,
But,
I got a question for you. I don't have snow tires. Okay.
I don't have them either.
And to have, okay, like to have snow tires, like people have 2 sets of tires, right? So you got one set like all weather or something because
Ian
snow
does.
tires make your so
It depends where you live. Like
snow
Ian,
tires.
like they have mud and snow tires. They have a combination tire. But Ian lives where it snows a lot. He lives in a part of Pennsylvania, and that gets a lot of snow, a lot of mountains, a lot of hills. So he has snow tires that he puts on in the wintertime. Whether or not you need them, I don't know. I mean, you live in town, right? So they're probably going to plow more.
Right.
I mean, talk to your neighbors that have been there. They'll tell you what the deal is. I mean,
they put tons of salt.
Yeah, so they put tons of salt on the road. Yeah.
Yeah, they put grits on the road here.
Yeah, so I haven't.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't encountered an ice situation yet.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
like I said, the winter was mild.
So, like, I think I put chains on one of my delivery trucks once or twice. Let me tell you something. If you need chains, just stay home. If you need chains on your tires, just stay home. It ain't worth being out there, man. But I guess one of the things is you're kind of fortunate where you live that if worst comes to worst, you just park your car and you can walk to get groceries, get food. Maybe you can walk to work. I don't know, you know. But yeah, I mean, I don't. You deal with it when it comes, man, and don't watch the news
Yeah.
because they'll just they'll turn like any chance they can get into like a major blizzard where it's the end of the world.
Yeah, they love a disaster.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, it's
Story,
like you can't we're going to get 8 inches of snow, and then forget it, man. Everybody's at the store buying milk, bread, and eggs, and it's like
Yeah.
they're never getting out of
Toilet
their
paper.
house again. Never getting out again. But like, you're getting out the next day or 2 hours later, or it's like it's just not the way it is. Most places plow. Now maybe someplace like if Tammy got a bunch of snow, right? Maybe they don't have a lot of plows to clear it, so that might be a problem, right? So you might be stranded for a couple days if you got a little bit of snow.
Mm.
Now I know
Yeah.
you live. Yeah,
So barring any sort of I don't know, catastrophic winter event, like, which I haven't experienced yet, I love the weather up here.
yeah,
The summer, it's just a handful of days, really. I mean, probably the days that it's been unbearable to be in my apartment, and I have no AC whatsoever. The days that it's been unbearable, I could count on two hands, like less
yeah.
than a dozen.
As opposed to
Um,
if you were in New Orleans, it'd be like every day.
yeah, it's every day. Yeah, it's 9 months straight of unbearable if you don't have
Yeah,
AC. So
yeah,
I'm loving it. I love the weather. That's one thing I like much, much better than New Orleans. New
yeah,
Orleans, man, you're just drinking water constantly. You know.
yeah. Yeah, it's just totally different, right? I mean, totally different. You need winter clothes here. You
Yeah.
probably don't need them down there. You know?
Yeah. And Tammy, I thought the same thing when we first got this apartment, and I was looking at the thermostat and like, how do you switch over to AC? Like it's just got heat. Where? How do you do? And then wifey told me we don't have AC, and it was mind blowing to me. It was like a bomb went off in my brain. Like what? No AC? I've never
Everybody,
lived without AC.
yeah,
And I'm
everybody.
telling you, there's been about 10 days where it was hot enough, like 90-ish, you know. It was hot enough to where it's not unbearable. I mean, you got a fan, you're okay, but it's hot enough so that you just don't want to do anything. Like you just
Yeah,
sit on the couch,
uh,
you know what I'm saying? Or you just lay down, like it kind of saps you, but it's not like life threatening. It's not too bad, and it's
yeah,
just been a handful of days like that. So, man, I'm loving it. Like right now, it just feels awesome. I got two windows open, so you got a little cross flow. It's cooler than it's been. It might be. I'll check real quick. Um, it might be 70 something, maybe 80. But it's beautiful, and I guarantee you, New Orleans is probably like 85, might even be 90, and it's like 90% humidity down there.
yeah, yeah,
So it's 82 right now, but it feels just awesome, you know? Um, so that's so
it's
in terms of
82 where you
weather,
are.
yeah,
So I just looked. It's 90. Feels like 94. 46% humidity. 66-degree Fahrenheit dew point in New Orleans. So it's hot. Sunny, hot
yeah,
day
yeah.
in New
It,
Orleans,
it's
right?
hot as hell down there.
And it's like a week
So
of 90. There's like 90, 90, 89, 88. It's hot. It's New
Yeah.
Orleans,
Yeah,
right?
it is hot as hell down there for 9 months.
Yeah, it's
So
not. I mean, yeah,
the weather is just awesome up here. So next time you're thinking how much you hate Philly, Jerry, you got the weather.
oh, yeah, yeah. No, the weather's nice there. It's not bad. It's hot sometimes. Yeah, sometimes it's really disgusting, but overall, it's not too bad. You know, Dave, do you like Wisconsin? Do you like living in Wisconsin now compared to Arizona? See, like now, I don't like snow. Um, so that's like, but we don't get that much snow. I mean, really, it's not really that bad. Now, if we had like snow like they do up in New York State, where it's like, you know, snows every day and you got like all this snow, but they deal with it easier, I think. And so I'm told. I don't know. But yeah, not fond of snow.
I'll tell you something else is that when we first came up here, we came up here about a year ago in August, and
Right.
so we pretty quickly got into the fall, and
Yeah.
it started getting cool. Um, and so at first we were kind of shocked by the gas bill. Man, I'm talking, I don't know what it was exactly, 200 plus, in the winter months. And we were
Yeah.
like, man, this is rough. It's like another rent or something, I mean,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
but
Yeah.
man, lately the utilities are so cheap,
Yeah.
so it really kind of evens out. And down south, you spend so much on AC
Right.
in the summer,
Yeah. You got
you
nine
know.
months of it. Right.
Yeah, and so I'm
Yeah.
thinking it's on average it's cheaper up here
Yeah.
for utilities, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I don't know. You could probably spend. I hear people spending like three, four, $500 a month on their electric because of air conditioning. I don't, but someone
Yep.
with a big house is going to spend that kind
Hmm.
of money for air conditioning. Do that 9 months. Yeah,
Yeah.
but I think I don't know. It's like people got along without it for so long, and things were no different back then. But I think your body kind of gets, I don't want to say used to it, but it gets used to it. It gets used to
Yeah. It
constant,
does.
so it doesn't like, you don't
Yes.
mind like a month of like 90, right? But throw in 2 days of 60 in there, and now you've adjusted to it, and you go back to the 90s, and
Yeah.
it's like dreadful, right?
Yeah.
It's
But
like,
Jerry,
it's,
like
yeah,
I lived in some old houses, right? And I've lived in urban and rural, But man, you remember attic fans?
yeah,
Like I never
yeah,
see them anymore. But you know what I'm talking about? They blow up into the attic and then they make
yeah,
it so you open all the windows and the air
right.
comes in the windows.
You get this circulation of air that comes through your house, and it's pretty
Yes.
cooling.
You remember that?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. It's quite cooling and you don't really see those anymore, but and that was down south that we had an attic fan and no ACs. And this is when I was in high school, like in the 80s,
man.
down south.
It's like everything else, man. We've become the child of our environment. Just become soft, and like, I mean, I'm not like innocent of it. I'm like a little snowflake. I need my air condition. I need these things. It's like, but like a couple generations back, this was nothing, man. It's like we've just become like, you need your phone all the time. you just need all these things that you really don't need. Yeah.
We've become
Yeah.
reliant. We've become
Yeah.
reliant on it.
So
haven't we?
it's nice to sit there and it's nice and cool. You're not sweating, but
Yeah.
so so, yeah, yeah. I'm a wimp. I admit it. Yeah, me too, Tammy. I mean, yeah, I can't stand it. Yep, but that's all right. But like Al lives in Massachusetts, so I don't know. He's running three ACs. He got a cheap electric bill, Al. You must keep your AC on like 80 degrees or something.
Is that 3 window units?
Yeah, what are you running? Three window units? Our electric bill this month with the house and the train building is $345. Yeah, but it's the sacrifice you pay, right? You want to keep cool. That's what it costs to keep cool. It's either that or sit on ice.
I've got to
Yeah.
admit, I've
But
no
I'll
idea
tell
how
you,
much we spend on it, electric or gas or what. No idea.
Yeah, but you don't have air conditioning at home, Digger.
No.
Just your dogs do.
Yeah, the dogs do downstairs, but no, I don't. But I've no idea how much it costs anyhow. All right, Moses.
Tammy's from
I'm a snowflake.
Worcester. What do they call that? Worcester. How do they pronounce that? Mystic.
Worcester.
Worcester?
Worcester.
Worcester?
I'm from
Worcester?
Worcester.
How's my accent, Tabby? I'm a snowflake when it comes to the cold. You know?
Me too. I hate the cold. Hate the cold.
Yeah, I don't like the cold either.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't mind spending an extra buck on turning the heat up.
Worcester. Tommy, I am west of there.
Jesus,
Tammy.
John.
Yeah, but
Right,
it's the,
Worcester.
it's the cost of living in Florida.
Worcester.
That's the
Did I tell you my cash or card story, Jared? When I
no.
was in Home Depot, like the first week that I was here and I was getting stuff for the layout, and I got my stuff in the Home Depot, and there was a line at the register, and then the lady that worked there said, said, come over here. And so she said, cash a car. I was like, what? I'm sorry. Cash a car. I was like, ma'am, I do not know what you're saying. I'm sorry. And somebody told me she's saying cash or card.
Card.
I did
Hey.
not.
Yeah, you didn't
cash
catch her
a
card. Cad. Yeah. Yeah, they have an app there.
So I was like,
So,
man.
like, is there like where you're at? Do you notice a lot of transplants, or there's still like a lot of locals?
It's interesting because we live in Providence, but I work in a town called Smithfield, which is kind of
Right.
out. So, and I don't get out and about much in Providence,
Right.
So it's hard to say, man, but I don't really
People that come
notice.
into people that come into your store where you work, like, do they have a lot of
it's
that
a lot of
accent?
it's a lot of cash a car.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a lot of tall ice.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. They got an accent.
Yeah.
You're right, Rob.
Come on, Soap. Yeah. Soap.
Good night.
come on.
Good night, Ron.
Yeah,
Good night, Strang.
there's a lot of accent. Good night, Ron. There's a lot of accent where I work, which is kind of a little bit rural, but not really in Providence. Or less in Providence, I would say.
Oh yeah, it's that judge, isn't it, in Providence? That old guy with that cop, and he lets people off the hook when they go to court.
Is that where he's from?
Yeah, that old guy judge, and if they've got children, he brings them up and says,
The guy with the glasses and the curly hair. He's a nice guy.
Worcester. Yeah, they have a railroad up here, Providence, and it's spelled Worcester, but it's Worcester. Worcester, right?
Yeah. Province of Worcester.
Yeah, we have a Worcestershire here, and Worcester, and we have Worcestershire sauce. Spelt exactly the same way, W-R-O-R and C-E-S-T-E-R.
Tammy, how did you lose your accent?
Me up.
How did you lose your accent, Tammy? Because you couldn't tell by your accent that you're not from down there. I don't know how you lost it. A while ago, if you guys saw, Ian came in. King Foxy says, "You guys are still going?" Yeah, my neighbor here. It's an amazing double deck. Oh yeah, John's neighbor has a P&W. Awesome layout. Does he have he's got a YouTube channel, doesn't he, John?
I like the paint scheme. It's very cool. It's like black and orange.
Yeah, he's got a YouTube channel. What's his channel name? I forget it. I know there was a video not long ago from him. I forget his channel name. What is it, John? I'll put it up. People can go check it out. The first correct.
I don't know if you're aware.
Cool.
Aware? I don't know if you're aware, Jerry, but while you left, Digger fell off the wagon and started hitting the sauce.
What was he
Sure did.
What is it? Kool-Aid?
No, there's some vodka in it. It's coloured vodka. I don't know exactly what it is.
Who did that to you?
Ron.
She gave you vodka?
Yeah, it tastes really tangy.
What's she trying to do to you?
She might want to take advantage of him later.
You never know.
Yeah, you never know.
Oh, she's here. What's in that? What's it called, that drink?
I don't know. Blue Wicked.
It's called Blue Wicked.
Did we figure out that channel yet?
Yeah, that's it right there.
Oh, crikey.
He's got a nice layout.
Oh, by gumma makey.
I don't know. Hey, Leslie, how are you? I don't know. Some places it's still existent. Depends where you go. I'm sure if you go to some places in Kentucky, Tennessee, West Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, it's still strong. Hey, there's some places that people aren't going to move to down there.
No, I'm all right, Tommy. Hiya, Les. Les is in.
It's been humid today. It's humid here. Don't worry. Pretty soon it'll be over. It'll be winter and you'll be cold.
I can't drink it.
I can drink mine.
I really don't like alcohol anymore.
It's not
Even
mine.
the taste.
Yeah, it's very tangy, isn't it? I've got a letter here.
Do you like it, Digger?
No, it's Ron's just brought hers to me. It's very, very tangy. And it's not. Nah. It's not my thing.
Can't wait until winter.
Oh, crack. It's a really tangy.
Yeah, that's easy to say down there.
Yeah.
What
Winter's
does
like
it
what?
get down to, John?
Yeah.
70?
Yeah, what's winter? Yeah, what's winter down there?
Warm in here.
It's a lot.
Yeah, sometimes down in Florida, man, it gets down to like 68, and you gotta put on
That's like
real shoes.
that's like really cold, man. That's like perfect weather, man. 68 is like that's like perfect.
You gotta put a T-shirt on.
You get the stores.
No, they probably put sweatshirts on at
Yeah,
68.
because it
Comes up on
True.
That's cold for them.
Someone
That's
came in
cold.
Chile, they were in Barnsley, and they said it's thunder lightning.
It's on its way.
So we're due a thunderstorm over here, chaps.
Yeah.
A full Monty, thunder, lightning, rain, the lot. So it should be pretty
Snow.
good. Now we won't get snow.
Don't forget to shut your window.
No. Too hot.
Well, what about the rain? Don't the rain come in?
Grandma always told me that.
So they can get out if they come in.
Yeah.
Well, if you close the window, the thunder won't come in. Ron thinks you need to leave the windows open so if lightning comes in, it can
Not
get
lightning, thunderbolts.
out. Well, what's a thunderbolt?
I don't freaking know. That's what my grandma used to tell me.
No such thing as a thunderbolt,
What
is
are you
there?
doing, Jack?
Thunderbolts. Are you getting drunk, Digger?
No, it's Ron saying
Digger's
there's a
out of
thunderbolt.
control.
It got down to 30 and 40 last year. Was a problem for the system. Oh, yeah. Did it get that cold down there in Florida?
I thought you'd heard me shouting you once.
What's he doing?
Over it.
Did you see Les? Les says it's traditional in these parts was to keep the front door open. If a thunderbolt comes down the chimney, it can get out.
Right,
Yeah, see, I told you it was true.
right. That's it, Les. That's what Ron's on about. But what's a thunderbolt?
Oh, I guess it's lightning. I don't know.
No, I've just asked Ron, and she said no. It's a thunderbolt, not lightning.
In severe storms, there's it's like a big ball of whatever, and it comes through your house. You have to open your windows so it can get out. Oh my God, Jack! Guess where you're stood?
Language, Jack. I'm online here.
I don't hear it.
Good. Yeah, Ron says a thunderbolt is a big ball.
Big ball thing or whatever. I don't know. A lot of really compressed gas or something. I don't know.
A big ball of compressed gas that comes down the chimney.
Hmm.
I've never heard of that.
Les says it's rare.
Oh.
I have that all the time, but it doesn't come down the chimney.
It's a different kind of compressed gas.
That's methane.
So, John, what did you have for dinner tonight? Anything good? John's in Italy still.
Told him what you had.
Not yet. We haven't got on to that yet. Oh yeah, I did. I said it earlier.
Now tell us what you had for tea. What was tea, Digger?
I had cod in a lemon and parsley batter with cracked black peppers, and I had
That sounds delicious.
carrots. Oh, they were really nice, beautiful fish. It were really nice. I had carrots and peas as well, and some chips.
Sounds lovely. That
Oh, get
sounds
out
good.
with that. Get out and give me that lighter. Stinky get out.
Annoying when you. Why do you say it like that?
Because he were doing it on purpose, you know.
All
they
right,
shouldn't be
refill
doing it.
time.
Jack packing it. See what
Damn,
you're doing.
man. You go through a lot of that coffee.
That's a lot you do, Sharon. Can't trust them.
Wow, that's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah. Pasta.
Tons of medical issues and his teeth were destroyed.
Yeah. I don't know, Corey.
I don't know, but how does it get down your chimney?
Yeah, I don't know how it gets down your chimney.
Because we have a gas flue going out, and it's got a cap on the top with vents in the side. So it's only very narrow vents. Not going to get down there, is it?
Like Santa. Yeah. John, just leave, man. What's the problem? Let's just jump on a plane and leave. Come back in a couple days. You got the plane, man. I thought the captain was like in control of the ship, man. The captain says, "It's time to go. It's time to go." Just tell him, man. Like, it's time to go, man. Let's pack it up. We're heading home. Pack it up. Party's over.
Yeah, just fly off without them.
Yeah. I'm not paying that fuel bill. You don't have to, man. Put it on the company card. John, I feel really bad for you. Not really. It's okay. Enjoy yourself over there, man. Go make some Italian friends. Maybe they'll invite you over for dinner. Home cooked meals. You can play cards with them and hang out. Go down and hang out with the old men in town. Like, sit there. They're out there drinking their cappuccino, probably playing cards. Go hang out with them.
Yeah, find a village, go and chill in the village square.
Tell them your name's Giovanni. You're from northern Italy. You're a little light.
But it's 11 o'clock where
Wow, I bet you they're probably out partying.
it's 11 o'clock at night where John is now then. So
Yeah, but like my friends, they go over during August, right? Like during August, like parts of Italy are like done. They close. Everything closes up and people go on vacation. And like they're out like 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock at night visiting. Like, when they go out to visit? Like, screw that. I'm in bed, man. I don't care where I am. People know us, huh? Well, hang out with them. Here you go, John. How many pounds? About 2 pounds. Hang with the Pope. Yeah, I don't think he's in a different part of Italy. Pope's not there. Yeah, where's that damn wigwag at? What time is it? He should be waking up from his nap any second. He'll be here, Curly, and you can tell him about Culver's. What's that damn wigwag at? Digger, don't fall asleep.
I'm not asleep. Don't worry. I'm trying to read on the chat.
You're in
And
a drunken stupor.
I've got one ear listening out for what Jack's up to.
Ah, that Jack. Sneaky Jack.
Creeping about up to no good, man.
You have to tie him up and put him in his room. Lock the door. Put a padlock on the outside. Board up the windows.
Probably like on Freddy Krueger, they have to. That girl
Yeah.
had to be locked and fenced in her own room. Iron grill at the window.
Just make sure you don't go to the Culvers in Illinois, where Dwight is. Maybe the rest of the Culvers are okay. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, poor Dwight. He went to Culver's, had a burger and some onion rings, some curds. You didn't have cheese turds, Dwight. You had cheese curds. And he got sick.
Violently ill, life-threatening illness.
Yeah, he was sick. Sick as a dog.
Food poisoning, that. That's got lawsuit written all over it.
Depends who you have cooking. That's not good, Dwight, Dave. You can't rely on that. Dwight, maybe it was the cheese turds that did it. Just saying.
Maybe you should have eaten it when it was just cheese and not cheese that had been turned into turd.
I don't do cheese, so I'm clear. Okay.
That's food poisoning, Dwight. That is proper food poisoning.
Yeah, you got something that didn't agree with you.
That's like an assassination attempt, isn't it?
Well, I'll eat anything with cheese.
John, you eat pizza and it's got cheese on it.
Yeah.
You do
Who,
eat
me?
cheese. No, John 26:18.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Oh, okay.
Yeah, no. John 26 says
Mystic
John
can eat
26
cheese.
John 26:18 says I don't do cheese, so I'm clear. What about
Really?
cheesesteak? You don't put cheese on your cheesesteak, John? Interesting.
My boy child Jack eats a lot of cheese. He always has done.
Yeah.
When he were young, that's all he'd eat at one stage was just cheese. Nothing but cheese.
You like cheese, I guess.
Ball lightning. Right, so it is a thunderbolt is a ball. But it's a ball of lightning.
You don't like the smell of cheese? I love the smell of cheese. I love the smell of like sharp provolone. Oh man, that smells so good. Yeah. That's all right.
Oh, some cheese smells disgusting.
Yeah, some of it really smells bad, but
Yeah,
provolone, sharp provolone smells pretty
sheep's
good.
cheese. That French sheep's cheese absolutely humdings.
I've never had that. I'd throw up. Come to Wisconsin, cheese capital of the U.S. Yeah, it's where they made cheese curds, isn't it? It's where they invented those things. Still don't know what a damn cheese curd is.
It's something left over from the process of making cheese, I think.
I know, but like, are they tiny? These cheese curds from
I
Culver's,
think they look like a
are they
lot of
like
scrambled egg.
tiny little
Yeah,
things?
they're
No, I think
little.
the lumps. They're lumps and they look like scrambled egg.
Yeah, just how are they? I don't know. I like mozzarella sticks. I don't know about these cheese curds.
I had cheese curds
Being
before
poisoned by the
once.
metabolic waste of pathogens.
Yeah, okay. The microbolic waste. That's nice.
So you get poisoned by poo from bacteria poop.
Yeah.
Gross.
Yeah. So there's like bad bacteria, good bacteria, and
And
like
they poop
the
and you get poison off the bacteria's poop.
bad bacteria like leach something, and yeah, it's their byproduct that makes you sick. I guess I don't know. I don't. It's a complicated thing. Tom is any that is rank. Huh? Who's Tom? Dwight says they sell cheese turds from Wisconsin. That's what they sell at Culver's. Dwight's never going back to Culver's. He doesn't care if he's starving to death. He's never going to eat at another Culver's again, ever. Right, Dwight?
It is indeed, John. It is getting late, mate. I'm still going to hang on for a bit, though. My attention's getting diverted, though, because I'm listening to what my boy child's up to.
It's getting late for you, John. You're 6 hours back. Digger's only 5. It's not so late.
Yeah, 20 past 10 here and 20 past 11 for John.
John's been staying up late anyway. He still can't get back on schedule, huh? I don't know. You had something, Dwight. I think you have food poisoning. It doesn't necessarily have to come out both ends. It just makes you sick.
Yeah, they've put that. It's that turd thing that you've eaten, isn't it?
Probably. Go to bed then, John. Go to bed. Meatball sandwich does sound good, though. Wish I had one. Yeah, I guess. I guess, Dave. I don't know. Maybe you can have a meatball sandwich for breakfast tomorrow. What time you been getting up in the morning, John? 26:18, John. Some days you get up early though, Mystic, don't you? When you go to
Who, me?
work. Yeah, when you go to work early.
Uh, not compared to other people. Like the earliest I ever work is 10 a.m. In which case I get up at 8 and leave the house at 9.
What time do you
So
like? Do you stay up till late sometimes?
Yeah.
I'll stay up till 4 or 5 or 6.
Oh, really? You do stay up that
Yeah,
late sometimes.
I
Wow,
I do. Like all the
you're a
time,
night owl.
actually.
Yeah. How do you go from like that to like having to get up early? Isn't it hard?
Um, you know, sometimes I stay up till 5. You just like, get a little bit of sleep and then, drink a lot of caffeine
That's the secret, huh?
and, get through the workday and then,
Take a nap, huh?
yeah.
Um, I don't know. Wigwag should be waking up soon. I'm kind of like, I wonder if he like is not getting this information that we're live. Good old Wigwag. Because Dwight has something to tell Wigwag. I was
Yeah,
waiting for
I
that.
still live I still live like a teenager sometimes, man, because I never had kids, so I never
Yeah,
grew up. So, I'm loose as a goose and free as a bird.
yeah, it's a good thing.
And
There's nothing wrong with that.
I always had this thing where if I was up too late and I had to work early in the morning, then I just pull an
Stay up.
all-nighter, you know.
Yeah, just stay up. Yeah,
Mhm. I'll sleep when I die.
yeah. I got plenty of time when I die.
All right, there you go, John.
Yeah, get your best work done, huh? That's okay. Yeah, sometimes I get like these bursts of energy, like when I should be like calming down and going to bed.
Take care, Corey. See you soon.
All right, take your wife to work. I'll
Later,
see
Corey.
you. There's a possibility we could be here when you come back, Corey. I don't know. Just saying. If not, all of them, maybe me still. I'm going to break my record. I need to break my record.
What's your
So,
record?
I think 5 or 6 hours. Not sure. You don't have to stay though. When the wife is sleeping, why does she nag you? Does she nag you, John? Or is that why? Or what's up with that? Or you just want to hang out with her? That's why. We are usually
I
out.
forgot.
Okay.
I wanted to tell
Here, hang on.
Corey, give us an update.
Yeah, well, maybe he'll be back. If we'll find out. We can find out another day. We'll be okay. We'll find an update from him.
No, no rain yet.
So,
Not rain.
Mystic, are you happy with your layout?
I'm happy so far. I wish I was further along, but you know, at this point, I know who I am and how I do things, and I'm slower than Christmas, and I'm kind of used to that. Um,
Yeah, but on the on the
I kind
on
of
the
get
plus,
tired of, huh?
on the plus side, you're running trains.
Yeah, true, and that's by design. I mean, the first thing I did was get this inner loop complete, you know, and I focused on it. Still, I took my time on it. It's the best wiring I've ever done, like the most solid solder joints, like I tried to do it as best as I could. And honestly, I don't things are a little wobbly sometimes, and that might be because I don't have everything properly weighted.
I'm just going to get coffee.
Okay. But I rarely have derailments, you know. Um, I mean, it's pretty smooth, and it's pretty much any time. Also, I got a lot of metal wheels. I have a lot of microtrains cars, which come with plastic wheels, but I substitute metal wheels where I can.
Right.
And so the metal wheels kind of help keep the tracks kind of clean, I think. And so basically, I could go a week without running a train, and then when I put one on, maybe it's a little hesitant, but after a couple loops, it runs smooth as silk. So that was my main thing, is get a loop together so I can run trains anytime.
Yeah.
And then, and then I've been working on other stuff since then, but that was the priority, is get a solid loop, uh, and I'm happy with it, but I wish I worked quicker. I wish I got more done, but at the same time, I'm not losing any sleep over it.
Yeah. I mean, you can
But
run.
I
The
do.
important thing is you can run trains.
Yeah, I can run trains, and I'm having fun doing that. And
Yeah.
I do get a little tired of looking at a pink foam wasteland sometimes,
Yeah.
but I know it's not going to be that way for too much longer. And also, I'm cool with being patient with this, because I made it to be portable. So,
Yeah.
like and uh, and I made it so that this is going to be my layout until such time as I can build the big kahuna, which this is not. This is my layout until I build the big kahuna. Like, wherever I go,
What's this
well,
big
maybe if
kahuna
we
going to be? What's this big kahuna going to
uh
be?
that's a good question. I'm not
Because, like,
sure yet.
compared to where you were, you got a big kahuna now. Like, compared to your layout
Well,
before, your layout twice as big as it was.
that's a good point, and it's something I've thought a lot about. It's something I'm thinking about now, that I've been thinking
So then,
about, is that this is kind of big enough. Like, the thing is, I
yeah,
always had the dream, of the big basement layout, like
right,
30 feet, but the Sparky layout. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Um, yeah, I mean, I kind of always had that dream, but I got to be honest with you. My little 2x5 that I had in New Orleans, that kept me busy. And I didn't finish that thing. I didn't come close to finishing that thing. I didn't even build a single structure on that thing. And I had plenty to do, like just with the painting and ballasting of the tracks, and the foliage and the ground
Yeah, but
cover,
like you were doing
you
like
know.
scenery, you build bridges, things like retaining
Yep,
walls,
yep,
things like that.
yep.
So you just
That's
didn't,
true. And
you know,
yeah, and
go
that was on a 2x5, Jerry. And you know what
right.
I'm talking about, because you have a 2x4. And so just that little 2x5 kept me pretty busy. I mean, and I had like tons of fun with that little 2x5. Now I got this 8x6, and man, to me, it's just kind of huge.
Yeah,
So,
it is. So maybe
and
John or yeah, maybe John. I don't know. Maybe Mystic or Digger, or maybe somebody can answer Closet Brand's question. But keep going.
but yeah, so I'm just feeling like what I got now, it's smaller than some. I mean, look at Jason Train Freak, that gargantuan. To me, that's
Yeah,
just gargantuan, right?
yeah,
Um, Sparky, of course, is
Well,
gargantuan.
Sparky's is like
Uh,
she's got 3 levels. Sparky. I mean,
yeah,
it's like huge.
yeah, and
It's
it's like
like
30 feet, right?
yeah. I mean, like so, like
So,
yeah.
so with what I got now, I'm, g- I've, it just seems like so much. Like I'm gonna have a little residential, a yard with yard facilities, um, a water scene, uh, 3 large industries, as well as maybe a few little industries I could fit here and there. We'll see. And then like sort of a mountain hillside going all the way around half of it, the back half of it. Um, and then with lighting and everything, like it just seems like this is kind of like this is enough to keep me occupied for quite a while. Even if I was a really productive person, which I'm not. I'm not like George, Florida Railroad Dog. You know what I'm saying? I mean, few
Yeah.
people are, but I work slow as hell. And so this just seems like, man, do I need anything bigger than this? And so I
Yep.
always dreamed of having that big, huge thing. But
Uh,
here's the thing, though. Maybe if I was retired, I could
yeah.
handle a big kahuna. You
Maybe
know what I mean?
and maybe
Um,
Big Kahuna is
maybe,
only 16 feet long.
yeah.
It would be like twice as
Uh,
big as what you got now. It's like yeah. Maybe if you have more time, but maybe not. No. You'll figure it
yeah.
out.
So right now, I'm still working, and work takes a lot out of me. It takes a lot of mental energy and physical energy. So, and I
Yeah.
don't really model on days that I work. So,
Right.
so maybe if I was retired, I would be ready to take on the big kahuna, but I'm basically, Jerry, I'm thinking about all that stuff now. Now that I'm
Sorry,
dealing with
Digger.
this.
That's all right.
I muted Digger when he was away in case he started yelling. And when I forgot I muted him. I'm sorry, buddy.
That's all right. No worries.
So if I had the room, I have no desire to build a 30-foot by 20-foot layout. None. Zero. It's just like to me it's like I don't know, it's too much work. It's too much
Yeah,
It's just me,
yeah,
It's like I look at that and I'm like all the track cleaning and like all the other stuff that goes along with something that big. It's like
Pity you can't mow and bale it, isn't it?
yeah.
doesn't interest me.
But I've never cleaned this track.
It's hard work because if
I'm a year into this now, and I've never cleaned the track.
Never wiped it down or anything?
fucking dogs going through.
Well, only in a couple spots where it was old scrap track from the old layout that I
Really?
put on and hadn't cleaned it. Yeah.
Really?
I had some scrap pieces of track that I put in here and there, and a couple of those, the train had a hiccup, and I had to
What's the
clean a little
alternative?
bit, and I just use the alcohol, and but besides that, no, man. I put a train on, and like I said, sometimes it's it hiccups here and there, but then after a couple loops, man, just like this guy right here, smooth as silk.
Keeps running.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
So
Yeah. Yeah, 20 foot in end
it's
scale is
not a
pretty
pain.
damn big. Yeah. Yeah, 20 is pretty big in end scale. John says he's overwhelmed with his layout, and it's still small. Your
Really?
layout's not that small, John. Goes into 2 rooms. John, your layout's like 2618, John. Your layout's like 3 times as big as it was before, right?
Who, me?
No, 2618. Yours is twice as big. Mystic John. Your layout before was like
Mine
5 by 2, right?
it was 2 by 5. Yep.
Right.
Mine is 2.5 times as big as an old one.
John says his is small in HO, but dude, there are dudes that only have like 8 feet of HO track, like a little shelf layout, literally, just like a little tiny, like tiny thing in HO. I mean, I guess it just depends what you're comparing it to and what your idea of the sizes you'd like your layout to be.
Yeah.
Um, I guess see, for me, more is not better, but there are people that
Yeah.
more is better. More is better. For
Yeah.
me, I'm not a more or better person. It's like I'm okay with a couple things, and that's it. I'm like I'm not a more or better person. It's like to me,
Yeah.
more and better means more shit to pack up and put away and deal
Yes.
with whenever that day comes that you move or whatever. It's like
Yeah.
so. It's like, yeah, the less
Yeah.
you have,
Well, I was more is better. I used to be more is better until I had a little more,
yeah,
and now I'm kind of feeling like, man, I mean, this just what I got here is gonna occupy me. Is I don't know how long it would take me to kind of get this complete. If anything is ever complete, but
yeah,
you know, I'm re-examining. I'm kind of thinking about with a new perspective, like really, even if I'm retired, so I have the time. The old equation: time, money, and
yeah,
space.
yeah,
If I have the time and the space and the money, uh, how big would I really want to go? And
yeah,
this thing has kind of got me re-examining that. You know.
yeah. And everybody is different, right? Like, look at Dennis, the way he's doing his layout, right?
Mm-hmm.
Dennis Otter Creek, his layout's like huge. His layout's very involved. There's a lot going on there. It's not just a flat sheet of plywood, throw some buildings on, do some
Yeah.
scenery, you're done. Right? It's like
Yeah. It's a
a lot of
big
work.
kahuna. It's his big
But
kahuna.
it's his big kahuna. Like literally. Like I mean, yeah, but some people might not want to do that type. They might I have no interest in doing that. None. Zero. Like I would never, even if I had all the time and the money. I mean, it would look cool, but it's just too much. Like it's just too much. I'm not that. I'm okay just watching your layout right there. Boom, just running around. Right. I really, I mean, my layout could stay the way it is right now forever. I mean, my dream in my head would not keep going. Like, you know, but I could just shut my eyes and see it. Yeah. It's like
Yeah.
really come facts, right? For the most part, nobody's going to see your layout other than the people you share it with on YouTube, right? And it's not like you got an open house and like hundreds of people or 10 people a day are going to pour into your layout to check it out. So it's like you're doing everything for yourself, which is good, right? But like, you know, I don't know. It's just carry on
Yeah.
and
So
run.
all of these things are, going through my head currently.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, and for the most part, people I think do things for themselves, and I would hope that's all
Well,
that's
I do
motivated.
it.
So, not to be
I do it for the
motivated.
chicks.
Yeah, the chicks are good too. Money for nothing and your chicks for free. You have to look at a big layout as a series of small scenes. Yeah, yeah, for sure. That's the only way you could deal with it. How do you deal with 3 levels 30 feet long? Like you can't process
Yeah.
that. Like it's got to be like This little area is this. This is this. This is this. It's like, man,
Yeah.
that's like
But hey,
that's
Jerry,
massive
it
overload.
might it it might change though when I retire though.
Yeah, it could change.
You
Yeah.
know, maybe not, but if I retire and I'm able to get into a routine, like wake up every morning, you know, have a little coffee, go in the train room, work on this, work on that,
Kind of like
then
Steve,
maybe
right?
things will
Steve,
change.
like Steve Childers, right?
Yeah, exactly. And Steve, for a while, had like that guy John coming over, you know.
Yeah.
So if I was in a situation where I had a couple buddies coming over, working
Right.
on it together, or if I ever if I ever live in the same city with my brother, he's in Houston, but he wants to do an HO.
Hmm,
So we've talked
me
about,
too.
well, maybe one day he would want to come help work on mine and kind of learn, you know.
Yeah.
Um, you know, it just depends. But so I'm not going to totally rule the big kahuna out. But
No.
this is, man, this just seems like enough, you
Well,
know.
you got your big kahuna right now for the time. This is your big kahuna.
Maybe so.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying, like, this is, you're here, right? Today is today, right? You're in this present now. Like,
Right.
there's no guarantee tomorrow's coming. Not to say,
Right.
not to, you know what I mean, but like, this could be your big
You're saying
kahuna.
I'm going to die, Jerry?
No, I'm not saying that, but like, like, focus all your on what you got now. You know, don't
Yeah.
don't put it off. Put off whatever you want to do to this because you're saving it for the next one. Right?
Yeah.
Do you understand that? Right? Like, there's a lot of people, right, that say, you know, for whatever they go through life, and I'm one of them, right? They go through life and deny themselves simple things, right?
Yeah.
Because they don't feel like they deserve it or they need it, or, simple things like, like I listen to K Love, it's Christian radio. So, and the one of the DJs, she's saying, like, I denied myself for years from buying like nice dishware and silverware because I was single, right? And I didn't need to, like, I didn't think I needed it, right? But I denied myself from it. When I bought it, it was like so great because like I enjoy it, right? Like, so me, right? Now here's a perfect example. One of my work trucks, I had this awesome stereo system in. I put speakers in it. It sounded so great, right? And then when that truck got gone, my next truck, I had all my stuff, right? But I never put it in my next truck. I listened to a boombox because I thought I was going to get rid of that truck sooner than I did, and I never did. Right? So here I sat with all my equipment to put into it, but I never did it because I thought I wasn't going to, I thought I wasn't going to keep it, or, so I wasn't going to waste my time putting it in there. But like, you're here today, man. That's your kahuna today. Tomorrow, your big kahuna might be something else, Yeah, you can't take it with you. No, for sure. Little at a time. Yeah. I mean, you'll get to where you want to be when you want to get to where you want to be. Right? Oh, sorry, Digger. I did it again.
Dogs as well. What I'm saying is,
Okay.
I was wondering.
Now he's talking to somebody. He's talking to his son, I guess. I don't want
Okay,
you
yeah. I thought Digger muted himself.
Nah, I muted him. You just wave when you're going to come back. Okay. Well, my power went off. Come back on. No internet now. It'll take a little bit to boot up, probably. But John 2618, like your layout is you could be scenic in your layout, right? Be back in a few. Okay. All right. Well,
Man,
I'll be here.
I'll tell you what John kind of mastered with his current layout. And I guess John, John built a house, and I guess John is not retired yet, but it seems like this is his big kahuna, right? Because he built this house, like it's his permanent thing. But man, I'll tell you what John mastered, in my opinion, is the stylish aspect of railroading, like the fascia, the lighting, and all that stuff, like the presentation. They talk about content and form. Content is what you actually got going on. Form is like how it looks and how it's presented.
Yeah.
Man, top notch.
Yeah, no doubt.
It looks so good.
It looks like it was professionally done. And who has another
it looks
layout
like a
that?
museum.
You know who has another layout like that? Joey. Late night model railroading, Joey.
Joey, yeah. Joey.
Yeah,
I was going to say also
Dave.
Dave CRE is kind of.
Oh yeah, Dave Thurber.
His is going to look like that too.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just got a bigger layout, but yeah. Yeah, and that's the truth. If you enjoy the space that you're in, you spend more time in there and you're going to model more, or something, I guess. I don't know. You're going to do something.
Yeah.
You
But John, what you did with your lighting and your fascia and everything, how you built it into the space, man, and how you built in your storage areas and whatnot. Man, it looks so good. It's very inspiring to see that. It's something for like someone like me who's still living in apartments. I don't own a house yet. Still building my layout to be moved from place to place. Is what you're doing is something for me to dream about, basically. But
before here, John lived in
an
apartment. John lived in an apartment before with his old layout.
Yeah, I remember his old layout.
Yeah. And he packed a lot into that layout.
Yep. But it wasn't on the level in terms of form, in terms of stylistically. It wasn't like he kind of reached a new level.
Yeah, but I think he could have took that layout, put it into his new space, and just added some things to it, and it would have been.
Well, that's true.
But John is like he wanted to do something different. Me, I would have just took that to my next place, put some stuff up, did the lighting, and I would have been like golden.
Right. and I get that, but I also
years of work. Yeah.
Yeah, but I also get John wanting to do this thing from scratch.
Yeah, I get it too. Definitely.
In a new space, like cater what he's doing to the new space,
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. But yeah, it's all good. And I know if John was single and lived where he lived, he'd have that train going through his whole house. I guarantee it.
Is that true, John?
Every room would be trains, man. He'd be cutting holes in all the walls. I guarantee it. I bet you. No doubt. Like Rick has like a big layout and he's O-scale, right? So that's that's even bigger. Rick, do you have to clean your track a lot? Does that require a lot of cleaning? Sometimes too much space is not good. Yes, it can be not good. It depends on the person you are. But like you can like so like I can speak for shop. My shop before was huge. It was 33 by 55. Huge shop. Now I'm like in this little closet, right? My shop before was so disorganized, shit was everywhere. I'd spend so much time looking for a tape measure, a ruler, or something like some tool that I put on the other side of the shop and leave it. Now my shop now is so much more organized, where things have everything has it's hanging up. It's got a spot. Most of the time, I know where it is. So when I go looking for it, I know right away where to go. So you just become more organized, and anybody can be. Okay, I'm proof of it because, like, just because you have a big space just means you bring more shit into it, and that was what I
Yeah.
did in my last shop. I had so much shit, so much stuff everywhere, but it was, I mean, it was just like out of control. Be right back. Okay. Yeah, I
You
can.
know,
But
I was forced to clean my train room when Pappy came. You know, because
did
I
that kill
wanted
you?
it. You know, huh?
Yeah. Did it kill you?
Yeah, and it wasn't too bad. I didn't have too far to go, but just basically it entailed stuffing a bunch of stuff under the layout and moving
Yeah.
a couple things to another room. But
Yeah. He's not going to go.
man, I am loving it. I would
Yeah.
highly recommend anybody out there with a
Yeah.
cluttery train room, invite Pappy over because he's
Or
gonna film
somebody.
everything.
Yeah.
Somebody, yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and it'll force you to clean it up. And man, it is so nice. There's so much space in here now. Um, it's just I'm having more fun in here since Pappy
Yeah.
came.
The funny thing is, right? That was good for you, right? It was good
Hmm.
for you. But the funny thing is, you could have probably left it and it would have never mattered
Oh,
to
it
him.
wouldn't have mattered to Pappy.
It matters to you, but like it's all just you. It's just me. It's just my head. It's like people just most people don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, to Pappy, and Pappy told me, like, he told me, don't do anything, man. You don't have to. It doesn't matter. But
yeah,
I just wanted to, you know.
yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
it's a Southern thing, Southern hospitality. You want to
No,
make
I
it
think
a
it's an everybody
place.
thing. It's like, I think
Yeah,
everybody is like that. They're not inviting people over because they got some dirty underwear laying around, and
yeah,
there's books and magazines and there's stuff out and But like, I don't think like people like really care. They want to come over and hang out with you. They don't want to hang out with your stuff.
right.
But
Yeah,
it's
and
just
Pappy was very clear. Just
yeah,
don't worry about a thing. And we don't want to impose in any way.
yeah,
And but I wanted to clean it up, and I cleaned it up, and it is just, man, it's enjoyable. It's more enjoyable being in here. You know, um, like I'm ready to host somebody else. Come on up, Jerry.
yeah, yeah, yeah. You're just like which is good because now you want to be in there, right?
Yeah,
And you see what's like. You really don't need much to, and maybe you'll keep that going, so that you don't have to move all this stuff to do something. A lot
yeah,
of people, and I'm guilty of it too. You got any flat surface, you just put stuff on it, right? So you're just going to put stuff on your layout, right? Because there's a flat surface, there's room to put something,
yeah,
right? It doesn't
yeah.
necessarily need to be there, but
That's it.
you just
That's it.
yeah,
And if you put up a shelf, oh well, I'm going to put up a big tall shelf, and that's going to solve everything. No, then you're just going to collect more stuff and fill up all those
yeah,
shelves, and you know,
yeah,
and you're going to be even more cluttered.
I mean, like Heath. Like, not I'm not picking on Heath, but he's got all those shelves filled, and I bet you if he had enough room to put more shelves, he'd put more stuff on them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, but this is great. I'm really loving my train room now, and it's mostly because Pappy came. You know.
that's good. So you had a good time with Pappy, and you got a good aftermath.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know where Spawner Street is, but is there really a place called Quahog? Is there really a place in Rhode Island? I don't know.
Is there a what?
Quahog. See what Les says?
Spooner Street.
Spooner Street.
I
Where's Quahog?
I I haven't.
It's a
Quahog is
fam-
the Family
it's a
Guy.
Family Guy. It's a Family Guy thing. Is it real?
Yeah, it's a fictional town that they live in,
Oh, it's a fiction.
but
It's just a
it's a
fiction.
fictional town in Rhode Island. But man, I
Yeah,
get so many uh Family Guy references, and
you
I've
do now.
seen
Yeah,
some Family Guy, but I'm not that well
yeah. I'm not.
versed in it. I need to
You're
watch
not
it.
versed like Digger and Les are. They love Family Guy.
Right.
Yeah, I know it's a type of clam, but I just figured maybe there's a town called it. I don't know.
That's cool, Rick. I didn't know you met Pappy, Rick. I'll
Yeah,
have to search up that video.
yeah. Him. I think what Rick. You met like altogether. You met Pappy, Dave, Wigwag, Dirk. Right? You guys all went rail fanning together after a train show, right, Rick? Yeah, that's cool though. I mean, it's cool. Like Heath's shelves are cool. I mean, I think it's pretty awesome. There's
Yeah.
like a freaking train store in there, and it really does. I mean, he's got a lot of stuff going on in there. But yeah, I mean, yeah, bigger isn't always better, man. It's just more opportunity to fill space up, and if you can, that's fine, right? There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
That's just
There's
not me.
nothing wrong with being a collector. I got to tell you though, I'm not a collector.
Yeah,
Like I buy stuff that I want to run at least
yeah,
eventually.
yeah,
And if it's something cool like these numbered sets from Model Power,
yeah,
then that's cool too. But I want to run those things. I don't want to display them or put them on a shelf or nothing. I want to run them, even though
yeah,
they are sort of collector's items. But I'm not just a pure collector. There's a lot of guys on YouTube that are just collectors. You
yeah,
know, and there's some gray areas in between. There's guys that collect but also like to run stuff.
yeah.
Um, but like one example is like I need to catch up with his channel. It's been a while. But David Adkins, David Adkins?
Yeah, does he post videos anymore?
I don't know, but I need to check. I haven't seen anything for quite a while. But he's a collector, man. I mean, and he would do videos where he'd just show something from a box and say, well, this has been in a box since I bought it back in 1978, and we're going to take it out and see if it runs. Um,
Okay.
I'm not a collector like that. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
nothing's going to sit on a shelf I mean, for one thing, I don't have the money for that. But so I'm not a collector like that. Although I respect those guys that just want to buy something really cool,
Yeah.
um, and and keep it in pristine condition, and because they're a collector, that I get that and I respect it, but that's
Right.
not me at all. Like anything I buy, man, I want to run, and pretty much anything I buy, eventually I'm gonna weather. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So Les says he gave up for some reason.
Huh. Uh,
Age or health, I don't know. He doesn't. Yeah, doesn't know. Yeah, that's that's something, Rick. Your father-in-law got
that's
everything from the
amazing, Rick.
garbage or garage sales. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, there's people that buy layouts, buy train sets, run them for a little bit under the Christmas tree, and then put them in a garage sale. Tons of people like that.
Mm.
That's, I guess that's one of the good things about the hobby. Like you could go to mostly any flea market or something, garage sale, and you're gonna find trains somewhere. You know,
Yeah.
that's one of the good things. Yeah, your trains run pretty good, man.
It's I did okay. I don't usually, I mean, I try not to toot my own horn or whatever because I mean, I'm working with a pink foam wasteland after a year. Uh, but I did okay, man, with the laying of the inner loop and the wiring and everything is, you know.
So like I tell this story quite a bit in chats and stuff when people bring that up. So every November we have open houses around here, and people open their house up, and people come through to see their layouts. There's this one guy not far from here in suburban, and he's end scaler, and he's in his basement. It's all plywood, everything. I don't even think there's a building on his layout. And I don't know how long it's been like that. I hear other people that have went to the tour and been to his house a bunch of times, and I'll hear him saying, "Man, this guy hasn't done nothing in 3 years. This is the same plywood." It's like you're missing the point, man. He's running trains. Like,
Yeah.
like who says he's got to do anything other than nothing? Like, just run trains. Like, it doesn't have to be finished. Like, just because you did it, not you, but just because Tom over here did it, doesn't mean he needs to do it. And don't like sit there and talk behind his back and say, "Man, this guy's layout sucks. He just hasn't done nothing in 3 years." Well, he's done something because he's running trains and he invited you in. So, like,
Yeah, I do think that running trains is important. I feel like we're all trying to develop our layouts, but I just feel like it's cool to see trains running in between. Like, you know, if I see someone building stuff and working on scenery or working on a river port, that kind of thing, putting in foliage and ground cover, all that stuff, that's interesting up to a point.
yeah,
But if I just see someone building their layout and they never run anything, so I don't even know like what roads they run or what kind of trains are they running, steam or diesel, or what, what does their layout look like in action, then
yeah,
I might lose interest at some point.
right, yeah,
I
yeah.
think
I
it's
mean,
important to maintain that balance between developing your layout but also running your trains from time to time.
yeah, running some trains. Yeah, Al has a
Yeah.
large pink wasteland too. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, man. That Lowell Smith locomotive, that's pretty expensive. That Lowell Smith stuff is not cheap, man. There's a guy over here whose layout is evolving on the carpet in a spare room, and he can run trains all brought at secondhand antique stores. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Michael? How's it going? Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with setting up your track on the carpet. There's plenty of people
Yep.
that do it. I mean, nothing wrong with
Okay,
it.
now Les. Les, I love your layout. I love your track plan. The last thing I remember seeing, as far as you running trains, was I think it was the New York Central
Yeah.
stuff. And maybe I need to catch up. I don't know. I don't think
There's nothing to catch up
you've run
on.
trains. Okay. But Les, I would love to see your trains, man. I just
Yeah,
I remember
Les.
liking.
Yeah, Les said.
Huh?
Les, we were talking about this the other night when Les was here. Les hasn't worked on his layout for a year.
Yeah,
I
man,
think
I
something.
really
I don't.
enjoyed
Or was it a
Les's
video?
layout stuff. Like I remember there was one that was where Les was running all of his Alcos, and he was talking about the history of Alco and all this stuff, man. It's so interesting, and you know. And then he had the New York Central thing, and was running a really nice New York Central train, and then nothing,
Yeah.
like kaput.
Digger's a
And
little
I just missed.
preoccupied. Digger's preoccupied, Michael. Hello. Hello, he says. That's okay. He's talking to his son over there. I haven't posted a layout for over a year. It's in editing, but I might give up and try to refine it. I'm trying to Yeah, dude, I think it's good enough, man. I think people will be happy to see something from you. I don't think they're going to critique you and say it's not that good of a video. And if they
Yeah,
do, the
and
hell
I
with
understand that, Les.
yeah. Oh yeah, no, I totally get it. I understand. You know. Yeah, the big railway got in the way. Yeah, it's an
Yeah,
income
I'm
source.
just giving you a hard time, Les. But
Yeah. Hey, work work is more important, Les. So you take care of work.
yeah,
You
yeah,
could
and
let
I guess what's that?
Digger would be happy to probably do a voiceover for you, Les. He doesn't have nothing to do all day. You could
Yeah,
go chase
Digger's got that
trains.
NPR voice.
Yeah. He doesn't have
Digger's
nothing to
got
do.
that calming voice, that like golf
Yeah.
commentary voice.
Yeah. Okay. Now Digger's ready to talk. All right.
Lovely, thank you, chaps. Sorry about that interlude there.
It's all right. So
Talking to Ron mostly. We're organising if we can get another cut on the grass at the farm and get it baled. It saves a lot of money if you can get another set of bales. And this weather, because the weather's been so nice, we've been able to mow and dry and what have you. So hopefully we'll get some baling done.
So can you get another cutting?
Yeah, being cut tomorrow.
Oh, that's good. That's
I
good.
expect it rain
Michael,
tonight
is
and
it?
it should be dry tomorrow.
Yeah, Michael.
Michael
Kerosene
MB
tea
Heritage Farms. T
gauge.
gauge is freaky, man. T gauge is like a locomotive and 3 cars will fit in your hand. It's so much
Yeah.
smaller than even C scale.
I've never seen it. I can't imagine what it's like.
What are you doing?
I can't even imagine how it works.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to mess with it. Maybe when I was younger.
Yeah, too tiny. I wouldn't be able to see it, T gauge. I struggle with N gauge.
Yeah.
Although I do have a new eye test on Thursday this week at 3:00. So I might get some better specs and be
able to
see
say.
better.
Yeah, but still. Yeah, it's still tough to see. What are you going to put in your backyard? G scale, Rick? Thought it was going to pour down. Maybe it won't. Maybe it will. You'll find out tomorrow morning when you wake up. I've seen fine T gauge layout, but I didn't have Motors in the locos? Really? Chain driven layout. Wow, that's crazy. I never heard of that. That's crazy.
Man, Jerry,
Yeah.
if you have you seen T gauge?
I don't think I have. No.
Dude, check this out. Okay, N scale is 1 to 160.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
Z scale is 1 to 220, if I remember correctly. So that's actually not even that much smaller than N.
No, it's not
Oh,
really, but it is
right.
small. Yeah.
T gauge is 1 to 450. So it's less than half the size of Z scale.
So
It's
like probably like maybe like a little 3-car train might be as big as one N scale locomotive.
yes,
Yeah. No.
it's
No.
crazy small, man. I'm telling you, like probably a loco plus 2 or 3 cars fit like in your hand.
I wonder what the track costs for that. Can you imagine having like? Could you see that on that size layout there? That'd be like an empire.
That's what I'm talking about. So I'm kind of intrigued with it. Like what you could do with it. Like you could put a little loop like just on your coffee table and still have room for your breakfast and
Yeah.
your coffee. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. But I'm sure it's not cheap.
The thing is, you can't see what's going on. You can't see any details with it. They have them in a suitcase, don't they? Open the suitcase and they've
Yeah,
got
yeah, yeah. Well,
little
you could
tracks
put
running
Z
around.
scale in a suitcase, you know? I mean,
Yeah.
you could probably put I mean, T in a way of looking at it, T gauge is like it's just kind of unlimited. I mean, but the thing is, I don't know how well it works. How well can you make something that small work? Like in terms of turnouts, you know, electrical connectivity, like all that stuff. It's got to be issues with it.
I don't know. I just googled it. There's a guy that's got a little T scale trolley or something, and it just fits on his finger, one finger.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I'm
You
kind of
know.
intrigued with it. But it would have to be like it would have to be obviously you couldn't do any switching or anything. Like it wouldn't be any point to having a yard or anything, right? So I mean, you're just doing a loop like or a you know, like for running. I mean, it's just for running, I would think. And then the scenery, I mean, like trees and whatnot, would be so small. Um, it would just be scenery and running, pretty much. I'm thinking.
That's it. You're not going to be able to see a lot of detail on it, are you? And
Yeah.
what have you?
Yeah.
And do a lot of operations there all. So
Yeah.
purely just for running, tail chasing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to share this right now. Hold on. Present share. Share. Do you see
Wow.
that?
Holy crap.
Yeah.
I don't even think it runs because that locomotive, if you look, it doesn't even looks like a piece of wood. I
Yeah.
mean,
Is that
it's like
half the
But
scale of N?
they run.
Is it half the size of an N scale?
no, it's even smaller, isn't it, John?
Yeah. Much
Smaller than
smaller.
half.
It's less. It's so much smaller. N scale is 1 to 160. T gauge is 1 to 450. It's like 3 times as small as N scale.
Wow.
So let me go here.
I actually thought about Z scale before I got into N scale.
No, damn it! How do I do this? Here? Oh yeah. Here's a pen.
But
This is N scale. right? N scale,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't imagine that pen being much bigger than this pen, right?
Yeah. And
And
it was
look
like,
at all the. I mean, like.
it's tiny. It's amazingly tiny.
I mean, there's like, I don't know,
Surely they don't fit a decoder into it and stuff.
maybe 3.5 cars in the size of that pen.
Yeah.
That's like
Yeah.
crazy. That's a penny. It looks like in front of it.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. That's right. That's what I'm thinking. It's so small, man. There must be issues in terms of electrical connectivity and
It's got to be DC. They're not. There's
yeah.
no speaker in there and decoder.
yeah,
Right. Right.
yeah. That'd be the day when they put sound in T scale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm intrigued by it because in a relatively small space, it seems to me you could make a really epic
Oh yeah,
sort of scene, you know?
you could have a massive city.
Yeah, like or like a water scene, like a trestle, you know, that kind of
Well,
thing. Like
that
Through
would
the
be pretty.
mountains. Yeah.
You could probably, it would be probably cool. Like Rick is O scale. Rick could put an O scale tree on his layout and put a T scale train running around his O scale tree.
yeah.
Right? Like Christmas
Yeah.
time.
For
Right?
Christmas, yeah.
Yeah, that would be so cool. That would be so neat. I don't think you could do it with HO, but O scale you probably could get away with it. That would be so neat. Yeah, but Les had said you could use it for your N scale. Well, maybe you
As
could
a
do it. I
miniature
don't know.
railway. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you could do it for N scale. I don't know. Probably anything, but really.
Refill time.
Damn, man. He's outdoing you, Digger.
Yeah. I'll have one more coffee. I think. Yeah.
Mystic is a coffee machine.
Well, it's in his veins, isn't it? His coffee's his business.
Yeah, he is a barista. Yeah, it would be really cool, Rick. But I wonder, how much T scale trains are.
I've never seen one.
Yeah, I've never seen them either. Wow, there's T Gauge USA. There's like a whole website. Like they have like T scale track plans. What kind of a track plan do you need for T scale?
Could probably fit it in a teacup.
Go have a coffee, John. Yeah, like rolling stock starter set. How much is a TCal starter set? $279 for a starter set. 120 millimeter radius track loop with 4 cars and a high speed train. Not too bad. It's not too bad. You can get a Deutsche Bahn Ice 3 train set for $487. 8 cars with 8-car Ice 3 train. 8 cars. That's not bad. I can't believe how much stuff they have for this.
Wow.
That is crazy. I wouldn't. It's nothing I would get into, but they have kit bashing. Kit bashing. Seen kit bashing.
How
Can you
can
imagine?
you possibly work on that scale? How can you work with stuff?
I don't know, man. I don't know, but people obviously do it. $110 for a diesel locomotive. A GP8 is $81. I mean, they have stuff. I mean, it's amazing. I'm surprised that they have as much as they have for it. Like, there's tons of stuff there. You can get into T scale. Wow. And I guess they have layouts. Maybe you can like buy the whole layout. 'Cause I don't know. I didn't read it. But yeah, it's crazy. But
You're gonna have to do a lot of scratch building, I think, for if you want to build a variety of buildings and stuff.
yeah, I think John 2618 is going to try T scale. I can see it now.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know. I put a link to T scale stuff. Rick, there's a link up there, tgauge.us. I mean, I don't know if what they're selling is good stuff, but I just Googled the first thing came up. That's what came up.
Don't forget the sales tax on top of those prices.
Yeah. I mean, there's some videos. People have videos.
Yeah, microscope not included.
Yeah. There's a little T gauge layout. It says it's on a hat. It's running around a hat. I don't know what kind of hat. Oh, it's this dude's got it on his head.
Really?
Yeah, I thought about doing Z before I got into N scale, because when I first got into railroading, I was fascinated with the space aspect. Like, what could you do in a small space? And but what scared me away from Z is the lack of availability of just stuff that you might want. Like, for example, Southern Railway.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, you ain't
like
getting it.
yeah, it just seemed like. And then I noticed something like in forums and whatnot.
Yeah.
They would say about Z scale, they would say, if you see it, buy it, period, because you're never going to see it again.
Yeah, you're never. It's gonna.
You
There's
know?
people out there to buy it.
Yeah. And it's
So Michael,
just not as much available.
Michael, where did you see this at? This Michael brought up the T gauge. Where did you see this at? That's crazy. I saw a T scale layout at a train show a few years ago. His White House cigar in a White House cigar box. In a cigar box. No kidding. Wow. That's funny. Yeah, you can just take your layout with you anywhere, man. Probably runs on a battery. Like a 9-volt.
Yeah. Or a watch battery.
Yeah, maybe a watch battery. 9-volt might be too big for it.
Wow. Miniature, yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, it's too small for me. Way too small.
Yeah, way too small for me. I'm all right with the 8-shore stuff.
Yeah.
And, and some of that's difficult to handle when you putting tiny details together and stuff. But anything smaller than that, it can be trouble.
Man, I wonder how a T-scale helix would be to build.
You could use a slinky, maybe.
Yeah, you're just going up like 2 inches. Check out my T-scale helix. I don't see it.
Yeah. Check out my triple level T-scale. It's like this tall.
Yeah, you could have like 10 levels. 10 levels in the size of a shoebox.
Could be 1,000 scale miles
Yeah.
all in one room.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't see them having like, well, maybe they do make speakers that tiny, but
What?
I
You
think,
see, Rusty?
yeah.
They
you-
they got a T-scale big
No,
boy
no,
rivet counter.
no. Read the rest of it. That would
Okay.
be wild. He's dreaming over there.
Yeah.
He's dreaming. Yeah.
I would like a G scale. I could see myself having a G scale in the yard.
Yeah, G Scale's pretty cool.
Yeah, if you've got the room for it.
Yeah, you just need a little bit of room. But yeah, it's pretty cool.
Wow, Les, that must be impressive. He's built the 4th rail bridge in T gauge. It's 10 feet long.
Hey, Bill. My friend Bill's watching. Say hi to Bill, everybody.
Howdy, Bill.
Hello, Bill. Good to see
Hey,
you.
so Jerry, your friend Bill is rich, huh?
No, why?
Because everybody's always paying bills.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be good. That's funny. You got a little something in that coffee. You're spiking it, aren't you?
You can have this vodka if you want. I can't drink it.
Little something.
A little bit of Bailey's in there or something.
Brandy, rum. Bit of rum in your coffee.
Lisa, happy birthday. It's Lisa's birthday, too. It's his wife. Lisa, happy birthday.
Hey, happy birthday, Lisa.
Happy birthday, Bill wife, Lisa.
If she's listening. Yeah, but that stuff is too small, man. I just couldn't see it. But it's like if you YouTube it, there's quite a few layouts that people have with T-scale.
But it's the vehicles, and I've just looked on that site at the buildings, and there is some, but you'd have to do a lot of scratch building yourself.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And vehicles and what have you, it's not possible to have the same amount of accessories as they do for HR or N.
But like, think about it. Like, how big would a building be in T-scale?
Yeah. Like just
Like,
less than an inch tall. Like for a
Could you
normal
even-
little one-story house.
Could you even see a car?
Yes, I've seen videos and they have cars. And I follow at least one T-gauge channel, maybe a couple. And they have cars, and if you're looking at it just from the naked eye, like me to looking at my layout right here, it looks like a car. You could tell what it is. It looks, but if you get really, really up close, it's the most sloppy. It's not quite shaped right. It's the most sloppy paint job you've ever seen. You know, like it looks kind of bad, like really
Yeah.
up close, like the vehicles. But yeah, I mean they've got everything for that scale, I think.
But Steve's Trains, I don't know if you guys follow him. He's got a little video there of T-gauge.
I saw that.
Yeah. It's like he's like unboxing this thing, and it's like it's laughable.
Yeah.
Seriously, laughable.
But I'm
Hmm.
telling you, if you take like 1 foot by 2
Oh my
feet, imagine that size right there. You could do a loop and you could do an epic little layout with a nice water scene with a trestle, foliage, everything. You could do a just awesome little layout in T gauge with that size.
At one point in the video, he shows you N, Z, and T. Like he's got a metric ruler, a car, one of the passenger cars for T gauge is 5 millimeters long. 5 millimeters.
I've just seen some vehicles on that website. They haven't got windows or anything. It looks like they've got stickers for windows, little stickers and that. But there is a little truck with the door open.
Really?
Whether the door opens and closes, I don't know.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, it is cool. I mean, there's definitely a cool factor about it.
Well, it's impressive, yeah.
I think it's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder.
Honestly, I think it's cooler than Z, honestly, because Z isn't that much smaller than N, really.
No, it's not.
N
I mean, it's
N
small.
N is 160 and Z is 220. That's not that much difference. That's less of a difference than between HO and N.
Hmm.
You know?
Yeah. David D. Trains. Okay. How about that? Yeah. But it's definitely cool. I mean, like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's just amazing how small. And like,
Yeah.
is there something smaller than that?
I don't think so. T gauge is the smallest I've ever heard of.
Yeah, that's crazy. Is there like a TT gauge?
There's a TT gauge. Yeah, I can't remember the
But it's a
scale
bigger,
of it.
kind of like, yeah, because I know there's like some guys. I went to this train show. It was more like a 4-H did this thing a couple years back, and I think they still do it every year, where all these N scalers from all over the state of New Jersey come and they bring their module layouts, and people come and they run trains. You can bring your trains and run them on these layouts. It's really cool. And there were dudes there with N scale layouts, and they had TT scale stuff for perspective. You know, like TT cars, like way in the background, TT buildings way in the background, things like that. But I never heard of T.
Yeah, I don't know what scale TT is.
Okay. Les says it's between N and HO. I thought it was between N and Z, but I guess not.
Thank you, Dats.
Does J7 have underwear on? Huh?
No, I usually do. But actually, I'll be honest, I got on the live stream and then I arranged the computer to the angle that it is now, and then eventually I noticed, I said, oh good, I'm wearing shorts. Okay, that's good.
I don't even know why you brought that up.
Because Dwight asked if I was just wearing underwear because, no pants allowed in the train room.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's Closet Branch. Yo, Frugal Farmer, what's up? Google says it was the smallest available layout for collectors. How about that? T gauge. That's crazy. Sorry we're making a lot of noise, Mr. Farmer. We'll try to keep it down.
Howdy,
Some
farmer.
some of us are all jacked up on caffeine.
I'm going to get some more caffeine, I think.
Digger, you gonna be up all night?
Nah,
I'll be able to sleep.
Digger can sleep. I would be up all night.
Back in a second.
Does like caffeine keep you awake, Mystic?
It I don't know, man. It can. Sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I think it just depends on how exhausted I am in general. You know.
Yeah. I was thinking about calling this stream Pants Optional Hangout.
All of your streams are pants optional.
I know, but it's just in honor of Closet Branch.
Closet Branch, your end scale.
I think if you'd have called it No Pants, that would have had Ron watching all the time, wouldn't it? She'd have been here all the time.
Yeah, I guess maybe not.
I want to start like a round table for end scalers. We might could call it No Pants. The No Pants round table or something like that.
So what do you want to do? Start like a live stream with N scalers?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good idea. N scale only.
Uh-huh.
You could call it like HO Haters Club.
Which yeah.
You know,
Which you would be one of the hated ones, Jerry.
I'm not. I'm like on the fence.
My muscles are in scale. Or maybe T gauge.
Yeah, mine are T gauge. Yeah.
You know, if my eyesight was better, I probably would have had a go with N scale. But I'm heavily invested in HO now. And
yeah.
if N scale was the same size as HO, I'd probably have a go.
So wait,
Yeah. But there's HO.
Digger.
Why would you need N scale the same size as HO? Go ahead. What were you going to say, Miss?
Digger, you're HO or double O?
Double O.
Okay,
It's the
so
same as
you don't have
HO.
any HO? No, it's a little different.
All of his buildings are HO.
All the
Right,
buildings
but
are HO.
but technically double O is a little bigger
It is.
than HO.
Double O is 4 millimeters to the foot, and HO is 3.5 millimeters to the foot.
You're talking half a
Right.
millimeter.
Yeah, it's neither in nor there.
But
Negligible.
it makes a difference though. HO is 1 to 87, and double O is 1 to 75. Is that right?
1 to 76.2.
1 to 76. So it's kind of, I mean, that's more than a 10% difference.
It all
I guess it
depends
doesn't make.
what you're doing with it. You see, you can use the figures, and I put a lot of HO scale figures onto the platform at the railway station and stuff like that. Because people do differ in size, and that's another realistic thing. You don't, when you buy a packet of figures, they're usually all the same size, aren't they? And that's just not realistic. I mix them up HO double O, and I mix all the figures
Gotcha.
So there's no short people, there's no fat people, there's no tall people in the back. They're all the same.
Yeah, all the same.
Yeah, that's unrealistic.
Everyone's slim.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
Similar haircut and everything. You can buy specialist figures now, can't you? That with these 3D printed guys, you can buy punk rockers with spiky haircuts and
Yeah, probably.
all that type of thing. But
Les, could
yeah.
you explain that to me?
Yeah, British N scale is 150, right?
148.
1
One
to
140,
50?
1 to 148.
Ah, I didn't realize that. So that's the
Just
difference between N scale and N gauge.
British N.
that's British N scale.
You know those British people got to be different.
Yep.
Right.
Awkwardly different.
So that's consistent with HO to double O. Double O is a little bigger. So
Probably. Yeah.
British N scale is just a little bigger than American N scale. So why do the British gotta like make
Because
their
they're
stuff a
stupid.
little bigger?
They're stupid.
Yeah, and Japanese is 150.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
It's like HO is exactly half of O scale. Exactly half. Which is why it's called HO, half of O scale. Everybody in the world adapted that as a standard. And that would have been it, except the UK. You had to be different for some stupid ass reason. But the track is exactly the same gauge.
So which came first, HO or double O?
I'm going to say at a similar time it must have been, because in Europe they've had HO since they've had model railways, haven't they?
Hmm.
I've no idea why the UK decided to be double O, just to be slightly different than HO. And because of that, we've shot ourselves in the foot in the UK, because we don't have access to as much stuff for the layouts.
Yeah, that's why Digger builds NOHO buildings, because you can't get the buildings that he wants in double O.
Exactly.
Right.
And I love American cars, but I can't get American cars from the 60s and 70s, which I just like for collection purposes. I cannot get those in double O. They're all in HO 187. Oxford Diecast make them, but they're all slightly different.
Huh.
187.
So I didn't know their UK O scale. What is that? O scale in UK.
Is it 148?
O scale?
148? No,
O
yeah,
scale.
148. Or else
Hi, Nancy.
Oh.
is it 148, Les?
Hi, Nancy.
Nancy, hello.
Hello. Hello, love. How you doing, Nancy?
O scale UK. I'll just.
Yeah, I didn't know. I've never seen anybody model O scale in the UK.
Ah,
I've seen it.
Yeah.
Yep.
it's
There was a channel I was into. Haven't seen him in a while, but it's William Stanier, and he's a guy that does O scale switching, like just DC, no sound, old school, with switchboard.
I've got it. I've got the
What do you
scale
call it?
here
Panel.
for O scale, and America's different than Europe as well.
Yeah.
O scale. Here we go.
But I got something to say about O scale.
O scale in the UK is 143.5 or 7 mil to the foot. In Europe, it's 145 or 143.5 in France, which is the same as the UK. And in the United States, it's 148.
148. I got something to say about O scale. I wish George, Florida Railroad Dog, was here to talk about it. But It just seems to me that O scale
Rick is
is
here.
out of Rick. It seems to me that O scale is out of scale, and what I mean is the cars just don't look right.
Some of
Like
them,
they look too,
but they're,
huh?
correct me if I'm
Like
not, or if I'm wrong. There's O scale and there's O27, or there's like
right, right,
there's like that Lionel toyish, and then there's
yeah.
there's I don't true O scale. I don't know. I mean, there's something there that like they're very close, and yeah, there's some that just look really odd.
There's
Don't
something
look.
that looks
Yeah, they're
odd
not
about O
really.
scale, and I'm talking Lionel, and I
Yeah,
think it's the same with like what's that other
3 rail.
popular
Yeah.
O scale company like MRC or something like that. Um,
MTH.
maybe. But
Yeah,
it just seems
MTH.
to me like O scale cars are too fat. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like too wide. They look out of scale somehow.
yeah.
But
There's
I don't know if that's my imagination or what. But
there's two O scales, O27 and O. So what do you model, Rick? Because Rick's stuff looks pretty normal.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
Yeah,
like
Nancy,
I
that's
look
Digger up there. Say hello, Digger, to Nancy.
Hello again, Nancy. How are you doing?
That's Digger.
That's me, the ugly one in the corner with the specs on and the skeleton bandana on his head.
I'm in the
and
corner.
I'm the ugly one on the bottom.
I'm in the corner. I'm in the corner
But
with the screen light up.
it just seems like O scale is too wide. That's my thing about O scale.
Screen
Man,
light
look,
up.
I look at Z scale, I look at N scale videos, I look at HO videos, and
Thank you,
everything
Nancy.
looks kind of normal. And in
Yeah,
fact,
yeah,
sometimes depending on how people film things, I don't know if it's N scale or HO, and I
yeah.
have to look at the description and um but O
Well,
scale it just
Go ahead.
go ahead.
No, you go.
No, you.
Well, it just looks too wide to me. The
Yeah.
cars, they look too fat.
Some of them look weird. I don't like the fact that like when they go around turns, like the the locomotive like stays there and the trucks turn. It just looks like it overhangs. It's like I don't know. It's hard to explain. That looks weird, and it's just a Lionel. I think you
Hmm.
watch it go around. It just doesn't look right. I don't know.
Something looks out of scale, and I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah, but like Closet Branch, right? Closet Branch films his trains at a point where it's hard to tell what it is. Like N scale,
Yeah,
HO.
absolutely.
It's
You
like
can't tell.
here I can tell
And,
that's N scale, right? Because there's perspective there. I see other things. He's down here low, low, and you're just looking straight on at it, and you can't tell.
yeah. Yeah, and people comment on my videos sometimes to where they're like, "Are you HO or O
Yeah,
or HO or I?"
yeah,
I don't close."
yeah. Depends what your angle is.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying is eight to me, HO and N and
Oh,
even Z it all kind of looks the same, but O it's just something different, man. It looks to me like the cars are too wide.
so did you see Rick says MPC? I've never heard of them. Their stuff is not to scale.
See, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, I've never heard of them. Yeah. So like you're like Mystic, like you're across the board on channels you watch. Me, I'm like there's only a couple of odd scales that I watch, and it's Bill, Dennis, and Claude. I rarely go and watch other people's O scale. Rick is one. Rick's probably, I would say, Rick is probably the only O scale channel that I watch regularly. Right?
Yeah.
I'm just not
I,
into.
I watch everything.
But you watch everything. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I don't watch
Yeah.
T scale guys. I won't don't watch T scale guys. I didn't even know they existed. But
Yeah.
yeah, I'm
I
just
don't
like
watch
usually.
as many. I don't watch as many O scale guys just because O scale guys, and I don't want to offend anyone, man, but
No, I don't want to
O
either. But
scale
this is
guys,
how.
but just put it all out there. Be honest. O scale
Yeah,
guys tend to be more so collectors, and they
yeah.
don't want to do too much to their cars because maybe they're
Oh yeah,
protecting the
they're not.
resale value.
God bless you.
Yeah,
They're not
which I
weather.
get.
Yeah, they're not weather.
Right. They don't
Yeah,
weather,
yeah. It's fine.
typically.
But there's a lot.
And
But
there are,
there's. I mean, there's a lot of guys that, like, I think, like Joe Rader. He doesn't graffiti none of his stuff.
yeah.
He doesn't like graffiti, so he doesn't graffiti his stuff. Maybe graffiti
But
wasn't
also it's
big.
era.
Yeah, yeah, it's error too.
Graffiti
Yeah,
has to do with era. Like I'm
yeah,
transition era, so I'm not really graffitiing anything, you
yeah,
know. But O scale guys, man, a lot of times, man, they don't
yeah,
weather and they don't
yeah,
like they don't get really into like the ground cover and they don't get real deep into scenery and ground cover and foliage and all that stuff. Um, and O scale is kind of a different vibe, though, you
yeah.
know,
What?
because with O scale, you can do more in terms of lighting and crazy little buildings that do stuff like animations.
Yeah, yeah,
You know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
which you can't do in smaller scales, or you at least don't see as much in smaller scales. So O scale is just kind of a different vibe, you know.
yeah.
But I
I
still
mean,
watch
there's
a lot of O scalers.
yeah, like Rick says, some of the Lionel stuff is valuable. It's worth a lot of money, so you're not going to
Yeah,
weather
that
it.
is
You're not
true.
going to graffiti it. You're probably
Yes,
not even
that
going to
is so
run it.
true. And if
You
I'm
know?
spending minimum $600
Yeah,
on the cheapest O
yeah,
scale locomotive you could buy,
Yeah,
I
you don't
mean,
want to wreck
or,
it.
exactly. Or if I'm spending 3,000 on a nice, O
yeah,
scale locomotive, yeah, man, I'm gonna think twice about weathering it.
yeah, for
So I
sure.
get it. I'm not, I don't want to I'm not dissing O scalers, um, but yeah, but I like the weathering and I like you know, the scenery and the hardcore, you know, ground cover and all that stuff. So that's why I don't watch as many O scalers, but I still watch some. I mean, George is
Hey,
amazing. Rick is
yeah,
awesome.
yeah.
You know,
Hey, Dwayne, what's up, Dwayne? Did you just come in? You
I
haven't
know
been
I've
here.
been in before. Either he's been in and gone and come back, or he's been lurking all the time. He did
howdy,
speak some
Dwayne.
time ago. Hello, Dwayne, again. But
Oh, he
yeah,
was here earlier. I
what?
missed him. He was here earlier, Dwayne.
Yeah, I'm sure he was.
I'm sorry I missed you, Dwayne. If you were here earlier, I'm just noticing you. Yeah, Dak man. He's got a nice layout.
Dackman is great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's got some cool stuff. He's in the. He collects. He's a collector. So does
Mm-hmm.
like the cross tanker guys. They're collectors, right?
Yeah.
My mistake.
Yeah.
Oh, he just arrived. Okay. George, GFW, they're collectors, but they run. But they're collectors, big collectors, right? GFW trains.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, but like, yeah, yeah, George and Rick are probably, I don't know, probably the only and O scalers that I really, really watch. Um, I don't know, just not into O scale. It's cool. I'm
But
just
it's
not
a
into it.
different vibe. It's a
Yeah,
different vibe. And honestly, if I was to go a bigger scale, which I could see myself doing, I would go G scale.
yeah,
Like if I was going to do something outdoors, I would just go ahead and go with the G scale. I mean, if you're going to go big, go really big, right?
huge. Yeah, like, well, when John 2618 was here in May, we went to a train store, and they had a
That
lot of G scale stuff
me.
up for sale and display. And like the G scale, they had, I don't know if it's across the board, but some of the G scale locomotives they had were like $300 and $400, which I thought was
Uh-huh.
like really cheap for G scale. Like,
That's
I don't know
reasonable. Yeah.
if they were, I didn't know if they ran, like if they had motors, or I didn't know what they were, but I just saw them, saw a price tag, and was like, I made a comment to John. I says, wow, that's really cheap for G scale.
Well, I think the more expensive you get, the more careful you better be
Oh, yeah. Well,
because
yeah,
yeah,
yeah. Rick can attest. Some of the locomotives that Rick buys for his layout, I'm sure they're probably $500, $600, $700.
yeah.
Some of those O scale
And if you're
locomotives.
buying a new Lionel or a new MRC or something like that, well, then that's one thing. But
Yeah,
you're gonna get basically what you pay for. But when you go to train shows, buying
yeah,
O scale stuff, man, you better be careful.
yeah,
Because if I'm buying a new N scale DC locomotive, I'm paying 40 or $50. That's one thing. I mean,
yeah,
you start getting up to 500, $1,000, man,
yeah.
you better make sure.
Get
You know what I
runs.
mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
serious money that.
Yo, what's up, Jeffrey? Jeffrey snuck in.
I can't keep up with Jeff's channel names, man.
Yeah, me either. It's hard.
He's a man of a thousand guises.
Yeah. This is what Rick says. That's funny. Dust is my weathering process.
Yeah.
Yeah, it works, right? Yeah, it's not cheap, man. And Rick has a ton of locomotives. Like, Rick's got a lot of new, like, heritage unit locomotives. Very, yeah. That stuff adds up, man.
It's a good investment though because it holds its value well, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm
Well, that's
sure that
true. If
does.
you don't weather it,
Yeah,
Mm. If you don't
he's,
touch it, leave
yeah,
it in
he's,
the box. Leave it in the box on the shelf.
yeah, but Rick runs his trains. He buys them to run them. He doesn't buy them to put them away, digger.
I only do that with cars and trucks.
Okay.
Cars and trucks soon
yeah, there you go.
on display.
2,400.
Yeah, and it probably doesn't even look that great, right?
Gee,
I mean,
yeah.
it looks good, but there's other ones. I've seen some at the train shows that I don't know. I don't know if they were O scale or G scale. I can't remember. It was like $4,500 for a big boy. I think it
Yeah.
was G. I think it was G scale. I
Rick's
think it
got
was
30
G.
engines. That's like easy $20,000, isn't it?
I don't know. You do the math. I don't know. 500 a piece. Even,
Well, I've seen
1,500.
the Lionel catalog like 6,000.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Those dudes. Yeah, people go through that Lionel catalog and they're like, I'm getting that, I'm getting that, I'm getting that. Like, man, God
Yeah.
bless you.
Mm.
Yeah. I'd rather pay rent for the next year.
Yeah, yeah, but it's a whole different. I think once you get into that, you're like
It's different.
at a
Yeah.
whole different income level.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. But yeah, but
Yeah, I'd need a lot of room to enjoy myself with
Yeah.
an all scale layout. I need a heck of a lot of room. I know it's easier to detail, and the stuff's available, and you can get a lot of things because it's easier to make them in that size. But I'd need a lot of room. I need a lot of room to build a really a layout that I'd like.
yeah, yeah. Can you imagine all the buildings?
Mm.
And that's the other thing. I don't know for sure. I don't. Is there like really nice buildings available in O scale like there is in HO? I don't know. I don't.
I
I don't
think there
really.
is. I think there is. The Rick
Yeah.
could tell us better, but they're just
You don't need
expensive,
those, do
and
I?
a lot of the buildings in O scale like do something. You know what I'm saying? Like they have
Yeah.
some sort of animation or something like that. And the other thing about if you want to scratch build in O scale like George does, it's easier, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you need more materials. I mean,
Yeah.
a sheet of a brick sheet in N scale like this big, like I could build 3 or 4 buildings out of, but you could only
Yeah.
build
Look
one
what you
building
just did.
in O
You
scale.
just derailed your train. You knocked your
I just
trains
knocked
over.
over my entire train.
Damn it.
Wow.
See, that
No,
wouldn't happen in O scale.
no.
Oh man,
Menards. Yeah. Menards has a lot of
this
nice
is
built.
NS. This is Norfolk Southern level right here.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's tankers too.
Oh, spillage.
Like,
Could be all
yeah,
kinds of
hazardous
chemicals.
material.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here, folks.
Yeah, move on quickly.
Dwayne, what are you using for water scenery? Yeah, that's the other thing. Like those like woodland scenics things like water scenes and like the liquid and crap. That stuff's expensive.
I use clear epoxy for my little river. I made a small river and I used clear epoxy, and I've used some of that. It's like a paint on glue, and you put it on the top, to create ripples and stuff.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it's called.
Oh,
But it's
Mod Podge.
yeah,
Mod
and it
Podge?
stinks.
Yeah.
Mod Podge, that's it. Yeah, it stinks. It really stinks. It's not cheap.
I don't know. Yeah, I know Menards stuff is reasonable. Like their buildings are pretty cheap. I see them all in like the train magazines. Menards doesn't make nothing for N scale, only HO and O. But yeah, their buildings are cheap and their cars are cheap. Like they're affordable. I mean, you can put together a lot of cars with the Menards stuff. Dwight says he didn't see a thing.
Because it's in scale.
Yeah, I wonder where that wigwag is. 7 o'clock. He must be like doing something, or he's just not getting this notification. I really wanted Dwight to give Wigwag the business. Well, Dwight, you're just going to have to save it until you see him. Yeah, it's like if you watch that Steve's Trains, How Can Trains This Small Even Work? He's opening up the box of like the little set, the T scale set. It's got a re-railer in it.
Uh,
One of those like the Kato re-railers.
yeah.
It looks like a popsicle stick. Oh Jesus. Yeah. So Dwayne, I'll share this again. We were talking about T scale earlier, Dwayne. I don't know if you know about T scale, but T scale is like tiny as could be.
See, this is part of the problem of N scale, is that when you have parallel tracks in N scale's small, right? So your parallel tracks are close together. And
Yeah,
so I'm trying to re-rail this train, and I knocked over the other train on the next rail.
yeah.
It is small.
For me, I can't re-rail and scale stuff on curves. I gotta use the re-railer and put it on straight track.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, that's what drives me crazy, is getting them damn things back on the track.
It is small, man, but to me, the space advantage just trumps all.
Nancy, you got a T scale train? Nancy says she's got one.
Wow.
Don't blow away, Almar. If you sneeze, you would blow the whole T scale train off the layout. You do. I,
Wow, Nancy, do you run it?
yeah, do you run it, Nancy? You got to do a little video of it. Or did you do a video of it? I've never heard of T scale until today. You're the first person I ever heard that had one.
Interestingly, though, that video you've just put a link to, it's
Yeah.
a British locomotive, a British little carriages and train, but it's made in America, made in New York.
Is it really?
But it's a British train. So they do make British locos in America.
That's a crazy thing. British, they make trains in America, right? But yet, like, they make all the other scales in China. Ah, Jesus. Oh, man. Lay out on a dinner plate. Yeah, you pretty much. It says big or small as a 5x3 index card.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Oh, that's cool, Nancy.
Let me go find it. I'll make a video and post it. Okay.
That is cool.
I hope you can find it. I hope it's not like under like a shirt or something or a sock.
Yeah, it got lost in a sock drawer.
You might never find it. That's just nuts. But I mean, it's cool, and what's crazy is how inexpensive it is. I'm not going to say cheap. It's just I would think that it would be like crazy expensive because Z scale is expensive.
Mm.
I wouldn't buy Z scale just because it's so expensive. I can't stand the fact that N scale is so expensive compared to HO scale. I get it. I still can't stand
But
that
it's
fact.
generally cheaper, though, I think.
How is that so? Like you can buy I can buy an N scale locomotive for $179 with sound, or I could buy an HO for a couple more bucks, or I could buy an HO not a rivet counter for the same. Like you could spend like for a rivet counter N scale from scale trains 200 and I don't know some odd dollars, and you could spend a couple more bucks and get HO.
Well, BLI, for a new BLI, N scale, sound, like not a switcher, but like a road locomotive,
Yeah,
it's going to be 200 plus.
yeah.
I mean, not much over 200, 220, you know.
Yeah, but Z
I think
scale is
N
like
scale is
200.
cheaper though. Like, for example, Covered hoppers. I've been in the market for covered hoppers in scale lately. Uh,
Uh,
Tax, shipping, everything, $25.
yeah.
How much you gonna pay for a covered hopper? Like on
I
eBay,
paid.
I'm talking about.
So when I went to the train store, I paid $49 for Athearn Ready to Roll, Grime for Prime, HO hopper. Okay, and
Yeah,
it's nice. It's really detailed. But but
that's
but but
double.
you can spend. I know, but you could spend $40 for an exact rail hopper. Go price an exact rail hopper.
N
Exact
scale
rail,
or HO?
N scale. Go price an exact rail
Well,
hopper.
I'll never pay that.
I'll never pay it either.
I mean, there's so much available for just like $25
I
in
know.
terms
I
of a
paid. I paid
covered
20.
hopper.
So I did a while ago. I did a video where I showed you some N scale hoppers. I bought Atlas, regular, like I don't know, mass. I forget what it was. Their normal line, and then the Master Plus. Right, the Master Plus was $27.99, and the regular one was $23.99. Way more detail in the 27, but it,
And
it
that's
just
HO?
no N scale.
N scale. Yeah, that's what I'm
It
talking
didn't
about.
run good. Like I bought these
Okay.
really nice 4-bay Master Plus series Atlas N scale hoppers. I paid $27.99 at Yankee Dabber, but they kept derailing. Like they
Yeah.
would derail all the
Well,
time.
in N scale, man, I'm a huge fan of micro trains. Man, you could get just about anything. Most of what you see is micro trains on my layout. Uh,
Yeah,
they they couple perfectly.
yeah,
I very
yeah,
rarely have uncouplings. They don't derail. They run smooth as silk. They look good, good detail. Uh, they basically run for about $20. Maybe if it's like a longer car, like a 50-foot box car or a covered hopper, it might be $25. But they operate very well. Um, the only bad thing about micro trains is they all come with plastic wheels.
yeah, yeah.
So you have to replace the wheels if you want to do that. I don't haven't done that yet on most of my micro trains, but you know, so because micro trains is so good to me, I have mostly micro trains, so I don't go out and buy a
Right.
exact rail or you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah,
I find in N scale, man, you can get good stuff that looks good and runs good for basically $20 a car,
yeah,
maybe 25 for a bigger
yeah,
car.
yeah. Uh-huh.
And HO is more than that.
Oh
Like,
yeah, no doubt. Yeah,
you know
yeah,
what I mean?
yeah. But now, like I've seen, like N scale auto racks. Can't remember who made them. They were like $60, $70, 69.99 for
Yep,
N scale auto. N scale.
yep,
And granted, like the HO version would be like close to $100. But like, I'm never buying them. But like, yeah,
yeah,
I mean, it's out there. I mean, there's you can buy a less expensive, or you can buy some like really expensive cars in any scale, right?
yep.
Yeah,
But I find with micro trains, I pretty much find everything I need in terms of rolling stock. And like I said,
yeah.
basically
They have a
$20.
they have a
I mean,
wide
20 bucks.
selection of stuff. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah,
And they do all the roads, man. They do all the fallen flags.
yeah.
I love micro trains.
Yeah, they make
And
good
like I,
stuff. And I like them because they're U.S. They're made here by hardworking American citizens. Yeah, and you know, they're good stuff. Les, this custom paint one, is that the Lowell Smith car that you're waiting for? That says he spent $280 for BLI E8. I'm wanting, but that comes custom painted. I don't know if it's that Lowell Smith one that you're talking about earlier.
Dwayne, I'm gonna get more into Bowser.
Yeah, I
One of
like
my
Bowser.
favorite cars is a Bowser. This is a Bowser right here.
Usually
Got,
the Bowsers come with metal wheels. At least the ones I have.
and this guy came with metal wheels.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna get more into Bowser. I'm gonna check them out more. But yeah, definitely microtrains. Microtrains is my go-to. You know.
Yeah, I think a lot of people like that in the N scale world.
And it's reasonable. You know what I'm saying? In today's
No, yeah.
world with inflation and everything, I mean, $20 is reasonable for an N
Yeah.
scale card that looks good and runs good.
Even $25. You know?
Yeah, and I pay 25 for the microtrains. Like I said, like the 50 foots.
Yeah.
Just
Some of
the
some of the cool designs that they have. Yeah.
yeah, the
Yeah.
50
Yeah,
foots
like
and
that's
the
cool, man. It's
and
all patched out. Yeah, and they
uh-huh.
do. I'll tell you what, man. Micro chains, they do some nice weathering on their cars, man. If you're into weathering and patching
Yeah.
out, they do a nice job, man. And those cars could command a lot more money, but they don't. Not that much, right?
I agree. I think microtrains is totally reasonable. They
Yeah.
haven't lost their mind, you know?
No.
Like I'm seeing these videos, I'm seeing these rant videos from the UK about Hornby. Hornby apparently is going through some stuff. Like they're trying to charge more money, but the
The crap.
quality isn't there.
Yeah, the shit
Am I
for
right?
Hornby. Yeah, the crap. I don't like them at all. Absolute
But
crap.
their prices went way up.
Yep.
Um,
And they're the ones who's introduced TT scale. They've never done it
oh
before,
right.
and they do it, which is 1/120. But in my opinion, Hornby are crap.
Yeah.
They've made one or two good things. They own a lot of other companies. They own Lima, they own Airfix and Humbrol and all these other companies, and that's what they own Oxford Diecast as well, and that's what's keeping them afloat, owning all these other companies, because Hornby products themselves are fairly crap.
Yeah. I'm just hoping Microtrains doesn't realize. I just hope they don't suddenly decide, you know what, we're undercharging and increase their prices by 20%, you know? But I find them to be the most reasonable. But I need to look at, like Dwayne was saying, I need to look more at Bowser.
Nancy did a video. Here it is. Oh, it actually has power. I was wondering if it had power. She made it short. So it's not even like it's like on like already put together. That thing's
Oh,
cute. That's funny. She's great. Nancy's cool. I like Nancy. Jeez. Yeah, I saw it.
I like how Nancy, I like how she interacts with the local, that local line
Yeah,
that
yeah,
runs there.
yeah, yeah. if I lived by Nancy, me and her would be rough fanning all the time. I know we would be. She's just like, I don't know. She's like a little kid, kind of like when she's out rail fanning, uh, in a good way. You know, she's so excited. It's cool.
Yeah, but I think she's like gives them food sometimes.
Yeah, maybe, but
You
I
know?
mean, but it's just like excited,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
like I don't know. It's like, and I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's just hard to explain. I mean, it's just it's cool to see, you know, that
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
she
Night,
she
Les.
likes. All right, Leslie. Thanks for sticking around. Have a good night. Yeah, yeah. Finish that layout video, Leslie. We want to see it. I like Leslie's layout. I always enjoy.
I
Uh,
love it.
I always enjoy watching Leslie make his layout videos. He's got a cool layout.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's important to never stop having fun. Yeah, having fun. It's important. Sometimes. Yeah, sometimes it's just hard. Yeah, but it's all just a choice, I guess. It's a matter of choice. I'm really, I'm really a little bummed that Wigwag didn't pop in. I was really waiting for him to hear about uh, Dwight's experience. I feel bad for Dwight, man. He wanted to. He's like, you know, Culver's, and then he goes to eat at Culver's and gets sick.
Mm.
Poisoned.
Yeah, food poisoning. Good old Culver's. Can happen anywhere. Artie's going to be on at 8 o'clock, so we'll wrap it up soon. 6 hours and
Already?
30 minutes.
You,
6 hours.
You're going to
You've
finish
been,
already. We've only just got going.
Tigger, you ain't going to make much longer.
So Jerry, you gonna do this HO switcher or what?
I don't know. Who knows? Well, I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know.
It's in the pipeline, isn't it?
It's somewhere in there. I mean, you know. Listen, Mystic. I've been buying N scale stuff since like the late '80s, right?
Yeah.
Late '80s. I just put a layout together. I don't know, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, something like that. Like, I'm just a slow dude, man. I was like, I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I mean, I'm not like going overboard buying HO stuff. That's for sure. I mean, you know, I
Yeah.
just got a couple things and that's it. Got one piece of flex track, you know, and yeah, I don't. Sooner or later, maybe I don't know.
Well, I'm in no position to judge. I mean, I'm
No,
I'm as
I
slow
know
as
you're
it
not.
gets.
Yeah, and the only reason is like N scale frustrates me anymore. It's
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
I like it, but when it gives me problems, it frustrates me.
It's
This is
frustrating
like,
sometimes.
and it's just like I can't. This is reality, right? This here, right? And it's like like I'm just like I hate myself because I have to wear these and I can't see like I used to. And I want to see
Well,
my N scale stuff to be able to put it
well,
on
you
and work on it.
you
I
you
know
got one of these?
I got them. I'm going to wear them. They're a pain in the ass.
You get used to them though.
I guess. I mean, and you do. I mean, they do help, but it's
Did you?
like I got to take them out and like, you know.
I have that.
Yeah, I
but
hear you.
I put the elastic on
Yeah.
them, and they fit over my specs.
Yeah.
Because these are bifocals, and then I just slide it down, and if I look through
Yeah.
the reading part of my specs into the magnifier on that headset, it works. It does help.
Well,
But I'm
I'm
needing to
like
do that
constantly
for
switching.
sure.
I'm switching between my glasses and my magnivisor. You know what I mean? When I'm building the kit or whatever, I'm constantly switching because sometimes you don't want that much magnification, you know. So yeah, eyes suck, you know.
So Nancy says Mystic, Connecticut. I don't know.
Huh?
Mystic, is that Mystic, Connecticut? I guess she thinks you're in Mystic,
Well,
Connecticut, or
it's not. No, no. No. I never even knew
explain
there was a
yourself.
Mystic, Connecticut until I moved up here. And when I moved up here, I actually saw Mystic signs for Mystic. I was like, "Whoa, okay!" And took a picture with the cell phone. I never knew there was a Mystic, Connecticut till I moved up here. So Mystic has nothing to do with Mystic, Connecticut.
Yeah, Mystic lives in Rhode Island now. So Mystic's channel name used to be Mystic Southern Railway, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now it's just Mystic Railway, right?
Yep.
Or Mystic Railroad, Mystic Railroad. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's just mystical, Nancy. That's why he's got that name. So Dwayne, who's a armchair? Oh, me. I'm an armchair modeler. I am pretty much. I don't. It's like I don't consider myself a modeler. I don't because I'm not. I mean, I'm not a modeler. I never said that I ever was, but uh, I'm not a modeler. I don't model. I just have model trains. That's it. I mean, I I've never built a model kit like a building or anything. Yeah, I'm not a
Jerry,
model.
you're an influencer.
Yeah, I mean, I would
You
hope that I am. I mean, you
you're
know,
an influencer.
I'd hope that I'd be.
I feel influenced.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm glad. I mean, I, I, you know, I I mean, I break Digger's stones and tell him his channel sucks and all, but it doesn't. I mean, I just have fun with Digger, right? But for the most part, I'm not going to sit there and say, Mystic, your channel sucks. I try to inspire you to, like, do whatever you want to do. Do it. Don't, just do it. Whatever. I
Well,
mean,
you do inspire people, and
yeah.
one of your superpowers is encouraging people to just put out a damn video.
Put out a video,
You know?
man. Like, I mean, I,
Yeah.
I get it. People want to edit and like, but it's like, it's you don't have to. I mean, don't. I mean, it's okay if that's the level where you want to be all the time, but don't not put something out because you can't do it because you don't have time to edit, and editing takes a lot of time for some people. You edit stuff. It takes a lot of time to do a little video. Like,
Yeah.
it's cool, right? But don't feel that you need to do it for people to watch it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's just like put something out. Like, if you have time, edit it. If you don't. But don't let that stop you from making it
Right. And
for
that's
some.
a legitimate philosophy,
Yeah.
Uh, you
Definitely.
know, cut it and put it out and move on. and be
Yeah,
productive, and you
do
know,
something. I mean,
yeah,
and if you don't want to, that's fine too. Like whatever you want to do. Like I give Les a hard time. He hasn't put one out for a year. If he doesn't put one out for another year, that's okay. But I miss his videos. A lot of people.
right,
I miss Dale's videos. I miss Dale making
yeah,
his
me
Sunday
too.
videos. But he might not have time. He doesn't want to do it or whatever, and I respect that. It's okay. It's no problem. Dwayne says he'll do a
Right,
video tomorrow. Yeah.
but you've you know, influenced me to just put out videos, get videos out. You and I think you encourage Corey, um,
Yeah. Yeah.
others. I think that's one of your superpowers is getting people
Mary
to
actually has some good ideas for videos and stuff.
Oh, it's a good superpower
yeah,
to have.
yeah.
Yeah. Like
You
I said,
encourage people to shit or get off the pot.
just to do something, man. I mean, like, don't not do it because either you think people aren't going to watch it. Maybe they won't. I don't know, but you're never going to know until you do it, right?
Mm.
And
Yeah,
listen, I can sit here and preach this shit to you all day long, but I can't. I can't take my own advice to you. So it's like it's easy to preach it, but I can't live it. So it's easy to preach. It's hard to live. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, but yeah, I mean, and there's a lot of people that influence people. Sparky, make videos.
yeah,
Just make a video. Like, it's no big deal. You don't have to be like everybody else. You don't have to
yeah.
have all this fancy stuff to make a video for people to watch. It's like just make videos. I mean, yeah, it's all just about if you want to. You don't have to if you don't want to. Corey doesn't need any encouragement. Yeah, that's for sure. Hey, Derek. Sorry, I didn't say hi to you. Yeah, Corey doesn't need no
Howdy,
encouragement.
Derek.
Yeah, he's pretty good. But yeah, Dave Dwayne's a break. Yeah, Dwayne. I really like those little dioramas that you're including with your planes. They're pretty cool. They just bring it to a next level. They're kind of not just planes. You know what I mean? It's like, and there's nothing wrong with just the plane, but it just adds a little nice touch. Jerry's a good guy. He tells you how it is and doesn't mix words. No, I don't really. I try to be. I don't know. Sometimes I do get a little crazy, but
Well,
I'll tell you
that's a
how
good
it.
comment by Rick. That's
Yeah,
a good comment by Rick, and I want to say that Jerry, you and I are opposite in many ways,
yeah.
and
Oh yeah, no doubt.
me and you as well, Digger. Um,
Yeah,
you guys are a little more conservative. I'm a little more liberal. I don't want to get into politics,
no,
but
yeah,
the point is, there used to be a time when people could have an honest discussion. You know,
yeah,
whether it be about politics or race or religion or whatever is like off limits these days. But it
yeah,
used to be that guys could mix it up and they're still sharing a beer at the end of the day.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
and it just seems like those days are going away. Like it's becoming more tribal these days.
Huh.
Uh, but that's what I
Mm.
respect about you is that I can disagree with you, and we often
Yeah,
do. But
yeah.
at the end of the day, if I have a flat tire, I know you. I could call
I'd be
you,
there to
and
help you.
you would
Yeah,
know what I'm
yeah,
saying, and the same the other
yeah,
way around.
yeah.
So that's what I respect about you.
Thank
You
you.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like,
That's one of
yeah.
the things I respect about you.
You know, it's like we're all here, right? We all can't agree with everything, right? We have some mutuals, and that's where we you know, it's all about respect, really. I mean, you know, it's like, yeah, maybe myself, a 30-year-old Jerry probably wouldn't be nothing like he is at 61. So,
Yeah.
like, it's just like, you know, you mellow out, you know, it's like, eh, you know, whatever. I don't care, you know, it's like, as long as you don't shove shit down my throat, you know, be in my face all the time about it.
Right.
Well, live and let live. I mean, there's like, well, I don't care, you know.
Yeah. So I
Yeah,
appreciate folks that I can have an honest discussion with, even if I disagree with them, because
yeah,
man, that's something that's disappearing, man. And
yeah,
just opportunities to have an honest discussion. You know.
yeah. You know
Um,
what's sad is like, you know, some people that are that, well, like, are the conservative people, the liberals, you know, they all just stay in their little clique, right? And that's it, you know. Um, uh, I don't know if any of you's watched a movie. It was
Good
called,
point, Derek.
what did Derek say? Very help Heath, so you know he would help. Oh, jeez, poor Heath. Oh, geez, God's not dead, right? It was a movie, God's Not Dead. It was popular a couple of years ago, and 2016, I think, came out. And there's like this dude. He's an atheist, and he's a professor, and he's married to this woman who is like a devout Christian, right? And he hangs out with all these other atheists. He's a professor at a college, and they're all like-minded, and they like, and he, even to the point where in the movie he like disrespects his wife in front of his friends, like, just because, that's like I can't even imagine doing that. Like, I would never disrespect you because of your opinions or beliefs are different than mine. You know, that to me, that's like really low. I don't care where you're from, what you're doing, and like that's really, so it's like, but there are people like, you know, they stick together and that's it. You know, you're stupid, we're right. Doesn't matter,
Yeah.
both sides. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone
The
has
the
the right to
modern
their opinion.
Yeah, the modern trend is to be tribal. You stick with your tribe, and you demonize the
yeah.
other side. You
Hey,
demonize
here's
people.
Corey.
What's
Corey's
up, Corey?
back. Corey, we were talking about you a little bit, not too much though. Yeah, Nancy will not comply. Yeah, yeah, which is good. I mean, you know, yeah. I mean, life would be pretty boring if we were all kind of like robots and all did
Mhm.
the same thing. How would life be if we were all into T scale?
Well, it might come to pass that things are taken over by AI.
Yeah, that's
We're
scary.
all forced to be T scale. You know?
Yeah, we might be. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can have a pretty big T scale layout in a closet.
Yeah, HO and N guys will be like
Yeah,
underground. You
yeah,
know what I mean?
they'll be screwed, man. They won't have nothing to do. And sooner or later, it'll come over to the T scale side.
Yeah.
That's how it is, man. But yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. uh, Corey, I told you we would probably be here if you came back. That damn wigwag, man. I'm going to give him the business the next time I see him. The
He might
business is
have been lurking all this time.
the business is a hard time.
Man,
Happy Valley.
Wigwag is watching us and just giggling his ass off right
Yeah.
now.
It could be
Probably.
lurking.
Hey, Edward. Edward's back.
Edward, Corey, I'm ready for an update, man.
Yeah. Mystic had it. That's what before you left. Corey wants Mystic wants an update. Corey. Yeah, that's the truth. Like I can remember growing up in my neighborhood, and like if I did something wrong, my neighbor would say something to me. You know,
Yeah,
and you,
yeah,
not necessarily like go tell my parents, but he would like kind of discipline me in a fact that I'm not going to do it again. It was
yeah.
like now forget it, man. You yell at another person's kid and like, you know,
Oh, yeah,
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 they
yeah.
call the police on you now.
You know,
They call
yeah,
the police first thing they do.
yeah,
man, I'll tell you something about my wife's uh, parents' community in Japan,
yeah,
and it's
yeah.
rural. It's like countryside Japan. You know, one thing that they do is, okay, I'm not sure if it's once a month or once every few months, but the community gets out and cleans their community. Okay? The
Yeah,
people of the community. It's not the city. The
right,
city doesn't go out,
right.
you know? Okay?
Yeah,
Now you have a choice. When they come knocking on your door, you can go out and help clean the community along with everybody else in the community, or you could pay like a tax or a fee or
right.
whatever,
To,
and you don't
to
have
it.
to do it. Okay?
Right,
But everybody pretty much does it. So everybody goes out, picks up trash, and cleans the community, and they got weed whackers. They cut down the weeds and everything in the community, and you're out there working with your neighbors,
right.
and you get to so you know your neighbors
You're socializing.
and you know what I'm
Mm.
saying?
Yeah,
And that's the way they do things now, not the way it used to be. That's how they still do things in the
right.
countryside of Japan. Um, I think it would be pretty cool if they did things that way in the
Here,
U.S.
Mm.
yeah,
Yeah,
and they may in little
you know.
communities, but it isn't in a whole. They're not going to do that. So Corey has a little update for you.
Ah,
Okay.
okay, right on,
Just
right
wait.
on. Yeah,
Just
take your
wait.
time, Corey.
Yeah.
Corey, I want to update, but I'm kind of busting your balls at the same time. Like, take your time. You know, knowing that there's an update on the way is enough.
Yeah, but you know, we'd like it to be sooner than later.
And
Yeah,
that's the
give him a
Jerry we
time.
know and love.
Give him a time limit, Jerry.
Yeah. I won't give you a time limit, but you know,
But if it's not out by next Wednesday,
I come knocking. No, it's all right. I break your stones in a nice, fun way to help motivate you to go do something. And maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but that's okay.
it works with
Yeah.
most
Yeah.
people.
Hey Corey, Eddie was here earlier. Did you see him? Was he here when you were here? Eddie's going to do a layout. He said, stretch.
Yeah.
Ah, damn, he's getting root canal Wednesday, Digger. I'll let you go this time.
Oh, youch.
I'll let you go. How about Thursday?
Oh, it's my eye test on Thursday afternoon.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
Ooh, root canal. Root canals ain't
yeah.
what they used to be, though. They're not as bad as they used to be.
Really?
Yeah.
When's the last time you had one?
It's been a long time. It's
What the fuck?
30 years.
How do you know they got better? I don't know, man.
But
I don't
no,
think they
that's what I
got better.
was told, is that it ain't what it used to be. Like, it's not a big, that's just what I heard.
I think they're bullshit.
Maybe. There
Rick
you go.
says they're a piece of cake. They're a piece of cake. I had many of them. I don't
Yeah, that's what I heard.
know.
Was I had
I'll
one
pass.
root canal, like in my 20s, um, and it was an experience.
Yeah, no thanks.
It was intense.
That's exactly what I think, Derek.
Yeah.
I last time I was at the dentist, they want to do a root canal. It doesn't bother me unless I chew on it, and I'm okay with not chewing on it. So it's like no root canal, just pull the damn thing. That's it. Over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm in that camp. Just get rid of it because you can always get new teeth fixed.
I guess.
Yeah,
But
you could always get implants, and pulling it is the cheapest option. Also,
HO scale canal equipment? Root canal equipment? You want to put some on your layout? I had a root canal a couple of years ago. It was pretty much sucked.
I can believe it, Rusty. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Just get rid of it. I'll just get a full set of teeth, me, and they just screw them in, don't they?
Fuck that too, Digger.
No, they put some pegs.
I know. Yeah, they wanted to do that to one of the teeth I had pulled that had an abscess. It was like $4,000. I'm like, yeah, no, thank you.
Oh, no, shove that. Just for one tooth?
Yeah.
No, we can get it cheaper here than
I know
that.
in the UK you get it cheaper. But over here, that's what they want.
Wow. But
you
the
could
thing
get
is,
good dental work in Mexico, pretty cheap, I think.
eventually, we're all going to lose a lot of our teeth as time goes on, aren't we?
Yeah, eventually, I guess. I'm educational. I don't know about that, Jeffrey, but I appreciate that. I actually wanted. Wait.
You see, Rick's got it sus. No more toothache ever again. Yeah, same here, Jeff. They'd have to fight me. They'd have to fight me to do a root canal. It's fighting.
Yeah.
Not my idea of fun.
Oh, a water canal. What do you mean a water canal? For HO? Like, I still don't understand you.
A canal with barges and narrowboats and stuff.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I kind of get that, but do they make HO scale canal equipment? Oh, like boats and things like that? Edward, is that what you mean? I wonder, do they make like the narrow boats in HO or OO?
We get them here in Double O, yeah.
Okay.
You can get the narrowboats or the barges. A barge is a bit wider, isn't it? And
Right.
they use a barge for carrying goods back in the old days.
Okay. Yeah. That'd be pretty cool. Those narrow boats are pretty cool, man.
I have a
think
cousin
it-
who lives on one, on a
Yeah.
narrowboat.
Yeah, I was watching for a while there. I was on a kick and I was watching this channel that would just travel around all the canals in the UK on the canal boats, and that's what they would be like, RVers with their RVs traveling around. And they go and they live on their canal boat
Mm.
or whatever you call it.
Yeah, narrowboat. A boat.
Narrow boats. And they're really cool. Some of them are pretty neat.
Yeah, there's a lot of canals in the UK. Lots of canals.
Have you ever been on his boat?
Yeah, my cousin Joanne. Yeah, I have.
Yeah. Oh, it's a
Yeah.
girl?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Bit
cool.
bit older than me. She's married and she lives on there with her husband.
Oh, that's neat.
They
Do
like
they-
it all winter and that through it, you know.
Do they travel or they stay put?
They have moorings. You've got to have what you call moorings,
Right,
so you can register at. But you can travel where you want.
right.
But you've got to be registered at a moorings, like an address type of thing. You don't have to stay there, but you've got to be registered. But They travel about a lot, yeah.
That's neat.
They're retired and they prefer living on the narrowboat, I suppose. Anyone on a narrowboat have a train layout? Not that I'm aware of. Certainly my cousin doesn't.
That'd be a perfect place for a T-scale.
Yeah. They have a minimalist lifestyle. There's not a lot of room for furniture and TVs and things.
Yeah. Are you Edward? Are you want to do some narrow boats in the canal on your layout? That would be pretty cool.
Again, it depends on era, doesn't it? Because modern day ones now, it's all for leisure. Back in the turn of the century, they were used as a transport network for transporting coal and cotton and what have you.
Right.
The canals
So,
here go around the back of mills and all sorts.
does anybody make any of the old style
Yeah,
rowboats for that freight and things?
yeah. With companies over here that do that type of thing. Yeah, they make little kits so you can have a coal barge and stuff like that.
Okay.
And originally they were all horse drawn with the narrow
Right.
boats and the barges, horses pulling them on the towpath.
Wow, that'd be pretty neat layout. Yeah, that's for sure. Root canals sound painful, but no worse than having a filling put in. I don't know about. I never had one, but I'm planning on getting one. Damn that Leo! Tell him to get off. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hold on, Derek. That was a good segue for sure. Wish I could make transitions like that. I was not thinking of that, but the next diorama might be set up that way. And that would be pretty cool, Edward.
Hey, Edward, you ever gonna have a layout or?
Mystic, you know you're not on camera anymore. That's up to you.
Yeah, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah.
Okay, Edward, are you gonna have a layout or what?
I think eventually he's going to have one. He's building
Right, I'm not
dioramas.
clear. I'm not clear about it because Edward hasn't really, to my knowledge, like communicated exactly what
I
his
think he said
plan
he's
is.
going to. He's doing dioramas to learn, and then he's going to apply them to the layout.
Okay.
Is that right, Edward?
Try all your experiments out on dioramas. Prove your concepts.
And even if you never do a layout, that's fine too.
Yeah, no one will give you any pressure. There'll be no pressure on you from Jerry.
Oh, you got a layout.
Yeah. Okay.
Ah, okay.
So what scale do you want to model, Edward? HO? You guys are still talking about this root canal stuff. I'm gonna have nightmares now.
That's Rick. But Rick no longer has toothache because he's got all new teeth.
Well, they're not real, right?
Yeah, but I bet they look real.
You checking out his teeth?
No, I'm just saying I bet they look real.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they probably do. I'm sure they do. Oh man, that's awesome.
And you never get toothache.
Dwayne just posted a short. I see. I'm going to post a link to it. It's really cool. That's like that's probably like the best diorama I've seen so far. That's pretty neat. That is really cool.
Is that a B-52?
B-17 it says.
Oh, B-17. Oh, yeah. Nice.
I guess it's from like the 40s and 40s, right?
Yeah, that's World War II.
Yeah.
The Flying Fortress.
Yep, that's right. That's pretty awesome. Nice job, Dwayne.
Yeah, it looks great. Very nice.
I used to volunteer at the World War II Museum in New Orleans.
Really?
Yeah, and if anybody goes to New Orleans, man, dude, that is just number one. You got to see the World War II Museum. You could spend 2 or 3 days in there
What did you do
and
there?
still not see everything. Man, I volunteered. I helped out with just ushering people here and there. But what they did with me a lot was put me with the veterans. Uh, these old guys, man, the World War II veterans are dying off.
Yeah, yeah,
They're all like in their
yeah,
90s, and there's not a
yeah.
whole lot
True.
of them left. And they
Uh-uh.
used to put me with them to give them a like personal tours of the museum. Um, just
That's
because
cool.
I think they just felt like I was good, like with the older guys.
Yeah,
And it was kind of heartbreaking sometimes because sometimes these guys would just get to talking with me, and then it would be closing time. You know what I mean? And you
yeah.
know,
I
my
bet you
wife
missed
is
that.
coming to pick me up, and I had to go. I do miss it, you know. And but there would be times where I had to go, like my shift was done, and I had to go, and these guys were in the middle of stories, and with these guys, man, one story would lead into another, and there was
Yeah.
really no stopping point. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Um,
what do you do? Hey, buddy, you got to stop you.
yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah, I miss that time. And but how did I? What was I talking about? How did I get to talking about this?
Well, you were talking, Digger asked about the plane, and you said what it was. When you said the
Oh
Flying
yeah.
Fortress.
The Flying Fortress. They got a B-17 at the World War II Museum, and they got catwalks going above it. Where you can look
Oh,
down
wow.
on it and whatnot. It's a smaller plane than you would think. It's actually surprisingly small. I mean, it's if
Somewhat.
I remember correctly, it's a four-engine plane, but but man, things back then are just smaller than you would think, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it just looks
Yeah.
like if I was to get in that plane, like I would have to kind of. I'm a small guy, but I would have to bend down to like get in there, and I would
Yeah.
feel cramped in a flying fortress. You know,
Yeah.
um, you
Yeah.
know
No
what I'm
fat
saying?
guys in
It's
there.
smaller than you think.
They were brave lads, the World War II airmen.
Yes, they were.
Balls.
Yeah,
They were
yeah,
cast iron balls, man. Flying over enemy
yeah.
territory. And, you know,
Yeah, getting shot at.
it's not like a jet aircraft where you can quickly get away and you've got standoff land attack missiles that are 2 mile away from your target. You release your missile and bog off home, don't you?
Hmm.
I'm
Yeah.
not disrespecting anyone today. I'm just saying it's a different game. They had to fly right over the target and release bombs.
Yeah, it's a little different nowadays.
Hmm.
Derek, that's classified.
It's classified there. So, like, were you in? You're into military planes, Mystic?
Well, my thing was the Pacific Theater.
Okay.
I was really into, and it began as being a war gamer, going back to the days when there was no computers, man. You had, like, back in the 80s, man, we used a war game with hex maps, and little cardboard counters. But these games were complex, man, and they strived to really mirror, real world, um,
Situations.
you know, I mean, they were pretty realistic, these games. Um, and so my thing was, I loved the aircraft carriers, the ships, the navy, the planes, the naval aviation, all of that sort of thing. The island hopping, all of those, like, strategies, and the Pacific was basically the Navy and the Marines. You know,
Right. Yeah.
Europe, yeah, Europe was more so the Army and the Air Force, you know, but
Mm.
the Pacific
Right.
was pretty much the Marines and the Navy
Got
arena.
that right.
And
McHale's
know what I'm saying?
Navy and Baba Black Sheep.
Yeah, man, the CBs. Um,
Yeah.
and so I was really into that. That's how it began. But then, I just started reading book after book after book, and
Yeah. But that's
and then
pretty
ended
cool.
up volunteering. You know,
Yeah,
but
that's awesome, man.
and these guys, man, these World War II veterans, like I said, there's not a whole lot of them left, man. You know,
Yeah.
they're expiring, man, every day, and um, uh, they're just a treasure, man. They're just a treasure.
Yeah. Yeah, they got a lot of stories to tell, man, if they want to tell them.
Yeah, yeah,
They were definitely different generation. Uh,
yeah,
they were a do it generation, man. Get it done and don't
yeah,
complain about it.
yeah. Man, I'll tell you one story. I'll tell you one story, that a guy told. A guy was a medic, okay, and he was on the beach in Tarawa, okay. Any of you World War II buffs out there will know what I'm talking about when I talk about Tarawa. And Tarawa was the first coral atoll that we took. Okay, so we didn't really know how to take a coral atoll before this. So the whole operation was kind of a learning experience for the Navy and the Marines. And it was a coral atoll. I think the Japanese had about like 2,500, maybe 300 men on there. They were dug in. They had been preparing their fortifications for uh, 6 months, and so we went in there and took that island, but it was extremely costly, and so many Marines got mowed down, before they even reached the beach. But this guy was a medic on that beach, and he somehow made it to the beach, and he was trying to do his work, and there was one point where he saw a guy that came up on the beach, carrying, like, boxes and ammo, boxes of ammo, and he got shot and he went down. And then he slowly got up, picked up every piece of equipment that he was carrying, and started advancing again. And he got shot again and went down again. And he stayed down the second time, and this medic went over to him and started doing his work, and he asked the guy, why didn't you stay down the first time? And the guy said, they need the ammo. I mean,
Yeah.
that just changed. What can you say to
Yeah.
that? You
If
know
he
what I'm saying?
stayed down the
That's where
first
those
time,
guys.
yeah, if he stayed down the first time, he may have lived, right? But he sacrificed
Right,
himself,
right,
right?
Right.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah,
you know,
you're right.
he said they need the ammo, and that's all that mattered to him. You know.
Right.
So
Yep.
I mean, what can you
God
say?
bless
You
my
know.
veterans. Yeah, I mean, they were just like, that's it, man. That was his job, right?
Different breed of people. Then
He was going to die
Yeah.
doing it. Yeah, yeah. Not to say that they were just different. I think those that generation, just different
that's
people.
when,
Yeah.
yeah, that's when America truly was a great nation, isn't it?
It was. I mean, it was
They
like,
helped the small guy. They helped the
yeah,
little guy. They stood up for people who couldn't stand up for themselves.
yeah. They
And
kicked us. They kicked us, and we got back up, and we really showed what we were made of.
Yeah.
Everybody, not just some people.
mm,
Everybody. Because women took, think about like all the jobs back then that men did. Now they go to war. Women have to do those jobs now.
yeah, that happened in
Amazing
That's
stuff.
true.
Britain. They
You
were
know,
doing all
like,
the
like
manufacturing.
they talked about like during the war where all the trolley operators went to war, and now all these women came to become trolley operators because people still needed to get to the ship factories, the ammunition factories. People were still making stuff, producing things. We were like all ahead full. So like geez, like all the car companies were making stuff right for the war,
Yeah.
right? So those people needed to get to work. So here's the women that stepped up and became trolley operators and probably train operators and
And welders and
welders and shipbuilders and
turning on the lathes and
so it
making
wasn't just
munitions.
men, it was everybody. All
Yeah.
hands on deck. Right?
World War I was the same.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
The women that ended up in the factories doing the manufacturing,
Yep.
and they got that desperate in Britain. There's a memorial in the town where I am, down in the town centre, to the Boy Scouts who died on the Somme in World War One. They were sending 13 and 14-year-old kids that were Boy Scouts to fight in the
Yep.
trenches.
So that one, and then Edward wanted to know what does Zephyr has.
Oh, I got
DCS.
the DCS 52. It's the one with the USB port to connect to the computer, Edward. Although I've never used that capability, but it's good. I like it.
Yeah.
I didn't know Alco made tanks. Huh.
Yeah, me either. Yeah, there were different times, man. Different times. Sad. It's all gone.
Oh
Oh
my
yeah,
God,
terrible.
Dwayne, you flew in a Corsair? Dude, that's my favorite World War II fighter plane, by the way. The Corsair. It was just bad to the bone, man.
Yeah,
It
they were
was the
cool.
last propeller plane. You know what I mean? The Corsair was like the culmination of propeller driven technology. For you know, like jet fighters kind of took over in the later part of World War II, but the Corsair was so cool that the Corsair survived past World War II. They were using Corsairs in the Korean War.
Yeah.
You know, even though it was propeller driven. So that's
I,
very
I'm
cool,
not
Dwayne.
big. I'm not big on planes, like in all the stuff and information on them. But just like I remember going to air shows and they would fly by and they had a sound to them that was just like
Yeah, that
menacing.
sound.
That sound is
Yes.
just it was like
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
the
I
roar
didn't
of
know
the
nothing about planes, but I could shut my eyes and that was a Corsair that just went by. because they
Yes,
just
it's a different sound, man,
they just
than
had
the
a
jet
sound,
planes.
and
Yeah.
even I guess other prop planes, is that what you would call them? Or
Turboprop, yeah.
planes? They just had a different
Yep.
sound than everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's you just never know what you're going to talk about here, Nancy. I got a DS51 with a PR4 to connect to USB. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know nothing about that stuff either. But yeah, it's all good. Yeah, it's been 7 hours and 19 minutes. That's my
Wow.
longest stream.
Yeah, you've done good work there, Jerry. Been a long
Man,
old
what a
stream.
pleasure.
I couldn't have did it without you guys there. I don't think I could
What
talk
a
about
pleasure to be
stuff.
on with you guys.
It's been great fun. Yeah, I've enjoyed
Yeah,
it. I've enjoyed
yeah,
myself.
yeah. It was great fun. I'm going to wrap it up. Thanks everybody for hanging out for 5 minutes or 7 hours and 20 minutes, and you guys hung out for 7 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah, it was awesome. Good job. Thank you very much
Enjoyed
for.
myself. Thanks for having us. It's been
Yeah,
good fun.
no problem. It was fun. It was cool.
Yeah, I've enjoyed
Everybody, yeah. Now Digger can go to bed.
Yeah, Digger, finish that vodka and
Oh,
have a good night's sleep.
if I finish the vodka, I probably won't wake up until about lunchtime tomorrow.
Yeah, it's all right. You caught the tail end. That's okay if you caught the tail end. It's all right. Doesn't matter. All right, everybody. Have a good night. Thanks, everybody. Have a good Sunday tomorrow. Peace.
Great.
Peace.
Good night, everyone.
All
Thank
right,
you.
guys.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. 7 hours, 21 minutes. Yeah.